Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. 999 Weird Old Man. The strange old man gave Lu Gixin and the beautiful woman of Zhenwu an unusual feeling, which made them quite concerned, so although the two stopped, they still silently paid attention to the old man. Yuxi, you and I are old acquaintances. We all know that no one can do anything about the other. How about the end of today's battle? I think whether it is yours or mine, it needs to recover. Lu Guichen was carrying his hands on his back, looking at the beautiful woman Lang of the Sword League and shouted. The beautiful woman named Yuxi pondered for a while, then nodded gently, yes. I knew you were good at talking. Lu Gixin laughed, took the lead to put away his golden armor, and put away his short spear, frowning, Yuxi, I have a problem and don't vomit. If you have something to say, just let it go. Yu Zai's pretty face showed a trace of impatience, and her words were also quite rude. Lu Gixin pouted and didn't care. He stretched out a finger and pointed downward, is this old guy from your Sword League? Why haven't I seen it before? When he asked this, Yu Zai's expression suddenly became strange, and she asked suspiciously, is he not yours? Lu Gixin looked startled and slowly shook his head. The two looked at each other, their eyes suddenly brightened, and they shouted at the same time, there are actually people here. When the words fell, both of them turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the old man who was picking up the fragments of the battleship below. Where is this place and what kind of danger is there? Neither Lu Gixin nor Yuxi know. But at this moment, under the eyes of the two, an aboriginal suddenly appeared. Naturally, they want to strike first, grab the old man, and find out the information here first. In such an unknown place, if they have enough information, they may be able to occupy an absolute advantage. One point, they know better than anyone else. So they didn't say a word, and they started at the same time. The two breaths belonging to the powerful Saint King realm spread all around, much stronger than when they fought just now. Lu Gixin and Yuxi had known each other for many years, and they both knew each other well and had equal strengths. They rushed to the old man almost at the same time. One of them grabbed the old man's arm and looked at each other. The old man just picked up a piece of the battleship, and before he could put it into his space ring, he suddenly suffered a great disaster. Then, his expression became weird, and there was a look of interest on his face. In the confrontation between the two powerful saints, he gently put the battleship fragment into his space ring. This strange move made Lu Gixin and Yuxi stunned at the same time, and the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. To be able to be so careless in the confrontation between the two of them, this old man is either a lunatic, or he is very skilled, and he doesn't take them seriously at all. The latter possibility is more likely. So Lu Gixin and Yuxi let go at the same time, trying to stay away from this weird old man. At this moment, a frantic pulling force suddenly came out of the old man's body. His body seemed to have turned into a swamp in an instant, and Lu Gixin and Yuxi were trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves. The next moment, the two of them felt that the holy essence of the body was rapidly passing, and the old man's body was continuously poured into it. The two were horrified, and Yuxi even screamed. With the absorption of the strength of the two, the old man's complexion became more and more ruddy, and it seemed that he had received great nourishment, and even the gray hair gradually became shiny and dark. The old man grinned and smiled at the two of them, silent and mysterious. It was only then that an extremely dangerous aura emerged from the old man's body. The aura spread, and everyone couldn't help shivering and stop the movements of their hands. There seemed to be a sound of ghost crying and wolf howling in everyone's ears, and the gloomy wind was blowing. This old man made everyone fall into a purgatory and experience the mental torture that is worse than death. Two little things are too contemptible. Well, this old man has not encountered such a lively scene for many years. This time, I will spare your life. If you dare to do it again next time, you will be blown away. The old man grinned. With a bang, his body shook, and an incomparably huge impact burst out from his body. Lu Gixin and Yu Shi both screamed and flew backwards, like paper kites with a broken thread. They spit out a blood mist in the air, and their expressions were sluggish and their faces were sluggish. They were almost killed on the spot by the crazy absorption of the old man. Standing firm, he looked at the old man again, his eyes full of horror. Yang Kai's eyes were shaking violently, and he could hardly believe what he saw. He has personally experienced how Lu Gixin has a cultivation base that penetrates the sky and the earth. In Lu Gixin's hands, he had no room for resistance at all. At the very least, Lu Gixin is at least a second-level Saint King, or even a third-level Saint King. But such a master is as ridiculous as a 3-year-old child in front of the strange old man. What kind of cultivation realm does this old man have? Yang Kai dare not imagine. Well, by the way, it's rare to see so many people here. Tell your people to stop beating. One less person will die, and soon they will be deserted again. The old man thought for a while, and suddenly ordered again. Lu Gixin and Yu Shi stared at him in a daze, and nodded quickly, obey senior's orders. After seeing the super strength of this old guy, they never dared to make trouble again. Because they all know that if this old man has the heart, he can easily kill all the people here. His strength is simply not everyone can resist. Hey, if you die, you can't waste it, let you all come in. The old man seemed to be muttering to himself. Throwing his hand, a pitch-black banner suddenly appeared. Many ethereal human and beast shadows are surging in it, and the human and beast shadows are clearly spiritual bodies, each of which is powerful and unparalleled, making people palpitate. They were all bound in the banner, as if they had lost their consciousness and turned into bloodthirsty and cruel wraiths. The big flag fluttered in the wind, and the sound of ghosts and wolf howls permeated the heavens and the earth. A trail of translucent spiritual bodies emerged from the bodies of those dead warriors, and they seemed to be summoned by something, and they all rushed towards the banner. In a short time, the dark banner accepted the spirit bodies of 30 or 40 warriors. As if a pebble had been thrown into the calm lake, ripples appeared on the surface of the pitch-black flag, and the resentful souls that had been bound in it surged like crazy, scrambling to nibble away those new souls that came in. Spirit body. The sound of chewing is incessant, and it can directly convey to the human heart. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of spiritual bodies belonging to Zigen and Sword Alliance warriors were nibbled away, as if they never existed. The gloomy fluctuations of the pitch-black flag became thicker again. If you guys dare to provoke right and wrong again, I'll take you all in. The old man looked around with a gloomy smile and put away the dark banner. Everyone was pale, and no one dared to answer. After seeing the scene just now, how could they dare to act rashly? After death, even the soul will be eaten away, which is more terrible than death. So everyone was honest, and they all restrained their own strength. You can find a place to live by yourself. First familiarize yourself with the environment. I want to tell you that there is no danger here, and there are plenty of materials, full of spiritual energy, very suitable for cultivation. Don't get close to that mountain within a radius of 50 miles, that is where the old man lives. Anyone who dares to approach will be at his own risk. The old man pointed to a mountain not far away, and rambled about it, as if he hadn't spoken for many years, and then floated away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Trace. For a long time after he left, no one dared to make any move, and they all stayed where they were. There was a violent heartbeat in everyone's chest, and people were constantly swallowing saliva. Lu Gixin and Yu Shi looked at each other from a long distance, speechless for a moment. Immediately, they took out the elixir into the mouth, took out the holy crystal, and began to restore their own strength. An hour later, the two stood up one after the other. It wasn't until they made a move that the surviving warriors from Zigen and Zhenwu dared to breathe out and moved closer to the two of them. Yang Kai, Yang Kai. A call came from not far away. Yang Kai raised his head, and saw He Miao's face turning pale and waving at him. Yang Kai stood up and walked towards them. A few dozen feet away, Baya gritted her silver teeth and looked towards this side angrily, but did not dare to make any movement to stop her. The old man had said that whoever dared to cause trouble again would put his spiritual body into the pitch-black banner, and Baya didn't dare to touch the old guy's bad head. Thank you. Yang Kai walked over to the two sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, and sincerely thanked them. If they hadn't restrained Baya just now, he wouldn't have a chance to escape, and he wouldn't wait for the old man to show his power. No, He Zhao shook his head, we owe you. Who is that old guy? He scared me to death just now. He Miao patted her chest with a look of fear on her face. Master should be aware of it. He Zhao looked at the beautiful woman Yuexi thoughtfully. Anyway, if he speaks, Zizen's people will not dare to mess around again. This place is safe for the time being. Yang Kai, has your power been imprisoned? That Lu Gishan moved his hands and feet. Yang Kai nodded. Come with me, I'll take you to see the master and ask her to help you lift the restraint in your body. There are two of you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. You're welcome. He Miao smiled and finally regained some energy. If you hadn't given me and my sister some recovery items, we wouldn't have been able to insist that the master come to rescue us. After all, we still owe you a life. Small things. Yang Kai nodded lightly, neither enthusiastic nor indifferent, just like his attitude towards people who meet by chance. He followed He Zhao and He Miao towards the place where the people of the Sword Alliance gathered, and after a while, he came to the beautiful woman Yuxi. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1000 Why is he so angry? Yuxi of Zhenwu is a beautiful middle-aged woman with a plump figure, graceful waist and slender legs. The white dress is just right on her body, and the high bulging breasts bear the unique beauty of Zhenwu. The sword-shaped mark, the delicate body exudes a mature and dignified temperament. Sister He Zhao and He Miao led Yang Kai to her and shouted respectfully. Yu Zai's face was still a little pale, and her white robes were mostly red. Hearing the words, she nodded lightly, glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai who was following behind them, and asked with a little vigilance, "You are leading a what are the people from Zixing doing here?" She had never seen Yang Kai before, so she took it for granted that Yang Kai was a warrior from Zixing. Master, he is not from Zixing. He Miao walked up to hold Yu Zai's arm, pointed at Yang Kai and introduced with a smile. He is the one who gave me and my sister those crystal stones and medicinal pills in the chaotic abyss. His name is Yang Kai. It's him. Yu Shi raised her eyebrows, seeming a little surprised. When she found He Zhao and He Miao in the chaotic abyss, she also heard the two sisters talk about their encounters during that time, and knew that if Yang Kai had not provided them with some recovery items, the two sisters would have been exhausted. However, she still has some doubts about Yang Kai's origin. How could a little martial artist who entered the holy first layer go to the chaotic abyss for no reason? Does he have this ability? With this thought in her heart, Yu Zai's expression remained unmoved. She lightly opened her lips and said, "Young man, thank you for taking care of my two disciples before." Senior is polite. Yang Kai nodded lightly, it's just a gesture of effort. Well, you gave He Zhao He Miao some help before, so let me give you 1,000 pieces of Saint Crystal as a thank you gift. Yu Shi said this, stretched out her hand and gestured to the side, and immediately there was a martial artist came over and looked at Yang Kai up and down, buzzing, "My friend, where is your space ring?" Yang Kai was stunned and shook his head, "I don't have such a thing." The warrior looked at Yu Shi with some embarrassment and Yang Kai had no space ring, even if he wanted to hand over 1,000 pieces of Saint Crystal, he couldn't do it. Yu Shi frowned and ordered, "Give him your space, it's not too precious anyway." Yes. The warrior nodded vaguely and reluctantly. The light of the ring on his hand continued to flicker. He took what belonged to him from the space ring and handed it over to his companions for safekeeping. After a while, he took off the space ring. "Hand it to Yang Kai Dao. There are still 1,000 pieces of Saint Crystal left here, you can count them." "I didn't come here for a reward." Yang Kai looked strange. He suddenly felt that Yuxi seemed a little impatient to let him go, for fear that he would continue to stay here. He didn't know why. "Then what do you want?" Yuxi frowned, looking a little unhappy. The warrior who reached out and handed over the space ring also grinned and said, "My friend, 1,000 pieces of holy crystal is already quite a lot. I also gave a storage secret treasure, should I be satisfied?" I said, "I don't want compensation." Yang Kai also frowned. He suddenly realized that the other party seemed to think that he wanted to repay his favor. This made him very uncomfortable. "Master, it's like this. He Zhao came up and said, he was banned by that Lu Gishan, and he couldn't use his strength, so he wanted to ask you to help lift the ban. The power can't be used." Yu Shi looked at Yang Kai in amazement, and swept her spiritual sense over to confirm it before saying, "Let me see." While talking, he reached out and pointed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't move. Although the other party misunderstood him and made him a little unhappy, it was still the most important thing to lift his ban at this time. So he cooperated obediently. Yu Zai's finger touched Yang Kai's forehead, and a stream of energy poured into Yang Kai's body from that finger. I don't know why, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wonderful feeling that the place where the energy surged became extremely comfortable, and the whole person's spirit couldn't help but relax. The next moment, Yang Kai's face changed, as if he was bitten by lightning, his body trembled a few steps back, avoiding Yu Zai's fingers, and looked at her gloomily. This woman, just now, she was quietly holding a spiritual thought in her own power and stabbed into her own sea of AA consciousness. If it weren't for the quick response and the closure of the sea of AAAA knowledge, Yongkai estimated that the secrets of the sea of AAAA knowledge had been exposed under her nose. In Yongkai's sea of AA consciousness, there are 6 colored soul-warming lotuses, the fire of divine consciousness, and the world-destroying demon eye that has been integrated with him. No matter what it is, he can hide it perfectly in normal times, but once someone spy on him the sea of AAAA knowledge, he can't hide it. No matter what the purpose of Yu Zai's actions, it has already violated Yongkai's bottom line. So he immediately avoided it. There was a hint of surprise on Yu Zai's pretty face, as if she didn't expect Yongkai's senses to be so keen that she could actually detect her moving hands and feet. What's wrong with you, Yongkai? He Miao was shocked when she saw Yongkai's expression was wrong, and asked quickly. It's nothing, senior's cultivation is too high, I can't bear the power that penetrates into my body. Yongkai explained casually, he didn't tell the truth, because it didn't benefit him at all. Yu Shi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's because my hands and feet are a little heavier, which surprised you. Master, has the restriction in his body been lifted? He Zhao asked with concern. Yu Shi shook her head and said bitterly, if it was before, I could still untie it, but just now I was fundamentally injured by the inexplicable old man. The restraint in his body, I can't do anything for the time being. He Zhao and He Miao immediately showed a look of disappointment, and then looked at Yongkai. Both sisters looked apologetic. It's nothing, it's fine if it can't be solved. Yongkai was not disappointed at all. He reached out and took the space ring from the martial artist beside Yu Shi, clasped his fists and said, in any case, thank the seniors for their kindness and generous gifts. When you're done, turn around and leave. Yongkai, don't worry, I will be able to help you after the master recovers in a few days. He Miao shouted innocently, but received no response, and couldn't help pouting. Why does he seem a little angry? This kid is very suspicious. The warrior beside Yu Shi stared at Yongkai's back. According to what the 2 junior sisters said, he should be wandering in the chaotic abyss. Why would he be with Zixing's people? He can appear here, it was clearly in Zixing's battleship before. And he is a small first-level holy warrior. Why did Lu Guishan spend so much effort to imprison his power? What do you mean? He Zhao looked at the man. The martial artist smiled. I think the 2 masters must have been deceived by him, right? Maybe he was originally from Zixing, pretending to meet you in the chaotic abyss by accident, and then from you looking for news. I remember you said that you met him twice before and after, didn't you? So what? He Zhaodai's eyebrows condensed into a line. Nothing, junior sister, don't be angry, I just want to remind you that you have been cultivating with the master, and you haven't come out much. The outside world is in chaos. The man explained with a smile, as if he was really just saying it casually. Sister, he's not really from Zixing, is he? He Miao was a little suspicious after hearing what his senior brother said. It doesn't look like it. He Zhao slowly shook his head and met with Yongkai twice. He didn't inquire about any important information with his sisters, and when they met for the second time, he gave some for free. Spar and elixir. If he is really from Zixing, there is no need to do this at all. He only needs to disclose the news to Lu Guishan, and his sisters can't wait for the master to arrive. So she didn't believe that senior brother's speculation. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Yu Shi said. Master. He Zhao looked at Yu Shi with a strange expression, as if he was hesitant to speak. What do you want to say? No, it's nothing, master, rest first. He Zhao swallowed the words that came to his mouth. She originally wanted to ask her master if it was really impossible to lift the restraint in Yongkai's body, but she couldn't say it. Looking at Yongkai's lonely figure, He Zhao felt a little uncomfortable. Strictly speaking, Yongkai saved her and her sister's life. That is not a space ring at all, 1,000 pieces of Saint Crystal can offset it. With a faint sigh, He Zhao gave his sister a wink, and the 2 walked out quietly. After the 2 sisters left, Yu Shi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground recovering, suddenly opened her eyes, and rushed to the previous warrior, instructing, Wei Wu, pay attention to the young man's movements, and don't let He Zhao and He Miao have too much contact with him. I think there is something wrong with him. Wei Wu's eyes lit up, and he quickly clasped his fists in agreement. Yu Zai's beautiful eyes were deep, and she whispered softly, why are you so weird? At the moment when a ray of divine consciousness pierced into Yongkai's sea of AA consciousness, she suddenly felt a sense of panic, and because Yongkai closed the sea of AA consciousness in time, the feeling was also fleeting, and Yu Shi did not notice it. Carefulness. She didn't know what kind of secrets that consciousness sea was hiding. But after doing this, his origins are even more thought-provoking. Yushi has to act cautiously, lest her two apprentices be really deceived. She knows the characters of the apprentices best, being kind, not causing trouble, and repaying them with gratitude. The young man saved their lives, and they will definitely want to repay their kindness. If this matter is not handled properly, it will definitely be a trouble. Yang Kai stayed away from the sword union and found a place to sit by himself. He felt that it would be better for him not to approach that Yushi. This beautiful woman was obviously suspicious of her own sea of AA consciousness, and her attitude towards him was not very good. The people of Zixing don't dare to provoke right and wrong now. Yang Kai estimates that he is safe in a short time. As soon as his body and mind relaxed, he finally felt the rich spiritual energy of this continent. At this moment, he could not use the power in his body, nor could he run the profound arts, but the spiritual energy of the earth still poured into his body autonomously that day, and penetrated into him. His skin melted into his flesh and blood, making him feel full. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1001 Brother, it's nice to see you. An inexplicable and strange suspended continent, with beautiful mountains and rivers, beautiful scenery, and compelling aura. The sky above the entire continent was covered with a thick mist, which was condensed from the spiritual energy to a certain extent. The clear spring flowing from the mountain not far away is also sweet and clear, and has great nourishing functions. It seems that the clear spring is not ordinary water, but a spiritual fluid. The two forces of Zixing and Zhanmeng have a total of more than 100 warriors, and they are in trouble. After a battle, the warriors on both sides searched for their own positions and meditated to recover. Soon, they were surprised to find that on this floating continent, their recovery speed was several times faster than usual, because the spiritual energy here was too abundant, and they were all excited and inexplicable, thinking that there would be blessings if they survived. Diligently absorbing the aura of the heaven and earth beside him. Only the colorful and eerie sky made people feel uneasy. That day, the sky was full of colorful mists, and the sun, moon and stars could not be seen. It was completely different from the places where these warriors lived before. This kind of scenery made them a little at a loss. A day later, most of the warriors recovered almost completely. They also carried a lot of elixir, supplemented by the strong spiritual energy of this place, and the minor injuries were basically healed. Lu Gishan of Zixing suddenly came to the side of the Zhanmeng. Under the hatred and vigilant eyes of a group of warriors in the Zhanmeng, he walked towards Yuexi lightly. Aware of the footsteps, Yushi slowly opened her eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Gishan gestured to the mountain not far away, and said, "Aren't you curious about the identity of that senior?" "What about curiosity?" Yushi looked indifferent and didn't show much interest. But how could she not be curious? She has been thinking hard all day, thinking about the identity of the old man, but she can't figure out any clues. She believes that Lu Gishan is also thinking about the same problem. The best explanation is that he is coming to find himself now. The pitch-black banner used by that senior shouldn't be a nameless thing. It's just that I've been thinking about it for nearly 1,000 years and no one has used a secret treasure similar to that banner. What's your opinion? I don't, and I don't know what that banner is. Yushi shook her head. Sure enough, how about you and I join forces to find out? Joining forces with you? Yushi pouted in disdain, isn't that scheming with a tiger? You can't say that. Lu Gishan didn't care. Now your sword union and my Zixing people are all in trouble here, and there is a senior with great strength here. Logically, we should also go there. Visit. You think he will meet us? I don't know, but it's a matter of human behavior. At the very least, we need to inquire about his character. This is not harmful to the people of your sword league. Lu Gishan advised. Yuexi frowned and pondered. She knew that Lu Gishan was right, but subconsciously she still refused to join forces with this enemy. The current situation forced her to refuse Lu Gishan's proposal. After a while, she nodded lightly. Okay, I will go with you to visit that senior. Don't worry, I won't use any tricks this time. You have seen the strength of that senior, so I won't mess around. Lu Gishan couldn't help but smile bitterly. A master of that level is almost equal to a star master. Lu Gishan pays himself, even if 10 of them add up, they can't be someone else's opponent. Yushi gave a few words to the people of the Sword Alliance, and then got up and walked towards the mountain where the old man lived with Lu Gishan. After the two of them walked away, Sisters He Zhao and He Miao looked at each other and leaned towards Yang Kai without a trace. What happened yesterday made them feel very sorry, so they always wanted to express their apologies to Yang Kai, comfort him to wait a few more days, and when Yu Shi recovered, he would help him lift the restraint in his body. However, He Zhao was keenly aware that his master did not trust Yang Kai very much, so he did not communicate with Yang Kai in front of her, lest the master's misunderstanding of Yang Kai would deepen. Only now has she found the right opportunity. When they had just set out, the warrior named Wei Wu suddenly stopped in front of them and asked with a smile, "What are the two junior sisters doing?" He Zhao frowned. "Just walk around." Wei Wu smiled and volunteered, "Senior brother to accompany you." "No." He Zhao looked unhappy and refused decisively. Wei Wu shook his head and said, "Junior sister, the master just said, let's not act without authorization, because no one knows what danger is hidden here. The two of you are the jewels of the master's palm, who will take the responsibility if there is an accident. Just let senior brother escort him. If anything happens, senior brother can also delay for a while for you." He had an awe-inspiring look that was willing to throw his head and shed blood for He Zhao and He Miao, with his head held high and his chest up, pretending to be mature and reliable. "Didn't that senior say yesterday that there is no danger here?" He Miao blinked her big eyes. "Who knows if what that senior said is true or not? He is very powerful, and this place is probably not dangerous to him, but we are different. It is because I don't know the secrets here that the master will go with that Lu Gishan to inquire about the news of. Senior brother, tell me the truth, does the master have some doubts about Yang Kai's origin and identity?" He Zhaomei looked at Wei Wu with bright eyes. "Why did junior sister say that?" Wei Wu looked surprised. "That's the feeling. Master gave me the feeling that he didn't want us to have too much contact with Yang Kai, and when we brought Yang Kai over yesterday, Master seemed to have done something to him." He Zhao said bluntly. As he spoke, he recalled how frightened and angry Yang Kai looked at the time. If it wasn't for the master doing something secretly, he certainly wouldn't be angry. Wei Wu he smiled. "Junior sister is too careless. What a character the master is, how can he care about such a small role? Besides, everything the master does is also for the good of his disciples, so I won't say much gossip, the two of you. If junior sister wants to go, let senior brother accompany you, and I also want to visit nearby, eh?" "No, we don't want to go." He Zhao shook his head, and took He Miao back to the original position and sat down cross-legged. Wei Wu pinched his nose, feeling extremely helpless. He could only meditate to recover and pass the time. The movement here has not been concealed from Yang Kai's prying eyes. Although it is temporarily safe here, he is alone now, and it is always right to be careful. Especially Zizing's cheap maid Bai Ya has been eyeing him all the time. If it wasn't for the deterrence of the mysterious old man, she would have attacked her long ago. So he has been paying attention to the movements of the two warriors. He saw Lu Gishan and Yu Shi leaving together, and he also saw the two sisters He Zhao and He Miao who wanted to come to him but were stopped by the male warrior. Although he didn't quite know the details, he also vaguely guessed some situations. Suddenly there was a strange sound not far away. Yang Kai turned his head to look, his expression was startled, and then he stood up with a strange expression and approached there. After a while, he came to a bush and said in a low voice, "Shen Tu." Shen Tu's head poked out from the side of the bush, quietly waved at Yang Kai, and then quickly retracted. Yang Kai laughed dumbly, walked over to him, frowned and said, "What are you doing?" "Hide from those people," Shen Tu replied in a low voice, grinning. "Brother, it's great to see you. I thought we were both dead this time, but I didn't expect that we both survived. Your fortune is great." After speaking, he gasped heavily, his face pale. Only then did Yang Kai notice that this guy suffered much more serious injuries than himself in yesterday's disaster. There was a pool of red blood on his abdomen, and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that something had penetrated his body, and then he was hit by him. He pulled it out abruptly, and there were traces of blood and flesh on his square face, making him look extremely ferocious. "You are a bit miserable." Yang Kai squatted down. Shen Tu's face turned bitter, and he shouted, "Damn, I didn't think there was anything at all. When you said that, I suddenly felt a little miserable. Why are you unscathed?" "Good luck. How did you do this?" Yang Kai shrugged. "How do I know? When the battleship was destroyed, I was in a coma. When I woke up, I found that I had come here. Fortunately, the fragments of the battleship did not pierce my vitals. Otherwise, brother, you can only collect the body for me." "I'm done," Shen Tu chattered, grinning for a while, sweating from the pain. "Aren't you taking pills?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Looking at Shen Tu's appearance, he didn't seem to get a proper recovery. My things have long been snatched away by the beasts of Zixing, how can there be any medicine? Even the secret treasure is gone, if I have the secret treasure, it will not be like this. Shen Tu was indignant. Brother, do you have an elixir? Yang Kai nodded, pretending to take something from the space ring in his hand, but in fact he took a holy pill for healing from the demon mystic tome. Hey, a holy pill with a pill pattern. Shen Tu's eyes lit up, and he took the holy pill with a low drink. It seemed that such a pill was also a good thing for him, and he took it without hesitation. The holy pill took it and panted, "Give me some time and I should be able to recover." Quote, "You meditate, I will help you watch." Yang Kai offered to propose. Now that he and Shen Tu were on the same front, it was understandable to help him a little. "Would you like to stay away?" Shen Tu looked at the distance with some worry, in case someone from Zixing or Zhanmeng finds out. "Don't worry, they don't dare to mess around now." "What do you mean?" Shen Tu was puzzled. He seems to know nothing about the old man who appeared yesterday. It is estimated that when the old man appeared, he was still in a coma. Yang Kai was about to briefly talk about the old man. Shen Tu listened to his ears, his face changed, and he said in a low voice, "So, doesn't that old guy have at least the cultivation of Void Return Realm?" No, right, possibly higher." He muttered to himself, and his face became particularly wonderful. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1002 Stargate Order. Void Return Realm. Yang Kai was stunned. Above the Holy King Realm is the Void Return Realm, and above the Void Return Realm is the Void King Mirror. I told you that any star of cultivation has a Star Master, and every Star Master is the power of the Void King Mirror. What is the highest level of strength of the mainland martial artist you came from? 3-layer Saints. It's really a low-level continent, and I don't know which corner of the star field. Shen Tu pouted, disdainful, but there are indeed many such continents in the star field, and they even have the ability to explore the star field. No, all generations can only be trapped in their own continent, unable to see the splendor of the star field. Quote, this remark made Yang Kai very resonant, recalling the martial artist on Tongshuan continent. It is indeed like this. As you said, then I'm still hiding. No one dares to do anything to me now. After Shen Tu knew the situation, he immediately let go of his heart, and his tense spirit suddenly relaxed, sitting on the spot carelessly, cross-legged, and began to dissolve the medicinal effect of that holy pill. While healing, he was chatting with Yang Kai to check on the situation during the day. He seemed to be very interested in the old man, and he was constantly asking about the other party's situation. That old guy, cough, why did the old senior pick up so many pieces of battleships? Shen Tu frowned in thought, but couldn't think of a reason. You have to ask him. Hey Yang Kai, you said, if we can get the protection of the old senior, wouldn't we be able to no longer fear the people of Zixing and Zhanmeng? Then the master, is there anything you can impress him? It's up to people. Shen Tu smiled mysteriously. Wait, when I recover, I'll see if I can help you unlock the restrictions in your body. It's too inconvenient for you to do this now. Yang Kai nodded lightly, although he didn't hold out much hope. This was also Shen Tu's kindness. The two were silent at the moment. Shen Tu began to concentrate on recovery, and Yang Kai could only sit on the side to help him guard. About 2 hours later, Lu Gishan and Yu Shi returned to their two with a helpless expression. It seemed that things were not going well, and they each returned to their own camp. Master, what did the senior say? Wei Wu stepped forward and asked respectfully. Yu Shi shook her head bitterly. We didn't even see his face. What? Lu Gishan and I sent a message to his spiritual sense 50 kilometers away from the mountain, asking to see him, but he has not responded, and I don't know if he is not there. Yu Shi sighed. Dealing with such a mysterious expert is really a laborious thing. I don't know his identity, his origin, and even less his cultivation level. No matter Yu Shi or Lu Gishan, I met him this time. Always be careful when walking on thin ice. But the result was still disappointing. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that the old man looked brutal and cruel, and his strength was extremely evil, but he did not kill at will, otherwise on such a continent, they would not even have a place to hide. We're going to visit again tomorrow, and that's it for now. When Yu Shi shook her head and was about to rest, He Miao suddenly shouted, Master. What? Yu Shi turned to look at her. He Miao pointed to the sky in the distance, and a look of horror appeared on her pretty face. That senior seems to be here. Yu Zai's tender body was shocked, and she quickly looked in the direction she was pointing, and she found that the mysterious old man was rushing towards this side, and her expression immediately became tense. Treat. Lu Gixin of Zixing obviously also found out, and he came to Yuexi's side in a flash, standing side by side with her. The two have formed an unreliable alliance invisibly. After all, when facing the old man, they were under too much pressure. In the blink of an eye, the old man fell in front of Yuxi and Lu Gixin. Senior. Lu Gixin immediately clasped his fists and squeezed a smile on his face. The two of us just went to see each other, but it seems that the senior is not in that mountain. Where is the old man? Do I need to tell you? The old man gave Lu Gixin a sideways glance. Don't dare. Lu Gixin's expression changed, and he was silent. Well, I came here to ask you to order something. Although this continent is rich in spiritual energy and rich in materials, there is only one thing that makes people annoyed. There are no rare minerals. The old man said to himself. Lu Gixin's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, I don't know what kind of minerals senior needs. If it's convenient, let's talk about it, we may have it. Yuxi also looked at the old man eagerly, and agreed, Senior, you don't need to be polite to us. Of course I won't be polite to you. The old man snorted and said casually, Empty spirit crystal, do you have any? Lu Gixin and Yuxi, who were still full of expectations and wanted to take this opportunity to have a good relationship with the old man, couldn't help but look bitter when they heard him talk about the ethereal crystal. Lu Gixin said embarrassedly, Senior, if you want other minerals, we may still have them, but things like ethereal crystals are so rare that we don't carry them with us. If seniors need them, you may as well contact me. Go back to the main continent of Zixing, where ethereal crystals are abundant. I also have the stars of the Sword Alliance. Yuxi also spoke quickly. You want to win me over? The old man squinted at them with a weird smile on his face. Senior has been thinking too much. Junior just wants to invite Senior to visit the main continent of Purple Star for a few days, if it is convenient for Senior. Lu Gixin hurriedly explained. It's nothing to be a guest, the old man also really wants to go out for a walk. The old man looked very talkative, and there was a hint of yearning on his face, but the next moment his face suddenly became cold. If the old man can leave this place, what the hell are you asking for ethereal crystals for? It's stupid. Lu Gixin and Yuxi were stunned, not knowing that he was suddenly angry, looked embarrassed, and did not dare to answer casually. What is an empty spirit crystal? Not far away, Yang Kai asked Shintu when he heard the old man's shout. A very precious crystal ore, the output in the entire star field is very small, and it is extremely expensive. Shen Tu explained casually, the space ring in your hand is made from ethereal crystal is the main material, Is the space ring made from the ethereal crystal? Yang Kai was stunned, and then he understood why he always felt that the material of the ring was very different from the magic mystery tome. It turned out to be two different materials. Strange, what does this old senior want the ethereal crystal to do? Shen Tu frowned, and listening to what he said just now, it seems that he has been trapped here for many years. On the other side, the old man yelled and scolded for a while, and scolded both Lu Gixin and Yuxi to the point of being bloody and unwilling to give up. Forget it, there is no space spirit crystal, give me all your space rings. The old man ordered casually. As soon as this statement came out, both the warriors of Zixing and the warriors of Zhanmeng changed their expressions. Don't worry, I won't want the garbage in your rings, I only need the space ring. The old man added. Lu Gixin and Yuxi looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Leave it to me, or they will all die. The old man shouted impatiently, although this old man doesn't want to kill you, I don't want anyone to disobey me. Sensing that his attitude was not good, Lu Gixin waved to the Zixing warriors with a wry smile, and asked them to come over and hand over their space ring. Seeing that Lu Gixin had compromised, Yuxi could only compromise. The space rings were collected by Lu Gixin and Yuxi and handed over to the old man. In a short time, the old man collected hundreds of space rings. Immediately, he waved his hand, and all the things stored in the hundreds of space rings were scattered. In front of him, a hill appeared immediately. In that hill, there are countless holy crystals, bottles of elixir, some precious herbal elixir, rare ores, martial scriptures. All sorts of things, dazzling, let people see dizzying. Such a large amount of wealth makes everyone's eyes become hot. The old man just glanced at the things, without any intention of being tempted, and said lightly, you take the things back yourself, and be honest with me. If you dare to snatch things that don't belong to you, the old man will let him keep his duty. Follow senior's orders, Lu Gixin said quickly. Well, is there still room to quit? The old man looked left and right for a while, His stern gaze suddenly fixed on Yu Zai's hand, and sneered, "You woman, do you want to die?" Yu Shi covered the space ring in her hand and said with a stern expression, "Senior, can you leave one for me to hold things?" "Here, you don't need the space ring," the old man said, and directly reached out and grabbed Yuxi. Under the grasp of the old man, Yuxi, who was powerful enough to be a saint, couldn't even raise the idea of AA resistance. The ring on his hand was snatched away. Her expression was bitter. With a wave of his hand, the old man scattered the contents of the ring, glanced at it, and was immediately attracted by one of the tokens. He stretched out his hand and took a breath, grabbed the token, watched for a while, and couldn't help but say, "Stargate Order." "No wonder you don't want to hand over the ring, so you got the Stargate Order." "Stargate Order," Lu Gishan shouted involuntarily, his gloating eyes suddenly became hot, and he stared greedily at the token in the old man's hand with a heart-wrenching expression on his face. The eyes of many warriors also changed their tastes, and the beams of eyes all gathered towards the Stargate Order fervently. "Senior, this token," Yu Shi pursed her dry red lips, her tone low and begging. The old man didn't say a word, and put the Stargate token into his arms. It seemed that this token was quite valuable to him. Yu Zai's voice stopped abruptly. She knew that the token was in the hands of the other party, and I was afraid that she would never be able to get it back no matter what, and her mood suddenly became extremely lost, as if she had lost something precious. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1003 I Don't Know How to Praise. On the hanging continent, the old man left in a dashing manner, leaving Zixing and Zhanmeng a group of people stuck in place, at a loss. Especially the people of the Sword Alliance, all of them are like dead parents, their expressions are extremely sad and angry. Yu Shi, this beautiful woman's pretty face is distorted, her beautiful eyes staring at the direction of the old man's departure, dare not speak out. Lu Gishan glanced at her, and said with a laugh, "That's it." Everyone scrambled to grab it, but it turned out to be a wedding dress for others, and I was busy for a while. "How dare you say it?" Yu Shi turned her head sharply, glared at him, and clenched her silver teeth. "If it wasn't for your Zixing people chasing my two disciples, they would have already returned to Zhenxing with the Stargate Order. They won't break into the chaotic abyss, and we won't come here in trouble and act according to other people's faces. This is all caused by you." Lu Gishan's face turned cold. "Isn't that wrong? The place where your two disciples found the Stargate Order is on a continent of my purple star. Strictly speaking, it is my purple star's thing, I haven't yet. It's the crime of stealing from you, but you're going to slap it. Lu Gishan, remember it for me, if I can get out of here one day, it will definitely make you doomed." Yu Shi shouted bitterly, blaming Zixing for the robbery of the Stargate Order. "You can get out and talk about it." Lu Gishan sneered, not caring about her threat, and the warriors who rushed to Zixing waved, "Come here, count the things in here, and see how many belong to us. Don't let people steal things." Dozens of Purple Star warriors immediately flocked to the materials piled up like a hill. Yu Zai's delicate body trembled slightly, and the people from the Sword Alliance began to count. More than 100 people suddenly clustered together and began to look for something that belonged to them. "Stargate Order, it's actually a Stargate Order, my god, it's actually a Stargate Order." Shen Tu kept shouting, his expression was frantic, and he seemed to be a little overwhelmed with excitement. Since the old man took the Stargate Order, Shen Tu has been excited, and has not calmed down until now. Yang Kai sat next to him without saying a word, and when he stopped chattering, he asked, "What is that thing? Why does it seem like everyone wants it?" "Of course I want it," Shen Tu said in a low voice, "that's the Stargate Order. The Stargate Order is issued, and the Star Territory surrenders. That's a big killer, if I can get that thing." He muttered to himself, his eyes twinkling, like a hungry wolf foraging in the snow, imagining all the good things after he got the Stargate Order. "I understand, no wonder those people like Zixing are chasing after the Sword Alliance even if they break into the chaotic abyss. It turned out to be for the Stargate Order. Ha, this is true. A Stargate Order is indeed enough to attract them to take risks." Shen Tu thoughtfully, it's a pity that in the end, that old freak got away with it. Hey, the thing is in his hands, I'm afraid it's impossible to get it back." He sighed with a sigh, as if the Stargate Order belonged to him. Yang Kai was about to inquire with him about the information about the Stargate Order, but suddenly found that the beautiful woman named Yu Shi walked over quickly, and she couldn't help frowning, secretly alert. Yang Kai is not very worried about this woman. As if she was angry because of the treatment she suffered just now, Yu Zai's face was not good looking at the moment. She came straight to Yang Kai, pursed her red lips, and hesitated. Is something wrong? Yang Kai frowned. Can you give me back your space ring? You also saw what happened just now. That old senior took all our space rings. We don't have a secret treasure to store things, which is very inconvenient. Yu Shi was a little embarrassed. Her attitude towards Yang Kai yesterday was not very good, and now she has to take back what she originally sent, and her expression is a little unnatural. She wouldn't do it unless she had to. After speaking, he quietly stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. If I remember correctly, this ring was given to me yesterday by you, and it is already my thing. Yang Kai looked strange. Yes, Yu Shi nodded, but we need this ring now, so I want to take it back. Don't worry, as long as you leave here, I will give you more rewards, which will definitely satisfy you. How? I can't refuse, right? Yang Kai smiled indifferently. You can refuse. Yu Shi looked indifferent, and it's only here that I won't do anything if you refuse. That means, when you leave in the future, what will you do to me? Yang Kai savored what she meant. Yu Shi didn't admit or deny it, she just said, I can now help you unblock the restriction in your body and let you recover your own strength, so that you can move more easily. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. After what happened yesterday, it was impossible for him to let Yu Shi exert power on him. Saying this, with a move of his spiritual mind, he poured out the 1,000 pieces of holy crystals in the ring, took off the ring in his hand and threw it at Yuxi. I just want to tell you that I gave He Zhao and He Miao the restoration products before, it's not for your reward, but I'll keep the 1,000 pieces of Saint Crystal, we'll clear it, and no one owes anyone. Yu Shi took the ring on her hand, her expression became weird, she seemed a little unhappy, she lightly opened her lips and said, without me helping you, no one here will be able to lift the ban issued by Lu Gishan. Don't bother. Yu Zai's pretty face changed slightly, and she snorted coldly, I don't know how to lift up. She didn't expect her kindness to be rejected by Yang Kai. When she thought about it, this young man should be grateful to Dade. After all, this is an unknown continent, and no one wants to be unable to use his power. This made her a little annoyed and angry, feeling that she had a hot face on her cold butt. In the past, with her status, how could she have a direct dialogue with a small character like Yang Kai? But now that she is in such a difficult situation, she has no choice but to lower her dignity. No longer willing to spend more time with Yang Kai, took the space ring and turned away. Brother, do you have a grudge against that woman? After Yuxi left, Shen Tu quietly asked, how did you provoke her? I didn't provoke her, but she was too suspicious. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't care. But she's right, without her help here, you wouldn't be able to lift Lu Gishan's restraint at all. Even if I recover, I won't be able to help you. Shen Tu said helplessly. I'll figure it out myself. Forget it, let's not talk about this, it's annoying, what should I do with the 1,000 spar? It's not good to just put it here. I have this, Yang Kai said, and suddenly there were some exquisite small bags in his hands. He threw two to Shen Tu, then picked up one and put Saint Crystal in the bag. The fist-sized pieces of crystal clear holy crystals were put into the bag, as if they were swallowed up, they disappeared, making Shen Tu stunned and couldn't help asking, what is this thing, how can it be stored? Function. The Chenkin bag, the storage secret treasure used in our continent. Yang Kai explained casually that these Chenkin bags were all the spoils of war he had collected before, or the proceeds of his adventures, came in handy. The mysterious old man was thinking of the ethereal crystal. Yang Kai didn't want to reveal the secrets of his demon mystic tome. If he was not careful, the demon mystic tome might be taken away by him. Right now, I can only use the Chenkin bag to cover people's eyes and ears. Shen Tu was amazed, while learning Yang Kai's movements, stuffed the holy crystal into the Chenkin bag, and smiled. Yes, your low-level continent can actually develop this kind of secret treasure, it seems that it is not without the advantage is that the space is a little smaller. He seemed to be very interested in the Chenkin bags. After filling the two Chenkin bags and stuffing them into his arms, he said, these crystal stones are mine, and I will give them back to you in the future. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. The warriors of Zixing and Zhanmeng are still counting and distributing the mountain-like materials. Shen Tu took out the holy crystal from the Chenkin bag and began to recover himself. Yang Kai sat cross-legged next to him, trying to mobilize the power in his body, but all the meridians were bound and blocked, and the power could not flow at all, which made him feel helpless. As a last resort, he could only immerse himself in his mind and escape into the sea of AA consciousness. He is going to devour those soul energy first. Dozens of large and small groups of divine soul energy are suspended in the sky above the sea of AAAA consciousness. These are all warrior divine souls who died near Yongkai in the disaster not long ago. Basically, it's all about entering the holy realm, and one is the soul energy of a strong person in the holy king realm. Yongkai waited and watched for a while, looking forward to gathering them together, and then began to mobilize the power of the world destruction demon eye. The dazzling golden light shines everywhere. It is the soul-killing golden light that can make anyone's soul fly away, and it is the magical power cultivated by the great demon god. There was a stinging sound, and the clumps of divine soul energy seemed to be thrown into the boiling water, and dark mist-like things emerged from it and were purified. These are the memories and life experiences of the deceased. Yongkai can't absorb these, and he doesn't dare to absorb it, otherwise he may make his thinking chaotic, and he doesn't even know who he is. In the blink of an eye, the energies of dozens of groups of divine souls were basically purified, and all that remained were the unique insights of those warriors on the way of heaven and martial arts. There is a mass of energy in it, which looks a little different. Under the golden light of the world destruction demon eye, it actually persisted for a while before it was purified. That is the soul energy of the master of the holy king realm. Yongkai couldn't help but be moved. Looking at the past carefully, the nutrients contained in this mass of energy seem to be much richer than others, which makes Yongkai extremely happy. Without wasting time, he immediately began to devour and refine, and absorbed these pure soul energy into the sea of AAAA knowledge, and melted it into his powerful capital. Time passed by little, and I don't know how long it took, and dozens of groups of energy were almost refined by Yongkai. He found some problems with it. These warriors have a much deeper and purer understanding of the Tao of heaven and martial arts than the warriors in Tongshuan continent. Their understanding of the use of power and laws is far from what the warriors in Tongshuan continent can match. This also means that the combat power of these warriors is stronger than the warriors of the same level in Tongshuan continent, because they have a deeper understanding of the use of power. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1004 The Adventure Belonging to USO. Having absorbed these divine soul energies, Yongkai's own understanding of the level of entering the holy realm has reached an incredible level, and his control of his own power is far more familiar than before. The benefits are far more than this, because every time someone devours other people's soul energy, it will increase Yongkai's spiritual strength more or less, and enhance his own spiritual power. This increase also made his divine soul several times more tyrannical than a warrior of the same level. The sea of AA flames formed by the gathering of divine consciousness seems to have become more intense and surging. Yongkai devoured the last few balls of divine soul energy. However, when he was devouring one of the balls of divine soul energy, his expression suddenly became strange, and he quickly stopped his movements and looked at it blankly. In front of his divine soul spirit body, there is a mass of divine soul energy that is not very powerful, even weaker than the others, only at the level of the extraordinary third layer. This is what the two she named USO left behind after his death. Yongkai was very clear, because at that time he saw Wusuo explode into a cloud of blood in front of him, and there were no bones left. At that time, in the entire battleship power room, only Wusuo was at the level of the transcendent realm, and all the others were into the Holy Land. The soul energy left behind by Wusuo's death seems to be a little different. It is indeed only the level of the transcendent 3-layer, which is weaker than others, but there are other things hidden in it, some different things. Yongkai condensed his spiritual thoughts and probed there. Suddenly, he seemed to have left his sea of AA consciousness and was in a vast starry sky, surrounded by stars. Those stars exuded a charming and dazzling light, some exuded vitality, and some were dead and dull. At this moment, his whole person seemed to become infinite, standing in the starry sky, overlooking the entire star field. No corner, no star can escape his eyes. Those starlight spots, driven by a wonderful force, are rotating with a very complicated law, making him unable to grasp the traces. Yongkai saw a place in the center of the entire star field at a glance. Some of the stars there seem to be particularly bright, some are red like fireballs burning, some are white like frost cover, some stars are condensed with energy from the upper wind, and turned into wind dragons that reach the sky, and some stars are like an ancient tree. Chaos Abyss. Yongkai was shocked. He immediately realized that the unique starry sky he saw was the chaotic abyss in which he had been lost before and could not find a way out. He was all too familiar with the dazzling and energetic stars. The first stop he entered in the star field was the chaotic abyss. He had already remembered the appearance of those stars in his mind and carved them into the depths of his soul, which was indistinguishable from what he saw before him. It shrunk countless times. There was a star map hidden in Wusuo's soul energy. And it is the star map of the entire Hengluo star field. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, not knowing why this happened. Just as his spiritual sense lingered in the star map and observed secretly, the seawater in the Sea of Aa, his consciousness seemed to have evaporated, the water level dropped rapidly, and the power of spiritual consciousness was passing at an unbelievable speed. A burst of tearing pain spread from the Sea of Aa knowledge to the whole body. Yang Kai was shocked, and quickly retracted his spiritual sense, only to discover the changes in his Sea of Aa knowledge. In this short period of time, the power of divine consciousness in the Sea of Aa knowledge actually consumed nearly half of it. That kind of tearing pain is a sign of excessive consumption of spiritual consciousness, and it seems to be related to the mystery of the star map that I had just spied on. Yang Kai took a deep breath, daring not to act recklessly, and quickly escaped his mind. Consciousness returned to the body, the cold wind blew, the whole body was cold, and his clothes were wet with sweat, the whole body was tense, and the body trembled lightly. Shen-Tu sat beside him, staring at him dumbfounded. Seeing his appearance as if he was facing a great enemy, he couldn't help but persuade him. Yang Kai, take your time, don't worry, after all, it is the ban issued by the Saint King Stage Powerhouse, you will not be able to untie it for a while. Quote. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was attacking the restriction left by Lu Gishan, so he was so embarrassed. I know, don't worry about me. Yang Kai responded casually, quietly took out a holy pill that replenished the power of divine consciousness from the demon mystic tome and stuffed it into his mouth. While adjusting his breath to restore the power of divine consciousness, he began to think. According to what Shen-Tu said before, Wusuo is the top 3 top map masters in the Purple Star Force, so he is qualified to sit in the Purple Star's battleship, responsible for guiding the direction of the battleship, repairing and changing the star map. Such a top-level map artist must have his own unique insights into the study of star fields. In addition to spending a small amount of time on cultivation, the rest of his life must be spent on studying star maps. But this simply cannot explain the reason why the star map still exists after the purification power of the soul-destroying golden light. The soul-killing golden light can erase all the memories and life experiences of the martial artist during his lifetime, and what remains is pure energy. This is also the reason why Yang Kai has always been able to obtain other people's understanding of the heavenly Tao and martial Tao, but not the secret tome of the exercises they cultivated. The knowledge of the star map can be regarded as the field that USO has devoted his life to cultivating, and logically speaking, it will be purified. But it was still preserved intact. This phenomenon is bizarre and has never happened before. Yang Kai thought about it, and suddenly thought of a possibility. This saved star map is not his own knowledge that Wusuo has studied and learned, but he has also had an adventure, and I don't know where this star map was integrated. It doesn't belong to USO, so it hasn't been purified, and it's higher than the World Destruction Demon Eye. Only this possibility can explain the present situation. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that his conjecture was correct. He suddenly opened his eyes again, looked at Shen-Tu, and said, "Ask you something." "What?" Shen-Tu looked at him. "How much do you know about that illustrator named USO? Why did you ask him all of a sudden?" Shen-Tu looked strange. "He seems to be dead. I haven't seen him here." "Why, you knew him before." "I don't know, just curious." Quote. Shen-Tu chuckled. "He's not a beautiful woman, I don't know much, but Wusuo is also a top painter, so I also know some things about him. Well, it is said that this person himself came from a small power, the family is in the middle, and there is no extraordinary talent in cultivation. I have a hasty life, and it is not until I am nearly 200 years old that I cultivate to the level of the transcendent realm, and it is only at the age of 200. Shen-Tu knew a lot, and he started chattering with one mouth. Yang Kai didn't interrupt him, listening to the innocuous information, his expression was indifferent. By the way, he is a bit of a legend when he became a map master. Before the supernatural realm, he was still a small role and no one knew about it, but after he was promoted to the supernatural realm, he suddenly burst into the field of star map. Amazing light, the star map drawn and engraved by him is very accurate and can avoid many potential dangers. After the transcendent realm, did he become a map master? Yang Kai's expression changed. Well, it's strange, isn't it? Some people have inquired about this, but they can't find much information, but basically everyone thinks that it should be a very powerful map teacher who secretly taught USO, he used to the cultivation bases not improving quickly. It must be because of the delay in learning the star map, otherwise he will not grow to the level of a top map artist in such a short period of time. The career of map master is too rare, and it takes too much to cultivate. With energy and time, every major force in the star field has its own map master training organization, but those cultivated map masters can come in handy, but very few. Zhenwu explained with a smile. You let a map artist draws a star map from one star to another nearby star, and each of them can do it. But once the distance is widened, those map artists are useless, and the star map they draw cannot provide safety at all. Precise route. I see, you can practice. Yang Kai found out the information he needed, and he didn't intend to nag him anymore, and quickly closed his eyes again. Hey, you haven't told me yet, what are you doing to find out about Wusuo? Could it be that you want to become a map master? Zhenwu said to himself, and laughed. I advise you to die. Well, without the immersion of dozens or hundreds of years in the research on the field of stars, you can't do it at all. The things that the map master needs to master are too complicated. Yang Kai ignored him. Zhenwu felt very boring, and immediately closed his mouth and silently operated the profound art. Yang Kai's divine soul spirit body appeared again in the sea of AAAA knowledge, and after communicating with Zhenwu, he had basically confirmed his previous conjecture. It is true that Wusuo suddenly became a map master because of the adventure, and that adventure is the star map hidden in his soul. With such a star map, anyone can become a map artist. The reason why he only burst into light after he was promoted to the transcendent realm is probably because the power of divine consciousness required to spy on the mysteries of this star map is too huge, and it is impossible to detect it without reaching the transcendent realm. This point, Yang Kai has a deep understanding. Just now, he only checked the time for a stick of incense, and the power of his spiritual sense was consumed by half. If it was a martial artist like Wusuo to check, at most half a cup of tea, he would be exhausted and die. He doesn't have too many ideas about the career of a map artist, but he is still very interested in the structure of the star field and the distribution of those stars. In the star territory, there are many potential dangers, and even those who are strong in the Holy King realm have to flee. The map master is a group of people who can detect and avoid these dangers in time or even in advance. If he can integrate such a star map into himself, Yang Kai feels that he will no longer have to be afraid of getting lost in the star field in the future. He has suffered a lot in the chaotic abyss, and he has always been brooding about it, so he decided to refine this star map. This adventure belongs to USO, and now it falls into his hands, he will naturally not let it go. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1005 Abundant Materials. On the Hanging Continent, the people of Zhenwu and Zigen are in their own formations, and they are in peace with each other. Since the mysterious old man came here to grab the space ring of more than 100 people, he has disappeared for more than 10 days, and no one knows. What does he want those spaces to do, let alone why he picks up those battleship fragments? Yang Kai and Zhenwu formed an alliance, and people who were far away from the two major forces were very content. After such a long period of recovery, Zhenwu finally recovered, and the injuries he suffered before were basically healed. It's just because Yang Kai has been meditating and hasn't woken up, so he doesn't dare to run around. People from the two major forces began to inquire about the situation in this unknown continent. After some investigation, they found that this place is indeed as the mysterious old man said before, and there is no danger. They didn't find any living beings here. It seems that before the arrival of the crowd, there was only the mysterious old man alive. While dreading the old man, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. Living alone in a place like this, with no one to communicate with, is a tedious thing indeed. Lu Gishan and Yushi also commanded their own star shuttle to go deep into the sky, trying to leave this unknown continent, return to the star field, and stay away from the old man with the means to reach the sky. But what made them feel desperate was that no matter how high or far they flew, they could never see the twinkling stars. The colorful sky was like a cage, trapping them all on this continent. As time passed, everyone's mood became impetuous. If it weren't for the old man's previous words to stop them, the two sides would probably start a war immediately. In the sea of AAAA knowledge, Yang Kai's flaming spiritual power wrapped around the soul left by Wusuo after his death, merging and swallowing it. He has been refining for more than 10 days in a row, and with the strength of his divine sense, he still cannot completely refine the star map until now. He underestimated the level of this star chart. But he saw hope. The energy of Wusuo's soul has disappeared, and only that group of starlight twinkling, beautiful and unusual star map is left. He constantly used the power of divine consciousness to invade it, leaving his soul imprint in the star map and engraving his own breath of life. The whole process is like refining a secret treasure. The star map began to become unstable and gradually expanded, getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed that it might explode at any time. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The spirit body came to the six-color treasure island, and continued to stimulate the power of the sea of AAAA knowledge to burn the star map. A slight sound suddenly came out from the star map, as if something had cracked a gap. The next moment, Yang Kai felt that his spiritual power was madly pouring into the solid star map. The sea of AA consciousness is surging like an ocean, and the seawater rapidly decreases. The colorful rays of light exploded in the sea of AAAA knowledge, and the stars that flickered in all directions shot Yang Kai's sea of AAAA knowledge turbulent and chaotic, making him instantly dizzy. The sky is full of stars like locusts crossing the border, densely packed and countless, constantly rushing out from the sea of AAAA knowledge, and the sky above the sea of AAAA knowledge begins to embellish the sky that was originally empty. Slowly, the sky of the sea of AAAA knowledge became colorful, as if there was an invisible little hand, which was arranging the scenery of the sea of AAAA knowledge for Yang Kai. Yang Kai was absent-minded. The spirit body stood on the six-color treasure island, staring blankly. His eyes became brighter and brighter. The scenery within the self-knowledge sea is undergoing tremendous changes at an extremely fast speed. After about a cup of tea, the turbulent sea of AA consciousness finally stabilized. At this moment, the scenery of consciousness sea is very different from before. The six-colored treasure island is still standing in the center of the ocean, and the world-destroying demon eye is also suspended in midair, and the sky, like when night falls, is covered with a layer of starry gauze, which is eye-catching. That was not conjured by Yang Kai with the power of divine consciousness, but it really existed. It is a sign that the star map and Yang Kai are integrated. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stood on the six-color treasure island, grinning. As soon as he was born, Yang Kai's eyes stared at a certain position in the starry sky, and several stars there suddenly came into view. The stars are slowly turning, and under the traction of a magical force, the same stars in the same position in reality are doing the same rotation. Yang Kai's spiritual sense wandered in the stars, witnessing all kinds of miracles in the star field, and the power of spiritual consciousness passed rapidly. Although spying on this star map requires a lot of spiritual power, Yang Kai is very satisfied. With such a star map in his sea of AA consciousness, he no longer has to worry about losing his direction in the future. He can accurately find the destination he wants to go, and he can even become an excellent map artist. Concentrating on his thoughts, Yang Kai began to investigate his position. In the star map, there was a white light spot that was constantly flashing. When Yang Kai probed his spiritual sense here, there was a strange wave from the white spot, letting him understand where the white spot was. It's where you are now. Yang Kai's expression became weird. Because he found that in the star map, the place shown by the white dot was still in the very center of the chaotic abyss of the place where the black hole devoured everyone. Whether this star map is accurate or not, Yang Kai is not sure, and he will have to wait to verify it later. So he restrained his mind and stopped wasting his spiritual power. Slowly opening his eyes, there was a muffled exclamation in his ears. Following the voice and looking not far away, Yang Kai was surprised to find that on the other side of Zixing, Lu Shan and Bai Ya were holding something that looked like herbal medicine, and said something to Lu Gixin with excitement. Lu Gixin's expression also gradually became excited. His eyes twinkled. He took the herbs from the two of them and focused on investigating. What happened? Yang Kai asked, stunned. The people from Zixing seem to have discovered something incredible. Shen Tu has been paying attention to the movement over there. Although he didn't hear what they said, he also had his own guesses. What? Holy King level medicinal herbs? Shen Tu drank lowly. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. They found it when they were exploring this continent, and there are quite a few. That old man seems to have said that this place is rich in spiritual energy and rich in materials. Yang Kai frowned, thoughtfully. He also said that the only thing that makes people a little regretful is that there are no rare minerals here. Shen Tu suddenly glanced at him. There are no minerals but rich materials. Could it be that medicinal materials are abundant here? It's possible. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The people of Zixing are going to act. Shen Tu sipped again. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over there, and found that the warriors of Zixing set up rainbow lights and shot out in all directions. After they left for a moment, Yu Shi from the Sword Alliance also called up her own people and gave a few words in a hurry. The next moment, the people from the Sword Alliance also dispatched. Before he left, He Zhao glanced at Yang Kai, his eyes met, and he nodded apologetically at him. Yang Kai smiled slightly as a response. These days, he found that He Zhao and He Miao wanted to come here several times, but was stopped by a male warrior from the Sword League. He knew that this was Yu Zai's advice, so he didn't care. Yang Kai, let's go find it too. Shen Tu was quite moved. Anyway, there is nothing to do here, and the spiritual energy here is so strong, the grade of medicinal materials produced is definitely not low. Okay. Yang Kai pondered for a while, but he didn't have any opinion, just in time to collect some medicinal materials for alchemy. You can still make alchemy? Shen Tu looked at him in surprise. Well, I can barely know a little bit. If I can find the right materials, I may be able to refine the world-breaking pill that unlocks the ban in the body. Yang Kai sighed. Then what are you waiting for? It's better to beg yourself. Go, I'll take you with me. Shen Tu said while turning the Saint Yuan to cover Yang Kai, and found a direction to fly out. All directions were filled with warriors from the Sword Alliance and Zixing. Shen Tu and Yang Kai galloped past each other, and from time to time someone would be heard laughing and shouting. The jade blood grass of the top rank of the Holy King, such a big piece, ha ha ha, made a fortune. Ningxin Hua of the middle grade of the Holy King. Come here, there is Dark Moon Ganoderma lucidum here. Holy rank top grade Earth Emperor fruit isn't very valuable. It seems that the high grade of medicinal materials produced here has made these warriors have a lot of vision. Although the spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs that were placed in the previous high-grade holy grades are not very high-end things, they are also of good value. The truth is, but now, these warriors will not pay attention to those holy-level medicinal materials at all, and everyone's eyes are looking for spiritual herbs and medicines above the Holy King level. Shen Tu grimaced as he listened to those warriors sharing their joy with their companions. His heart was as anxious as a cat scratching his head, for fear that they would move too fast and sweep away the herbs in this continent. Fuck, no star shuttle can fly as fast as them. Shen Tu flew for more than an hour, but couldn't find a suitable place to settle down. Every place he flew over was a warrior looking for him. Go ahead. Yang Kai's eyes were deep, staring at the front, where he vaguely saw a jungle. The jungle has always been a place for herbal medicine. Why didn't they discover that this continent is rich in herbs until now? During the flight, Yang Kai asked suspiciously, it has been almost half a month since he came here, and he should have discovered it long ago. They were afraid of the old man and didn't dare to act casually before. It wasn't until a few days ago that they began to explore the surroundings and the sky, wanting to see the situation nearby. After such exploration, they found something. Shen Tu explained casually, his eyes suddenly brightened. Get up. No one should have entered the jungle in front, let's go and see. Kindness. The figures of a group of 2 people flashed away in midair, rushing into the jungle. They had just entered the jungle, and both of them were shocked, because the spiritual energy in this place was more intense and surging than the places next to it. Looking at each other, you know you've come to the right place. The stronger the aura, the higher the grade of the herbs produced. Divine sense released at the same time, and after a while, Yang Kai suddenly pointed in one direction, there is something here. Shen Tu looked at him in amazement, are you sure? Sure, because there is a scent of medicine in the air. Quote, you're not really an alchemist, are you? Shen Tu was taken aback. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1006 Alchemy. In the jungle, Yang Kai and Shen Tu acted like the wind, and high-grade spirit herbs and medicines were taken into their pockets. The medicinal materials produced here are at least holy grade, and most of them are Holy King grade. Shen Tu's excited face was distorted. He never thought that the materials in this continent are so rich. Almost every few dozen meters away, there will be a herb that has grown for countless years waiting for him and Yang Kai to pick. The spirit herbs and spirit medicines in this continent are more than 10 times richer than any medicine star in the star field. The mysterious old man has a high level of cultivation, and most of them don't like the medicinal materials here, and it is not very useful to collect them, so the spirit grass and medicine have plenty of time to grow. Shen Tu didn't know much about herbal medicine. He usually only took refined medicinal herbs. He was so dazzled by the abundant medicinal materials that he couldn't help himself. Under the precise guidance of Yang Kai, he swept away all the mature medicinal materials wherever he went. Hey Yang Kai, come and have a look. Shen Tu suddenly shouted from the side, his voice trembled, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Yang Kai quickly walked over there and came to him. Just as he saw him squatting in front of a strange orchid, the orchid exuded a faint fragrance, the smell was so refreshing, the whole body was comfortable, and the white petals brilliant, extraordinary. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, Qianjilan. The spirit herbs and elixir produced in this continent are basically similar to those on Tongshuan continent, the only difference is that the grade is extremely high, but there are also many that even Yang Kai can't name, that is Tongshuan continent, of herbs. If such a 7-color Qianji orchid grows on the Tongshuan continent, it is at most the grade of the middle grade of the saint, but at this moment, this orchid exudes amazing energy fluctuations and its terrifying medicinal power, far beyond the saint grade. Yang Kai, what grade is this? Why do I feel that it is a little different? Shen Tu exclaimed, staring at the 7-color Qianjilan in front of him. According to the division of martial artist power in the star field, this should be the medicinal material of the virtual level. Yang Kai said solemnly. Shen Tu sucked in a breath of cold air, his face changed several times, especially wonderful, and he muttered, there are actually virtual level medicinal materials here, my god, there are actually virtual level medicinal materials here. Even if it is placed in the entire star field, the medicinal materials of the virtual level are extremely valuable. They just found a plant not long after they came to find it. It is conceivable how rich resources are contained in this continent. Yang Kai carefully collected the 7-color Qianjilan and put it into the Chenkin bag, and there was a little excitement in his heart. She and Shen Tu looked at each other and continued to search without saying a word. The suspended continent is rich in medicinal materials, and the warriors of Zixing and Jianmeng were stimulated by those medicinal materials, and seemed to have briefly forgotten the embarrassing situation at the moment, and they all wandered around like crazy. Regardless of whether they can leave this continent or not, these medicinal materials have a huge effect on the improvement of the martial artist's strength. Yang Kai and Shen Tu have also gained a lot. The area of the continent is not small. There are only 100 warriors in Zixing and Jianmeng. After they are scattered in all directions, they rarely meet together. They can search for medicinal herbs freely and safely. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai stopped. What's wrong? Shen Tu was still in high spirits, looking around, his eyes lit up. He noticed that Yang Kai had stopped, and couldn't help but turn around and asked. The collection of medicinal materials is almost done, I want to start alchemy. Refining that kind of medicine pill that lifts your ban? Shen Tu asked. Kindness. But you can't use your power, how can you make pills? Shen Tu was puzzled. I have my own way, you go to find the medicinal materials by yourself, there is a cave over there, I will stay there temporarily, you can find me there. Yang Kai pointed not far away, just now the two of them went all the way. When he came over, Yang Kai found a good resting place. Okay, Shen Tu didn't force it, knowing that he was in a hurry to regain his strength, then be careful yourself, I'll search for a while. Saying so, throw it away. Yang Kai identified the direction and headed towards the cave that he discovered earlier. After a while, he came to the front of the cave, and his spiritual sense poked in and searched, and after confirming that there was no danger inside, he walked in. The cave should be formed naturally. On the top of the mountain is a lot of old stone milk. From the tip of the stone milk, there are drops of water from the mountain stream with aura. Yang Kai took a few drops and drank it, and immediately felt refreshed. The mountain stream water here is not an ordinary water liquid. It contains a huge amount of energy from heaven and earth. It is almost transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Anyone who takes it will have huge benefits, to increase strength. However, the effect is slightly worse than that of Wanyao spirit liquid. Yang Kai went all the way to the innermost part of the cave, found a dry place, and sat down cross-legged. The bottom area of the cave is not small, almost a few houses are big, although the light is dim, but such an environment just gives Yang Kai room to play. His physical power is indeed unusable, but his spiritual power is not limited. From a long time ago, he didn't need to use the power of the flesh to make pills. With the fire of consciousness alone, he could make any medicinal pills he wanted, and it was faster and more convenient than using Saint Yuan. For a long time, Yang Kai first found some holy level medicinal materials and prepared to refine a few holy pills to get familiar with them. The small pill furnace was taken out and placed in front of him. Yang Kai's spiritual sense wrapped the medicinal materials, and the fire of spiritual consciousness burst out, condensing the medicinal liquid. In a short time, several holy level medicinal herbs were removed and preserved, leaving behind a medicinal liquid full of strong medicinal fragrance and energy. Describe various spiritual formations used in alchemy, engrave them in the alchemy furnace, and then put the medicinal liquid into it to control the heat. Yang Kai is familiar with the road, and he is very handy. Even though he hadn't refined medicinal pills for a long time, all this had become his instinct. There is no error in any detail, and the precision is impeccable. Gradually, a scent of red incense filled the cave. When the incense of the Dan was strong to a certain extent, Yang Kai restrained the fire of consciousness, waited for a moment, and flicked the Dan furnace with his fingers. A round and full medicinal pill flew out and was pinched by his fingertips. It is a pity that there is no pill pattern, but it is a genuine saint-level middle-grade pill. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai was very satisfied, and put the medicinal pill into the demon mysterious tome, closing his eyes to recover. Refining a holy pill requires a lot of divine consciousness power, but it is also a lot. Yang Kai can't squander his divine consciousness power arbitrarily, so he must always maintain his peak state. After a stick of incense, continue refining. As early as in Tongshuan continent, Yang Kai was able to refine a high-grade holy pill, and the Nine Heavens Holy Land gathered a lot of medicinal materials and wealth, allowing him to improve his pill concocting skills at will. But the holy level high-grade pill is probably not enough to lift the ban planted by Lu Gishan. Lu Gishan is a strong man in the Holy King realm, and only a Holy King level medicinal pill can break through his methods. Therefore, it is imperative that he quickly use the resources at hand to improve his alchemy skills first. When he left Tongshuan continent, he brought a lot of supplies. On this continent, he and Shen Tu also collected more Holy King level and virtual level medicinal materials. He didn't have to worry about the material at all. Time flies, Yang Kai is immersed in the world of alchemy, living alone in the cave, filled with the atmosphere of Danxiang. The hanging continent is very lively, and the warriors from both sides of the Purple Star Sword Alliance have gained a lot and are elated every day. However, Lu Gishan was a little unhappy. Because they don't have secret treasures in their hands. There is no storage of secret treasures, and even if the medicinal materials are collected, there is no place to store them. This is still a trivial matter. The most serious problem is that after those medicinal materials are collected, the efficacy of the medicine is fading all the time. This made Lu Gishan feel the pain of a few drops of blood. He felt that the efficacy of those Holy King level and virtual level medicinal materials was decreasing day by day, and he was in great pain every day. I can't wait to find the mysterious old man and snatch back the space ring that belongs to him. But he only dared to think about it for himself. In the face of that old man, Lu Gishan couldn't have the slightest idea of AA resistance. In that mountain peak, the mysterious old man looked nervous, and was carefully arranging something on a large piece of flat ground. On this flat ground, many high-grade holy crystals were placed, lined up in rows and drawn into a large array. At the very center of the great formation, there is a gate-like thing standing on the ground. This door, which is transparent inside and out, was made from the fragments of the battleship that were picked up before. The two shattered battleships are of the top grade of the Holy King, and the materials used in the hull are also of extremely high grade, just for the old man to refine this door. There are no rare minerals in this continent, so the old man has been unable to find suitable materials to refine this most critical gate. God knows how excited he was when the fragments of the battleship fell from the sky and landed on this continent. The frame and base of the gate were also inlaid with top-quality holy crystals, which looked very beautiful. A strange energy fluctuation slowly flowed out from the gate. People as strong as the mysterious old man did not dare to approach the gate at will. It seemed that there was a huge danger hidden there. The old man's expression was ferocious and crazy, and he muttered to himself while walking around to set up, "It's coming soon, it's coming soon." There was a terrifying light in his eyes, which made people shudder. After arranging for a while, he suddenly stopped, and his spiritual sense spread like ripples, covering the entire continent in the blink of an eye. The movements of everyone on the continent were clearly presented in his mind. He grinned strangely. "Hey, everyone is very active, not bad, good, energetic, good. The old man is most afraid of being dead. The old man has been alone for 2,000 years, and can't bear this kind of torture anymore. If you have no vitality, the old man has a headache. Hey, this kid is a bit interesting." To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release sent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1007 Pointing the Way. The mysterious old man's cultivation base penetrates the sky and the earth, and the situation of the entire continent cannot be concealed from his perception. He discovered the weirdness of Yang Kai. Spiritual mind quickly gathered towards the cave where Yang Kai was located. In the cave, Yang Kai, who was trying to refine a Holy King-level medicinal pill, froze suddenly, opened his eyes, and looked up suddenly with a solemn expression. Somewhere, he felt as if there were a pair of invisible eyes spying on his movements, which made him nervous. But after careful inspection, there was nothing wrong with it, so I couldn't help shaking my head, looking puzzled, wondering if I was a little confused. After such a delay, the Holy King-level medicinal pills that were trying to be refined immediately failed. There was a burning smell in the pill furnace, and the medicinal liquids that were finally condensed were also mixed together and could no longer be used. Yang Kai let out a faint sigh, and took the discarded medicinal liquid out of the pill furnace. For the time being, he would not use the fire of divine consciousness and concentrate on closing his eyes and recuperating. Taking a panoramic view of this scene, the mysterious old man thousands of miles away withdrew his spiritual sense and asked himself suspiciously, "Does it feel so sharp?" He believed that with his own methods, it was impossible for that kid to detect his spiritual sense investigation, but he was still vigilant, which was clearly an instinctive sense of danger coming. Shaking his head, the old man stopped paying attention to Yang Kai, and then concentrated on dealing with his own affairs. Such as Yang Kai and other small martial artists, the old man will not care too much. In the cave, Yang Kai stayed behind closed doors and kept refining medicinal pills. I don't know how long it has passed, but he has refined hundreds of middle-grade holy grade and high-grade holy grade pills. Many of those pills have pill patterns. His alchemy skills have been greatly improved, and now he can even refine Holy King-level elixirs. One day, Yang Kai solemnly took out some medicinal herbs from the demon mystic tome, each of which contained extremely strong energy, all of which were of the Saint King level. He is about to start refining the world-breaking pill. He is familiar with the pill recipe of the boundary pill. This is an example of the pill recipe that exists in Tongshuan continent. The grades of the pills refined are different according to the grades of the medicinal materials used. Now he chooses the medicinal materials of the Holy King level, and the world-breaking pills refined are naturally Holy King level. He didn't have several of the herbs, but he found a substitute. Yang Kai is now an excellent alchemist, and it is natural that it is not difficult for him to change the alchemy recipe. Calm down, Yang Kai adjusted his state to the best and started refining. His movements were smooth, without the slightest procrastination. His expression was indifferent, neither nervous nor expected, just like refining an ordinary medicine pill. Because he has full confidence in refining this medicine pill, he didn't think he would fail. This is indeed the case. In about half an hour before and after, a boundary-breaking pill with a pale yellow body and restrained energy was refined by him. Yang Kai took this medicinal pill out of the pill furnace, pinched it in his hand, and felt it silently. After a while, he slowly shook his head. This elixir is a genuine Holy King level elixir. However, according to his observation, it should only be the lower grade of the Holy King. He doesn't know if such a medicinal pill can unlock the ban. If Lu Gishan's strength is at this level, then there is no suspense, but Yang Kai estimates that Lu Gishan is at least 2-layer or even 3-layer Saint King territory. He doesn't have much confidence. Frowning and pondering for a while, Yang Kai stuffed the medicinal pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the ground, and waited for the medicine to dissolve. After a while, Yang Kai's face changed and became extremely painful. He felt rushing heat waves gushing out of his lower abdomen. The heat waves were like lightning, and they burst open like a torrent, spreading to his limbs and bones in all directions. The blocked meridians were stretched out, and a severe tearing pain spread throughout the body. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, unmoved, and his spiritual sense sensed his own situation with the flow of medicine. He clearly saw the shackles of disillusionment and illusion emerging from his flesh and blood. The shackles contained the aura of Lu Gishan, which was the restriction he planted. The medicinal effect of the boundary pill is like a trapped dragon coming out of the abyss, using Yang Kai's body as the battlefield, fighting to the death with the shackles. The whole process brought him unimaginable pain. Although the effect of the boundary pill is good, it is obviously not enough to smash the shackles and let Yang Kai regain his freedom. During the collision and melting again and again, the effect of the medicine is gradually consumed, but the shackles do not move like a mountain. Open Shengyuan and meridians. After half a day, Yang Kai opened his eyes weakly and looked helpless. The boundary-breaking pills of the low-ranked Saint Kings really didn't work. But with his current methods, he can only refine this grade of medicinal pills at most. It's not because of the material, nor because of his lack of skills, but because of the realm of cultivation. Yang Kai currently only has the first level of sainthood, and being able to refine medicine pills across a large realm is a manifestation of his pure skills. If he wants to refine higher-grade medicine pills, he has to improve his strength first. However, Yang Kai was not discouraged, but his eyes were bright. Ordinary Holy King's lower-grade boundary pill does not work, and it does not mean that the boundary pill that gave birth to the pill mark is also the same. Once the medicinal pill has a pill pattern, the medicinal effect inside it will at least double or even more. As long as he can refine a boundary-breaking pill with pill marks, he has the confidence to break the restriction. He didn't bother about the failure just now, he used the myriad medicine spirit liquid to quickly recover himself, and started again. During this time, there are still a lot of medicinal materials collected by Shen-Tu, enough to support him to refine 4 or 5 world-breaking pills. In the cave, Yang Kai was in full swing, and almost every hour, a boundary-breaking pill was released. It's all ordinary medicinal pills, and there is no pill pattern. It seems that the difficulty of producing a pill pattern from a Holy King level pill has also become a lot more difficult. Yang Kai is not in a hurry, his mood is stable, and he is not affected by any failure, because even if these materials are exhausted, he can go to collect them again. In this rich continent, medicinal materials are inexhaustible. Thinking of this, he felt that even if he failed completely, it would not be a big problem. When the 5th world-breaking pill was taken out of the pill stove by him, his eyes were bright and he was in a good mood. There were lines on the medicine pill, like the meridians of the human body, which made the medicinal properties of the medicine pill extremely restrained and made the medicinal effect more powerful. It worked. Looking at this medicinal pill that had been refined with great effort, Yang Kai grinned. It has been almost 2 months since he was imprisoned by Lu Gishan and cultivated. He has no outsiders to rely on here, only Shen-Tu, who gets along well with him, has not been able to help him lift the restriction. He has to rely on himself for everything. Now that the boundary pill is in hand, a strong sense of excitement and pride arises spontaneously. Yang Kai did not rush to take the medicine pill, but recovered again. After half a day, he threw the medicine pill into his mouth and waited with great anticipation. As expected of a medicinal pill with a grain of elixir, the medicinal effect had just melted in the abdomen, and violent torrents slammed into the surroundings. The violent movement was several times stronger than the last time. Yang Kai's face flushed red, and his blood flowed and boiled rapidly, enduring the unimaginable pain. His face was hideous, but his eyes were shining brightly. He noticed that the shackles in his body were breaking inch by inch. The meridians that have been imprisoned for more than 2 months have finally become loose, and the Shengyuan, which has been stagnant, has also begun to flow. Cack cack. The sound of the shattering shackles is transmitted directly to the depths of the heart. The speed of the flow of Shengyuan is getting faster and faster, and his own strength begins to recover. In this case, the ban will be completely broken in less than a cup of tea. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and his divine sense expanded. He noticed that someone was coming nearby, and he couldn't help but give birth to a hint of vigilance. During the period of his alchemy, occasionally 1 or 2 warriors passed by and noticed his life breath, but they did not go deep into the cave to find him trouble. Because no one dared to cause trouble on the old man's territory. However, this time seems to be a little different. After the warriors outside the cave noticed the existence of Yang Kai, not only did they not go far, but they walked straight in. Yang Kai frowned and looked unhappy. Although he is not worried about being disturbed here, it is very uncomfortable to be disturbed at such a critical juncture. He pushed the effect of the drug even more frantically, and accelerated the speed of breaking the ban. After a while, a ray of light came from the front, and a figure appeared from there. The light was emitted by a strange stone. The light was soft and illuminated a large area. The warrior holding this strange stone came directly to Yang Kai. He looked at him with a chuckle, and pouted. "Who am I talking about? Hiding here, it turned out to be you, kid." While speaking, the light of the strange stone made his face look a little terrifying. "You are He Zhao He Miao's senior brother." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. He knew this guy. In the past few days, every time He Zhao and He Miao wanted to come over to find him, he was intercepted by him. Listening to Yu Zai's name for him, this person seemed to be Wei Wu. Not bad. Wei Wu nodded and admitted, "What are you doing hiding here? There's nothing good here. Don't do anything, it's dangerous outside. It's really dangerous, especially for you." Wei Wu smiled gloatingly. "You were sealed by Lu Gishan for your cultivation, right? It's really pitiful, I have no one to rely on, so I can only hide here. Stealing a life, tisk tisk, just thinking about it makes me feel miserable." He teased Yin and Yang strangely, and seemed very happy to see Yang Kai so desolate and helpless. Yang Kai said nothing. "Boy, how about I show you a clear path? Wei Wu suddenly squatted down in front of Yang Kai. What is the way? Yang Kai frowned. Look, you have no one to protect you in this unfamiliar place, and your cultivation base is even more sealed. If you encounter any danger, you will have no power to fight back, such as someone who has bad intentions for you. Approaching you, he smiled grimly, looking at Yang Kai forcefully as he spoke. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1008 was irritated. Inside the mountain, Wei Wu stared at Yang Kai, his face became more and more sinister under the bright light of the strange stone. Yang Kai looked back at him, his expression indifferent and unmoved. Wei Wu's face twitched a few times, and he didn't seem to expect that Yang Kai didn't show any fear at all, and suddenly felt very boring, and said, I can convince the master to let her help you lift the ban, but relatively, you hand over your soul brand, and you can do whatever I ask you to do in the future. After a pause, he added, here, you can't use your power, there are many dangers, but as long as you hand over the imprint of your soul, I will naturally protect your safety in the future, and you are not at a disadvantage. If you are lucky, maybe in the future you can also join the Sword League. Finished. Yang Kai interrupted him impatiently. Wei Wu was stunned and stopped talking. Please leave when you're done. Yang Kai gestured. Wei Wu's face turned gloomy in an instant, he stood up slowly, and grinned coldly. Boy, don't take a toast or take a penalty drink, you'd better think about it before answering or you may regret it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't know what you want my soul imprint to do, but it is absolutely impossible for me to let my life be controlled by others, you are not qualified. The kid is crazy. Wei Wu laughed, as if he heard something funny, and lowered his voice and threatened, you said that if I killed you here, who would know? Yang Kai's expression sank, and he squinted at him. Although the mysterious old man said before that others are not allowed to cause trouble here, but who knows if he can protect everyone's safety? What reason does he have for doing this? I'm kind to your two junior sisters, it's okay if you misunderstand me, but you still want to kill me. Yang Kai's voice was cold, and murderous intent was secretly surging. It's because you are kind to them, so you deserve to die. If it weren't for your meddling, they would have died long ago. Wei Wu roared halfway, suddenly realizing that something was wrong, and hurriedly stopped. In the darkness, the two of them looked at each other with strange expressions. Yang Kai originally thought that this guy hated him so much because he was afraid that he would win his love, thinking that he was interested in He Zhao and He Miao. How could he know that things were not what he thought at all? He seemed to wish that He Zhao He Miao would die sooner. What kind of secret is involved in this? Yang Kai is not very clear, it is probably related to the disputes within the Sword League, and Yang Kai is too lazy to think about it. But because of Wei Wu's remarks, the temperature in the cave dropped significantly. Kid, if you want to survive, you'd better forget what happened just now, or I'll cut you to pieces. Wei Wu was silent for a while, snorted threateningly, and turned his head to leave. Just as he turned around, a ray of cold light suddenly shot out from his cuff. The cold light was like a silent spirit snake. In the darkness, he found Yang Kai's position with great precision and climbed onto his neck, circled around his neck. HMPH, only dead people don't reveal secrets. Wei Wu chuckled and moved his hand, and the cold light was taken back and held in his hand. It was a soft sword, unparalleled sharpness. Then he turned his head and prepared to deal with Yang Kai's body, leaving no trace. Just as he turned around, a figure suddenly slammed into his face. Under the soft light of the strange stone, Wei Wu clearly saw Yang Kai's face twisted by anger, and there was a flesh and blood rolling around the neck of this young man. From the wound, golden blood flowed out. Wei Wu screamed and couldn't understand why Yang Kai didn't die. This young man's strength was sealed, and he made a sneak attack with the cultivation base of the third layer of the Holy Land, so there is no reason to fail. Wei Wu's expression was terrified, as if he had seen a ghost during the day. His response was extremely fast, and he reconcentrated his own strength when he noticed something was wrong, and the soft sword in his hand suddenly shot out a dazzling cold light, covering Yang Kai. Yang Kai is full of cold and evil energy, and the bloodthirsty and violent aura permeates the air. The temperament of the whole person is very different from just now. Now he is like a wild beast who has been dormant for a long time and suddenly woke up. From his body, there was a dense sound, and he went on a rampage all the way, approaching Wei Wu, raising his hand and punching. Boom-a! The punch hit Wei Wu's face. Wei Wu only heard the sound of a broken bone, the bridge of his nose collapsed in an instant, the smell of blood came from his mouth, he was dizzy, and flew out on his back. When he was hit by that fist, Wei Wu was horrified to find that his Saint Yuan did not have any protective effect. On his own bones, he shattered his bones. He was stunned by the punch. The body bounced a few times in the cave, and the stone chips that hit flew and fell to the ground, almost not breathing. Not daring to delay in the slightest, he hurriedly got up, and before he had time to identify the direction down, a strong force hit him, and a big hand caught him by the neck and pushed him to the ground. Yang Kai gasped, his eyes in the darkness became as red as a bloodthirsty beast, and the evil power in his golden body erupted like a tsunami, rushing towards Wei Wu. He was really annoyed by the other party. Because the power of the mysterious old man is too deep in the hearts of the people, because his previous warnings are still in his ears. More because at the last moment of resolving his own ban, Yang Kai had no time to take care of him, he thought that this Wei Wu would not dare to attack him anyway. The moment he was attacked just now, Yang Kai still hadn't reacted, until there was pain in the neck, he hurriedly gathered his strength to resist. Around like this, a large opening was also pulled out of the neck, and the blood was dripping. I was almost headed by someone. If it weren't for the physical body and its strength, if the restriction was not completely lifted at that moment, and the power was restored, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Kai's anger is unbearable, and his thoughts of killing are like a tide. You, how could you? Wei Wu widened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in horror. He didn't understand why he could make such an attack when he should have been imprisoned. At this moment, the evil spirit in his body it can be filled to the extreme, how can there be any trace of being imprisoned? The evil aura shrouded him like the sky was collapsing, making people feel like falling into a purgatory, and their hearts and guts were torn apart. Wei Wu couldn't help but feel a sense of panic, and his body trembled. He felt that what he was facing was not a martial artist who had entered the holy first layer at all, but a demon beyond imagination. There is one sentence you said right. Yang Kai's eyes were indifferent and emotionless, and he said coldly, if I kill you here, who will know? The evil energy surged even more violently, frantically pouring into Wei Wu's body. Wei Wu's body swelled like a ball in an instant, and blood poured out from the wound on the bridge of the nose like a fountain. Spilling Yang, he opened his face and poured him into a bloody man. Aware of the call of death, Wei Wu frantically struggled to resist. All kinds of means broke out, but still could not get rid of Yang Kai's shackles. Yang Kai just held him tightly, unmoved, and let him taste the despairing fear before dying. After more than 10 breaths, along with Wei Wu's scream, his body burst open, shredded flesh flying, and his internal organs scattered on the ground. An invisible traction force came out from Yang Kai's left eye, and Wei Wu's soul was sucked into it. Yang Kai closed his eyes, immersed his mind in the sea of AAAA consciousness, rolled up the monstrous waves, and burned Wei Wu's soul with the fire of divine consciousness. He is very measured, and the searing power of the sea of AA consciousness will not immediately burn Wei Wu's consciousness. Alert yourself, admonish yourself not to take it lightly at any time. The cry of fear from the depths of the soul echoed in Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness, and it seemed that it would last forever. At the same moment when Wei Wu's body died, somewhere tens of thousands of miles away in the cave, Yuxi, a beautiful woman from the Sword League, was collecting medicinal materials with He Zhao and He Miao. Suddenly, Yu Zai's delicate body was shocked, her face became extremely ugly, she hurriedly stretched out her hand, and a mirror-like secret treasure appeared in her hand. What's wrong, master? Seeing that she took out the soul mirror, He Zhao's pretty face immediately changed color, and he hurriedly asked. Because this mirror is useless in normal times, only when a few people who are close to the master are in danger, will she be taken out for investigation. The master will take out the soul mirror at this time, obviously someone has an accident. Wei Wu has an accident. Yu Shi replied with a frown. What happened to senior brother? He Miao also hurried over and asked with concern. Yu Shi shook her head, put a finger in her mouth, bit her fingertips, and dripped a drop of blood from her fingertips into the soul mirror. The smooth mirror of the soul suddenly turned into a rippling lake. From the depths of the lake, a strange fish with colorful scales swam up. The strange fish was extremely fast, and it rushed out of the soul in the blink of an eye. The mirror leapt into the air and burst open. The next moment, colorful rays of light enveloped the soul mirror, and an incomparably clear picture was projected in front of the three of them. That scene was the last scene Wei Wu saw before he died. It seems that in some dim cave, a savagely twisted face appeared on the mirror, and a strong and cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Under the gaze of that gaze, the three of them couldn't help but feel cold all over their bodies. What a terrible murder! Yu Shi let out a low voice, her phoenix eyes filled with anger. This kid killed Wei Wu. It's him. He Zhao's expression was weird. When she saw this face, she could hardly believe her eyes, because this look was very different from the one she was familiar with before. It was almost two people. Why is it Yang Kai? He Miao was also stunned, and shouted innocently, it can't be him, right? His strength has not recovered, and even if he recovers, it is impossible for him to be senior brother Wei Wu's. Your opponent, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1009. The old man's words count. The three of UX's master and apprentice looked at the angry face in the soul mirror, and they all showed an incredible expression. Because it is indeed as He Miao said, Yang Kai's body has Lu Gishan's restriction, which cannot be solved with his strength and means. In the entire Hanging Continent, there are only two people who can unlock the restriction. One is Yu Shi, who is comparable in strength to Lu Gishan, and the other is the mysterious old man. Although the mysterious old man has great skills, he has a weird temper and probably wouldn't be so kind to help, and Yu Shi didn't help Yang Kai to lift the restriction. So how did he regain his strength? And even if he returns to his peak state, he is only a first-level saint. How could he be the opponent of Wei Wu, who is a third-level saint? In any case, Wei Wuding was murdered by this kid. Yu Zai's pretty face was angry. I want him to pay the price for someone who dares to kill my sword league. Master, let's find out this matter first. He Zhao quickly persuaded him. Yu Shi glanced at her and said lightly, I know that he is kind to both of you and your sisters, and we have misunderstood him, but this kid is indeed a little weird. You don't need to worry about this, I will handle it myself. Aware of the master's resolute attitude, sisters He Zhao and He Miao looked at each other with bitter expressions. Although Wei Wu was their senior brother, they didn't have much affection for each other, and the two sisters thought he was quite annoying, so even if Wei Wu was killed, they didn't care. It's just that Yang Kai is probably going to be in trouble now. They were secretly worried, and they didn't know how to deal with this, so they couldn't help sighing. In the cave, Yang Kai seemed to be poured with blood, and his body was blood red, looking terrifying and terrifying. He stood on the spot, adjusting his state, restraining his own evil and bloody aura, while experiencing the pleasure of recovering his strength. The power that was lost and found gave him the illusion of being a human again. There was a burst of numbness from the huge wound on the neck, where the flesh and blood seemed to be squirming. With the powerful recovery of the devil's golden blood, the wound that was rolled over quickly healed again. He wiped away the blood and coffee there, and the neck and neck were once again intact, and there was no trace of being almost headed by the owl at all. Just as he was staring at Wei Wu's corpse, preparing to burn it and destroy it, a yin and yang laughter suddenly came from the sidelines. Yang Kai suddenly changed color. Huo Di turned his head to look, and saw a figure standing quietly in the darkness. The luminous strange stone that Wei Wu had held before fell at the foot of this figure, and the light clearly imprinted this person's face. Seeing his face clearly, the strength that Yang Kai had just mentioned dissipated involuntarily, his expression was solemn, and the bitterness in his heart filled Wang Lian. In the face of this person, he has no intention of fighting with him at all. Because this grinning person is the mysterious old man who originally lived on this continent. He can easily inflict heavy damage on Lu Gishan and Yu Shi, and at least he is also a powerhouse in the Void Return realm. Yang Kai, who has entered the Saint First Realm, is as small as an ant in front of him. Senior, Yang Kai frowned and snorted. He doesn't know when this old guy came here. He seems to have been standing there all the time, erratic like a ghost, and there are waves of uncomfortable and gloomy aura from him, and the whole cave becomes ghostly. People. Hearts are cruel, not bad, not bad. The old man smiled strangely, and there was a hint of appreciation in those eyes, and looked at Yang Kai with interest. With the cultivation of the first-level Holy Realm, he can actually attack head-on. To kill a 3-layered enemy, do you have external power to borrow? Hearing his question, Yang Kai immediately realized that the old man did not see the scene of his conflict with Wei Wu, otherwise he would not be able to ask such a question. Yes, Yang Kai nodded lightly, not intending to hide it. The kid seems to have a lot of adventures, no wonder he can cultivate to this level at a young age. The old man looked at Yang Kai approvingly, nodding with satisfaction. Yes, it's really good, the body is also very strong, far exceeding the same level. Martial artist, almost has the strength of the Holy King, and there are 2 or 3 different attributes in the body, which can coexist perfectly. He gently exposed Yang Kai's old bottom, his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything and see the capital owned by Yang Kai. Yang Kai shuddered and couldn't help but change his face. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. don't worry, I won't snatch your things, your stuff doesn't have much effect on the old man. But, he changed his words, and his expression suddenly turned gloomy. Is this what the old man said before? No one should cause trouble here. On my territory, your life belongs to me, and whoever dares to take it away easily, I will ask for it. Pay the price. It was he who moved first. Yang Kai defended. I don't care who made the first move. The old man snorted coldly, and the cold and pitch-black evil energy suddenly poured out from his body. When they appeared, they all pointed their finger at Yang Kai and rushed towards him. In an instant, Yang Kai was enveloped by this evil energy, and the whole person was like a black screen, and all the light disappeared. An air of despair spread. Yang Kai trembled all over, and the whole person couldn't help but give birth to the illusion that he was going to be eaten up. It seemed that the monsters could eat away his flesh and blood and devour his power. He gritted his teeth, kept silent, and resisted with all his strength. The old man's strange laughter sounded in his ears. 10 breaths, you can survive 10 breaths, and I won't die around you. Otherwise, become their meat. When these words came into Yang Kai's ears, Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked, and once again saw a ray of light. So he worked harder to mobilize his own power to resist the evil energy that invaded his body. Time passed by little, quietly watching Yang Kai. The old man who was investigating his movements couldn't help but light up, his expression moved. He didn't seem to have thought that Yang Kai was not only physically strong, but also his consciousness was so tenacious. Even masters like Lu Gishan and Yu Shi, once they are invaded by these demonic phantoms, may not be able to last for 10 breaths. Under the influence of the evil aura, they will lose consciousness and change. Got crazy, and then the flesh and blood that was eaten by the ghost's phantom disappeared. But this young man who only entered the first level of the Holy Spirit has been resisting with all his strength, trying to keep his mind clear and not being confused by external forces. After 10 breaths, the old man waved his hand, and the demonic beasts that invaded Yang Kai's body flew out, and then drilled back into the old man's body. Yang Kai collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, sweating profusely and his face pale, but he still looked at the old man firmly, and hurriedly said, I hope the seniors don't go back on their word. The old man was startled, but he couldn't help laughing. The laughter echoed in the cave, and it sounded creepy. Boy, I have to say, although the yang energy in your body makes the old man very displeased, but I really like another completely different energy. Hee, it seems that you are also in this way. You are alive, the old man's words count. Yang Kai exhaled heavily. You made a medicinal pill to release the restriction on your body. The old man suddenly asked again without thinking. Yes. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, took out an elixir and stuffed it into his mouth and began to recover. What kind of pills can you make? The old man seemed to be a little interested in this. With my strength, now I can only refine the Holy King's low-grade pill. It seems that you are not only immersed in martial arts, but also have high attainments in alchemy. The old man looked surprised, and immediately grinned, but boy, if you are distracted like this, in the future, it may be too busy. Either concentrate on martial arts or concentrate on alchemy, otherwise in the future, the two fields will be too high or too low, and you will regret it too much. Thank you for reminding me, senior, that my study of alchemy is just to assist in martial arts. Your future depends on the old man's affairs. The old man just said it casually. Don't talk nonsense, come with the old man. The old man said this, waved his sleeve, and a film-like force accurately shrouded Yang Kai. The next moment, Yang Kai felt that he was flying fast. That speed is even faster than the imperial envoy Xingqiu, which makes Yang Kai unable to bear a slight discoloration. He really does not know how profound the cultivation of this mysterious old man is. After a short while, the old man suddenly stopped, opened Yang Kai, and instructed, wait here, don't run around. Yang Kai looked left and right, and found that this place was the mountainside of the mountain where the old man lived. There is a large flat land on the mountainside, and in the middle of the center, the rows of holy crystals are arranged in a strange way, and they converge into a strange array. In the center of the great formation, there is a bronze-colored door, and many high-grade holy crystals are inlaid on the door frame and base of the door. The whole mountainside is filled with spiritual energy, and the mist condensed by energy is all over the sky, making this place look like a fairyland. The gloomy and ghost-like old man is so out of tune with the scenery here. Yang Kai remained silent, without saying a word, sitting quietly in the same place, observing the surroundings while recovering himself. He didn't know what the old man brought him here for, but with such a temperamental and eccentric powerhouse, Yang Kai was under a lot of pressure and did not dare to do anything strange, so as not to cause him misunderstanding. The old man was busy in the big formation, adjusting the position of the holy crystal and the structure of the formation from time to time. After waiting for a while, blue rainbows suddenly flew from all directions. That is the martial artist of Zixing and Zhanmang, and Xingxuo is approaching here. Everyone had a tacit understanding, and they all gathered on the mountainside and flat land. One by one, the things carrying large and small bags fell down, each looking for a position, and whispering in groups of 3s and 5s. They were obviously summoned by the old man to dare to come here, but seeing their dazed expressions, they obviously did not know why the old man summoned. After a while, 3 beautiful shadows fell from the side. It was the Yuexi and He Miao sisters from the Sword League. As soon as Yushi came here, a pair of phoenix eyes glanced around, and in an instant, they were fixed on Yang Kai's body. Her pretty face was angry, and she quickly walked towards this side. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1010 Provocation. Yushi came directly to Yang Kai. Her phoenix eyes were not angry, she looked down at him coldly, her pretty face was full of badness. Yang Kai frowned, not sure why she became such an attitude. She had misunderstood herself before, but she wasn't hostile either. But now, she seems to want to kill herself immediately. This made Yang Kai very puzzled, and he didn't know how he had offended her this time. You killed Wei Wu, Yushi suddenly said. What did you say? Yang Kai's eyes were confused, pretending to be calm. You think I don't know? Yushi sneered, Wei Wu died at your hands, just half an hour ago. Yang Kai was stunned, and suddenly realized that this beautiful woman should have some special means to be able to find out what just happened, or maybe Wei Wu sent her a message before he died. However, Yang Kai did not see Wei Wu taking out the compass artifact used for the communication before he died, so the former possibility is very high. He immediately understood why Yuexi was hostile to him. Why on earth did you kill him? What kind of conspiracy did you use to kill him? Yushi asked sharply. He's asking for trouble, it's not a pity to die. Yang Kai snorted. Why does he want to trouble you? Yushi continued to ask, you have no grudge against him. You might as well ask him about this, I'd like to know too. Okay, you wait, if you can leave here one day, I will let you pay for your life. Yushi threatened, her tender body trembled slightly, showing her inner anger. She obviously thought that Yang Kai was taking advantage of the guard's unpreparedness and succeeded in sneak attack, otherwise, with the strength of Wei Wu, he can definitely easily defeat Yang Kai. The disciple died tragically, and Yushi, the master, naturally wanted to take revenge for him. Those who threaten me never end well. Yang Kai suddenly became annoyed and resentful. Speaking of which, he could have gotten along well with the people from the Sword Alliance. After all, he had shown kindness to He Zhao and He Miao before. As long as Yushi still had a little heart to repay her kindness, she would not make things so stiff. The first time she met this beautiful woman, she wanted to spy on Yang Kai's sea of AAA knowledge. Although she was probably cautious at the time, for fear that Yang Kai was a scout of Zixing, she did so, but it also made Yang Kai very unhappy. The various events that followed made the relationship between the two parties more and more stalemate, and until now it has been unmanageable. Yang Kai killed Wei Wu, no matter what the reason was, Yushi would not give up with him. I want to see what happens to me. Yushi clenched her teeth and said leisurely, I hope you won't disappoint me. Yang Kai grinned, and suddenly said lewdly, for a beautiful woman like you, the best outcome is to be humiliated to death. Yu Zai's pretty face was cold and tender, her body trembled more and more violently, and a cold murderous intent burst out from her beautiful eyes. She couldn't seem to suppress the anger in her heart, and she was about to attack Yang Kai. You haven't tried the taste of a man. Yang Kai observed his words, and continued to viciously provoke with a strange smile on his face. Very good, I will make up for your regrets and make you a real woman before you die. Quote. He looks like a shameless scoundrel, a shameless villain. Yu Zai's murderous intention became stronger and stronger, her face was unsightly to the extreme, her strength surged and her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, she closed her beautiful eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed down her anger. She knows that it is doomed to have no good end in front of the mysterious old man, and I am afraid that she will be dead before she can kill Yang Kai. You want to provoke me to shoot at you? Yushi opened her eyes again and clenched her teeth. Junior, you will pay the price for today's mad words. She has never been humiliated by a man with such provocative words, especially since this man is still a young man who is not sure how many years younger than her. The anger in Yu Zai's heart can hardly be suppressed. Fortunately, she realized in time that Yang Kai's intentions did not allow his conspiracy to succeed. Saying that, Yu Shi turned around and left, no longer wanting to look at Yang Kai's ugly face. She was afraid that she would be unable to control herself, and really attacked Yang Kai. Looking at the back of Yu Zai's rapid departure, Yang Kai whistled frivolously, his eyes wandering between her waist, buttocks, and thighs, extremely presumptuous and hot like fire. Being stared at by that kind of gaze, Yu Shi couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. Her heart was full of anger, and her heart to kill Yang Kai became more and more determined. It wasn't until she was gone that Yang Kai's playful eyes flashed a hidden regret. He really wanted to irritate Yuxi here and force her to do it. Anyway, he was already dying. Naturally, he would do it first, but to his disappointment, Yuxi actually endured that anger. Now she is patient, and when the next outbreak occurs, it will only be more violent than now. Yang Kai sighed secretly, feeling a big headache. The conflict here did not hide from the observation of others. Zixing's Lu Gishan has been looking at this side, and after Yu Shi left, he gave Yang Kai a thumbs up with a smile on his face, with a well-done expression on his face. That Baiya even covered her mouth and smiled, and she kept throwing her eyes at Yang Kai. I can't see that you are such a rogue, and my sister suddenly found that she likes you. I like you too. Yang Kai grinned at her. Baiya suddenly trembled, and said angrily, if you lie so many times, the ghost will believe you. Master, are you all right? On the other side, He Zhao looked at Yu Shi, whose face was pale, and asked softly. It's okay. Yu Shi took a deep breath, her full breasts almost burst out. She said solemnly, see his ugly face, don't approach him again. If you have the opportunity, you guys kill him for the master and avenge your brother. He Zhao pursed his lips and nodded obediently, yes. He Miao frowned, and the look in Yang Kai's eyes changed. She believed in her master's words, and thought that was Yang Kai's true face. In the public, Yang Kai even dared to tease her master, and even flirted with Zixing's Baiya, which made her disgusted. I secretly felt that I had taken a wrong look before, thinking that Yang Kai was a very good person. A small storm gradually subsided, and as time passed, more and more warriors came here. After another hour or so, Shen Tu suddenly appeared. After watching from left to right for a while, he quickly came to Yang Kai's side, and when he noticed the power fluctuations in his body, his eyes lit up and exclaimed, have you succeeded? Yang Kai nodded. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to succeed, it seems that your brother underestimated you. Shen Tu sincerely congratulated, happy for Yang Kai's recovery of strength, and his words were sincere. Good luck, what have you gained during this time? The harvest is huge. Shen Tu's eyes were full of light, and while smiling triumphantly, he patted the Chenkin bag on his chest and said, basically, it is all the medicinal materials of the Holy King level and the virtual level, and even the virtual king level. You have no idea how rich the materials in this ghost place are, the ones we two collected before are all garbage. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved. Void King level. The top medicinal materials. Shen Tu laughed, I'm very developed now, if I can find an alchemist to refine these things into medicinal pills, at least I don't need to make medicinal pills before breaking through to the Holy King realm. Worry about the problem, eh? After speaking, his expression became astringent, but I have gained so much by myself. I am afraid that people like Zixing and Zhanmeng will only gain more. Damn, I really want to kill them all. He looked indignant, as if those people stole the good things that belonged to him. By the way, brother, you came early, do you know why this old senior called us here? Shen Tu asked again. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head and got along with Shen Tu for a while. He was used to the chattering of the other party, so whenever he opened his mouth, Yang Kai never interrupted, and at this moment he answered when he asked, you really were summoned by him? Yeah, I'm looking for medicinal herbs, and the voice of this old senior rang in my ears, otherwise who would dare to come here? Shen Tu said, his face suddenly became heavy, the people here are scattered in the mainland. In every corner, he can communicate to everyone with his spiritual sense. It seems that he is indeed a strong man in the virtual king realm. I really don't know what his origins are. Quote, there are not many Void King stages in the entire Hengluo star territory. All of them are big figures at the Star Master level. They are reclusive and respected. Not only are we curious, but the people from the Sword Alliance and Zixing are also curious. Just wait, there will always be a time to find out. The two immediately stopped talking, and looked around indifferently. At this moment, most people's eyes are focused on the old man, watching him bustling around there, watching him move those holy crystals, and arrange the structure of the big array. All of them are confused, not knowing what he is going to do. What? Even Lu Gishan and Yu Shi could not recognize the role of the big formation. The complexity of the formation was beyond their comprehension. But they also saw that the thing that looked like the gate was made from the fragments of the previous battleship. After half a day, the old man suddenly stopped what he was doing. He released his spiritual sense and felt it in the great formation. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. It's done, ha ha ha, it's finally done. The laughter roared like thunder, making everyone's chi and blood tumble, and their faces changed greatly. The old man seemed to be in a very good mood, with a look of joy and excitement on his face. After a while, he restrained his laughter and looked at the place where the crowd gathered. Well, it's been a while since you've been here. I know you have a lot of questions. The old man didn't have time to talk to you before, but now I can answer your doubts. Does anyone want to ask anything? He looked around, his eyes swept across everyone's faces. Senior, dare to ask where this place is? Lu Gishan clasped his fists in a salute and asked respectfully. This old man really doesn't know. I only know that this is a dark star hidden in the chaotic abyss. Dark star, many people exclaimed, and their faces suddenly became frenzied. It seems that the word, dark star, has an unparalleled attraction to them, which makes them all excited. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 10-11 Space Array. On the flat ground on the mountainside, everyone was excited and their eyes were shining. What is a dark star? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. It generally refers to the stars that have not been discovered and have not been developed. Shen Tu's eyes were bright and he quickly explained. Now the entire Hengluo star region has been divided up by several major forces, but there are still some places that no one has ever been to. No one dares to go there. There may be some special stars. These stars are all dark stars. Each dark star means an unexplored territory, perhaps with amazing wealth and materials. Over the years, all major forces are committed to discovering and developing dark stars, hoping to find some distinctive stars. Strictly speaking, those stars in the chaotic abyss are barely considered dark stars. Yang Kai nodded, expressing his understanding. But according to what this senior said, it seems that we are still in the abyss of chaos. Probably, Yang Kai had already confirmed this through the star map in his Sea of Aaa consciousness, so he was not surprised. Didn't you find that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is better than chaotic abyss? The old man continued. That's because the energy in chaotic abyss has gathered here through unknown channels, and here is a prisoner. The cage, the spiritual energy comes in but can't go out, and after many years, it has formed the current scale. If not, the old man would rather live here. This is a holy place for cultivation. Senior, you said this is a cage. Are you trapped here too? Lu Gishan's expression changed. He and Yuxi used to envoy Xingshuo to go deep into the sky a few days ago, but no matter how far they flew, they still couldn't see the sun, moon, stars, and the scenery that should be in the star field. Able to shuttle over this floating continent. They knew that they were trapped by the colorful sky that wrapped the hanging continent in all directions. They thought it was the hands and feet of the old man, the ban and the barrier set up. But that doesn't seem to be the case now. Lu Gishan's words seemed to hit the old man's sore spot. He couldn't help but look a little grim. A gloomy evil spirit spread out from his body and said grimly, yes, the old man is indeed trapped here. Sleepy for almost 2,000 years. 2,000 years. A breathless voice sounded, and everyone stared at the old man in astonishment. When the old man was trapped, he was just a small character who had just arrived at the Holy King's realm, but now, he chuckled softly, with a resolute expression that didn't put anyone in his eyes. Everyone understood what he wanted to say, so they swallowed involuntarily. The mysterious old man in front of him is definitely a character who can be compared with the major star masters. Dare to ask what the seniors are called? Yu Shi shouted softly. In front of such a strong person, she dared not be arrogant in the slightest, and kept her posture extremely low. The old man frowned and fell into deep thought. It seemed that he hadn't reported his family name to anyone for a long time, but he didn't remember it for a while, before he said, I don't need to mention my name, anyway, you don't know. He was obviously reluctant to reveal his name. When everyone thought about it carefully, they felt that it was the same. When he was trapped here 2000 years ago, the old man had just arrived at the Holy King realm, and it was indeed unknown and rumored, and no one knew about it. Then how should I call my senior? Lu Gishan asked. Although he and Yushi were enemies, they sang together when they communicated with this old man, and they cooperated quite well. Ghost Ancestor. From now on, you can call this old man Ghost Ancestor. Ghost Ancestor. Everyone was speechless. Senior Ghost Ancestor, you have been trapped here for 2000 years. Haven't you been able to find a way out? Lu Gishan asked boldly. If even this old guy who calls himself Ghost Ancestor can't find a way to escape, then they will don't even think about it. This is a cage that can trap a strong virtual king. Ghost Ancestor shook his head. This space is very strange. It has been hidden in the chaotic abyss. It is covered by the chaotic field and cannot be found or probed. Only in special circumstances, this place will be opened. For a moment. Special circumstances. Lu Gishan was surprised. That's what happened when you came in last time. I don't think I need the old man to remind me. Everyone recalled the scene of the riot in the chaotic abyss and the black hole swallowing the battleship, and they all had lingering fears. But that moment was too short. It's impossible for this old man to take the opportunity to escape from there. Ghost Ancestor sighed. Apparently when everyone came to this continent last time, he also noticed that the hole in the black hole opened, but before he could leave, he sighed. The old man has been here for 2000 years, and some people have inadvertently entered here. Strictly speaking, you are the third group of people, and the largest number of people. The previous two groups were only 3 or 5 people. Where are they? She asked. As soon as she said it, she knew that she had asked the wrong question, and her pretty face immediately turned pale. There is no need to think about the fate of those people. Either he couldn't bear the loneliness and died without a problem, or he was killed by this Ghost Ancestor. He didn't seem like a nice guy to get along with. This may be the end of nearly 100 people here. Ghost Ancestor continued. The first 1000 years I was trapped in this place, I devoted myself to cultivating and improving my own strength. For the next 1000 years, I have been looking for a way to get out of here. The hard work pays off, and I finally let this old man think of a way. He drank lowly, his expression excited, and he seemed to be very smug about the idea he had come up with. Lu Gishan and Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, secretly nervous and excited. If this Ghost Ancestor had a way to get out of here, they might not be able to convince the other party to take them away together. The words of the Ghost Ancestor gave them new hope. Senior Guizu, if it's convenient, can you let this junior also? Lu Gishan hurriedly said, lest Yushi would take the lead. I know what you want to say. Ghost Ancestor chuckled softly. Well, this old man also has this intention. Lu Gishan and Yushi, who were looking forward and eagerly, were stunned for a moment, and a bad feeling suddenly grew out of their hearts. If this Ghost Ancestor refused, although they were disappointed, they would not think much, but he agreed without any hesitation, which made people feel a little bizarre. Both Lu Gishan and Yushi secretly felt that Ghost Ancestor seemed to be playing some tricks. They were a little uneasy, and the words of the request were also swallowed in their stomachs, waiting for the next sentence of Ghost Ancestor. However, this method is just an idea of the old man, and it has not been verified in practice. I can't guarantee the effect and whether I can leave this place, so I have to let you all help. If it is successful, the old man will bring you together. Leave. If you fail, don't blame others. What do you think? Ghost Ancestor asked with a smile. Lu Gishan and Yushi glanced at each other from a distance. The former sneered, but it's according to the instructions of the seniors. His arms couldn't twist his thighs, and he clearly knew that the current situation would not allow him to refuse Guizu's proposal, so he readily agreed. I have no opinion from the Sword Alliance, so just act according to the wishes of the seniors. Yushi was also bitter, not sincere. Okay, good, very good, you are all very obedient, the old man is very happy, it should not be too late, let's start now. Guizu grinned, revealing a mouth of penetrating fangs. Saying this, suddenly his hands picking up the mysterious spiritual art, he shot a few energy into the large formation on the flat ground. The holy crystals arranged in the big array seem to be activated by something. One by one, they are lit up one by one. From those holy crystals, a wave of palpitating energy waves spread out, and they are like ocean waves. One wave after another, layer upon layer, in just a short time, they converged to a level of panic. The rich spiritual energy in the heaven and the earth echoed with the distance, and the atmosphere of the whole world changed in an instant. The scenery within everyone's line of sight became distorted and weird, as if this space might collapse at any time. The faces of the warriors changed greatly, their eyes filled with horror, and they didn't know what ghost ancestor was doing. Yang Kai stared deeply at the gate standing on the flat ground, his face was horrified, and he felt an unusual aura from there. The aura that belongs to the turbulent flow of space, the distortion of the space framed by the gate is stronger than anywhere else. Yang Kai has no doubt that if this continues, the space there will really collapse. His worries soon came true. The energy of the great formation gathered towards the gate made from the fragments of the battleship, and Guizu's eyes became extremely frenzied at this moment, watching the movement of the gate all of a sudden, with an excited expression. Click! A cracking sound came out, and a crack suddenly appeared in the space framed by the gate, and the crack quickly spread around and became as dense as a spider web. The sound of shattering caught everyone's attention, and everyone who saw this scene felt chills all over. Clack clack! That piece of space was like a mirror being shattered, bursting open inch by inch. The space collapsed at this moment. Inside the gate, at the same time, a pitch-black black hole with a strong pulling force appeared. It was endless, cold and dark, and no one knew where this black hole was connected. Void corridor, Yang Kai shouted. He has seen countless void corridors on Tongshuan continent, but he has never seen the birth of void corridor with his own eyes, and he has been fortunate enough to witness it until now. Space array. The beautiful woman of the Sword Alliance, Yuxi, suddenly screamed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Senior, do you actually understand the space array? Lu Gishan also changed his face. The huge formation was covered with holy crystals. Although it was a bit crude, it was indeed a space formation, belonging to the legendary space formation. Ghost ancestor nodded. Slightly understand, not very proficient, just the result of this 1,000 years of painstaking research. Well, this old man seems to be a bit unbearable in his ability to comprehend the laws of space. Although it took thousands of years, he still can't understand the mystery of space. It makes people feel helpless. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1012 Why did you choose me? The formation that took countless holy crystals to build is a space formation. The gate in the center is made from the scattered battleship fragments. The edge of the gate is covered with a thin layer of ethereal crystals. This layer of void spirit crystal is the biggest support for opening and maintaining the void corridor. It is tempered by hundreds of space rings. Ghost ancestor robbed everyone's space ring before, for the ethereal crystal contained in the ring. It was only at this time that Lu Gishan and Yu Shi understood what method Ghost ancestor wanted to use to get out of Haria. He wanted to use this space formation to teleport himself away. All kinds of doubts, all kinds of troubles, all became clear the moment I saw this void corridor. But everyone present can see that the void corridor created by this space magic circle is extremely unstable and may collapse at any time. Can such a thing be used? And even if it can be teleported, no one knows where the destination is. If it is teleported into a space, it is better to stay on this continent. At least it is a place with strong spiritual energy and rich materials. For a while, everyone fell silent. Ghost ancestor smiled and said, "It's time for you to help." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. He seems to want others to go in and check the situation. Knowing his intentions, everyone's expressions changed. "Senior, isn't that bad?" Yu Shi said in a hurry, wanting to make clear the interests of Guizu. "Well, what's wrong?" Ghost ancestor looked at her coldly, and the cold aura enveloped Yu Shi like a sky, making her speechless. "Why do you think the old man doesn't let you kill each other, and let you collect supplies here? HMPH, if you weren't useful, the old man would have killed all of you juniors and sacrificed to my ghost banner's heroic soul. How could you be here? Presumptuous here!" Guizu shouted savagely. At this moment his cruel nature was exposed, and his gentle temperament suddenly became bloodthirsty and gloomy. Who dares to say another word? The old man, let him know how powerful it is now. Everyone was silent, and no one dared to talk nonsense anymore. With his strength, no one could resist even if he was strong, so everyone immediately became honest. Ghost ancestor nodded in satisfaction, his stern gaze swept around the crowd, and all the people he was staring at lowered their heads involuntarily, as if they were afraid of being spotted by him. "Damn, don't look at me, don't look at me." Shen Tu's eyes dropped, and he muttered nervously, as if he was chanting some spell to change the direction of the old man's gaze. "You, come over here for this old man." Guizu suddenly pointed his hand. Everyone looked at the position he pointed, and after seeing who the person over there was, their nervous mood suddenly relaxed, and many people even showed a look of schadenfreude. Grass. Shen Tu's face darkened, he cursed in his heart, laughed shyly, rubbed his big hands and carefully deceived himself. Senior, are you talking about me? Are you talking about me? At this moment, he even had a secret decision to die. If Ghost Ancestor really chose him to test the effect of the space circle, he would rather die than compromise. The one next to you. Ghost Ancestor turned his attention to Yang Kai. Me. Now it was Yang Kai's turn to change his face, pointing at his nose, angrily said, why me? There are so many people here, why did you choose me? He was depressed. Nearly 100 warriors from the Sword League and Purple Star gathered here. This Ghost Ancestor just found him. Ghost Ancestor snorted coldly, you kid looks a little restless. Is this the reason? Yang Kai frowned and hurriedly said, Senior, if you let me go, I will promise to be honest in the future. In the future? No future. Ghost Ancestor looked impatient. Senior is wise. With a sneer at the corner of Yu Zai's mouth, she drank softly, her beautiful eyes squinting at Yang Kai with a happy expression. Yang Kai had only humiliated her before, but now she is in bad luck. The present world report has not come so quickly. Yu Shi couldn't help but feel a little grateful to this old man. Disciples take revenge. Yang Kai's face was cold, he glanced at Yu Shi, gritted his teeth and scolded, bitch, I remember you. Yu Shi sneered, didn't take it seriously, and said sarcastically, you can live through today. Senior is really wise, I, Zi Xing, unconditionally obey the arrangement of my predecessors. Lu Gishan echoed beside him. As long as this Ghost Ancestor doesn't choose their people, Lu Gishan and Uxi don't care. As everyone expects, don't refuse your kid. Ghost Ancestor laughed and held a hand, and an unparalleled attraction came from the palm of his hand. Yang Kai's body involuntarily flew towards him, and instantly came to his place. In front of him, he couldn't even raise the strength of resistance. Staring at the void tunnel opened by the space array, Yang Kai's face sank like water. He could feel that this void corridor was completely different from what he had seen before. Although the ones I saw before were unintentionally brought about by the war between the powerhouses in the ancient times, they have been formed for countless years and have long since stabilized. But in front of this void corridor, which was framed by a gate, and its chaos, the chaotic level of spatial turbulence coming from the inside made even Yang Kai's heart palpitate. If you really rush into it, it will definitely be in danger, or you will get lost in it and find no way out, and you will be trapped for the rest of your life. I also don't confine your power, because maybe there will be some danger inside. You go in and check the situation. If you can come back alive, it is best, but if you can't come back, don't blame the old man. Well, you ask yourself blessed. Saying this, Ghost Ancestor will throw Yang Kai into the void corridor. Wait, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. What? Ghost Ancestor looked at him displeased. Senior, you just need me to go in and check the situation, right? Good, then what to do is my freedom. I also ask the seniors to make it easier for me to act in my own way. Oh, Ghost Ancestor suddenly showed an interesting expression and looked at Yang Kai with interest. What method do you want to use? You should know that it is useless to play tricks in front of this old man. I didn't think so. Yang Kai sullen and unhappy. How long will it take? The old man has no patience to wait for you. It seemed that Yang Kai was about to die, and Ghost Ancestor was surprisingly easy to talk. Don't wait. Yang Kai said this, and suddenly sat down cross-legged and shouted, out of the body. Accompanied by his low drink, a looming ray of divine soul energy suddenly emerged from his body. The energy was illusory and ethereal, constantly changing its shape. Divine soul spirit body, someone shouted, and at a glance, they could see the mystery contained in it. Lu Gishan, Yu Shi and the others were all stunned. Ghost Ancestor also laughed strangely. No one thought that the way Yang Kai said was actually escaping the spirit body from the body. He obviously wanted to use the spirit body to enter the void corridor to investigate. Doesn't he know that the spirit body of the soul is so fragile that it is impossible to leave the body and be exposed for too long? Moreover, this approach is also extremely dangerous. At this time, if someone rushes to Yang Kai to use his divine soul ability, he will surely be able to easily inflict heavy damage on him. No matter how powerful the spirit body without the protection of the body is, it is like a hedgehog without thorns, vulnerable to a single blow. Hey, Ghost Ancestor's casual expression changed, and he was extremely solemn. Spiritual mind probed Yang Kai's body, and his expression became strange. Because he found that Yang Kai's body was full of spirit and soul, and it was not the case after the spirit body was escaped from the body. Taking a closer look at the Divine Soul Spirit body, Ghost Ancestor found that the Divine Soul Spirit body was somewhat dull and rigid, as if he had no mind of his own. Boy, what kind of weird secret technique did you practice, and you actually have two spirit bodies? Ghost Ancestor exclaimed, with an incredible expression. People as strong as Ghost Ancestor were also shocked by Yang Kai's methods. The technique of distraction, Yang Kai replied indifferently. The technique of distraction belongs to the supernatural power of the great demon god. Yang Kai devoured a drop of orthodox demon god golden blood in the holy tomb of the Nine Heavens Holy Land back then, and discovered this magical power from the blood. Since then, he has been cultivating his distraction for almost 10 years past. This distraction is about to come to fruition, and it will come in handy soon. But today, he was forced to use this distraction, just to find out the situation in the void corridor for this Ghost Ancestor. He was bleeding in pain. Interesting, you kid is really surprising. Ghost Ancestor looked into the distraction situation with great interest, and found that this pair of Yang Kai's distraction was basically the same as his own spiritual body, just weak. Some of them have no mind of their own. Strictly speaking, this is similar to a puppet, the only difference being that there is no entity. After looking at it for a while, Ghost Ancestor pouted again and said, "This thing has to find a decent body in order to exert its power. It's not very useful." He saw at a glance the evils of distraction. "Forget it, just act like this," Ghost Ancestor said. A wisp of resentment poured out of his body, and the resentful spirit wrapped around Yang Kai's distraction, dragging distraction into the void. In the corridor, he can check the whole process through the feedback of the resentful soul. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the result to appear. They know that if this time is unsuccessful, the situation like today will happen a second time, a third time. This Ghost Ancestor will continue to experiment until he finds the correct teleportation direction. Today Yang Kai was selected, they gloat over the misfortune and secretly rejoice, who knows who will be selected next time. Maybe it's me, whoever gets selected will be unlucky at that time. In an instant, everyone was deeply concerned, and they began to pray in their hearts that Yang Kai's distraction was safe and sound, and he returned safely. Everyone was extremely pious, and even Yu Shi, who wished Yang Kai's early death and early birth, was nervous. Time passed little by little. The light of those holy crystals flickered, and the energy contained in them was quickly consumed. Beside the gate, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his expression changed. Ghost Ancestor stood beside him, and his expression changed. The light emitted by the holy crystal made his expression even more terrifying. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1013 We're sorry. On the mountainside and flat ground, a group of people from Zixing and Zhanmeng watched and waited anxiously. No one dared to speak aloud. The needles fell quietly and could be heard in a large area, and the atmosphere was solemn. I don't know how long it took. Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled, his face turned pale, and it seemed that something and terrifying things had happened. The void corridor opened by the space magic circle also began to wriggle and close like an open animal mouth. In the blink of an eye, the dark void corridor disappeared, and the twisted space at the mountainside returned to normal. At the moment when the void corridor was closed, Yang Kai's distraction and the resentful soul released by the Ghost Ancestors escaped from the corridor. Ghost Ancestor made a move, and the resentful soul returned to his body. Yang Kai also accepted his distraction. A little investigation, his face was sinking. "Senior, my distraction can no longer be used, it has arrived. It's on the verge of collapse." Ghost Ancestor seemed to be checking the information from the Wraith Soul. He ignored Yang Kai for a while, and nodded his head after a while and said, "Well, you did a good job, let's go back to it. Senior, if there is such a thing next time, you won't find me again, right?" Yang Kai asked with a cold face. Ghost Ancestor grinned. "Look at your mood, see if your kid is honest or not." Yang Kai's face darkened, he flew back from there without saying a word, and fell to Shen Tu's side to sit down. "Let's go to each other, don't leave too far, I will find you again when I need it," Ghost Ancestor indifferently ordered. Hearing what he said, everyone was amnesty like a dream, and quickly dispersed, leaving the mountainside and flat land as if they were fleeing. Yang Kai and Shen Tu also hurried down the mountain, no longer willing to stay in this ghost place for a while. Soon, there was only Ghost Ancestor left on the mountainside. He stared at the space array that he had spent a lot of effort to set up. Exact effect. Although this time was unsuccessful, he was also mentally prepared, so he did not show too much disappointment. After all, when he came here back then, he was just a martial artist who had just broken through to the Holy King realm. What he had learned was not very advanced. It was a good luck that he could spend 1,000 years researching this space array. It is a pity that the mystery of space is not something he can understand. Even if it has reached the height of Void King realm now, the mystery of space is complicated. This kind of thing takes talent and chance. He sat upright in the middle of the Great Formation, and after a while, he began to move the holy crystals to build the formation diagram of the Great Formation. 10 miles away from the mountain peak, Yongkai paused and stopped. What's wrong? Keep running. Shentu looked at him in astonishment and urged. Where do you want to run to? Yongkai looked at him strangely. I don't know, I can run as far as I can. Shentu shuddered. I don't want to be targeted by him and sent into that tunnel, life and death can't be controlled. Yongkai shook his head. Here, he is the master, he can find you wherever you go. That's true. Shentu thought for a while and nodded in agreement, but brother, I'm sorry just now, I really can't do anything, I can't share your worries for you. It's okay, I did something myself, and he was eyeing him. Yongkai knew why Guizhu chose him first, clearly because he killed Wei Wu. He felt that he had disobeyed his orders, that he was not honest enough. This has nothing to do with Shentu, and even if he wants to help, under the absolute power of Guizhu, he can't do anything. In that void corridor, what happened to you? Shentu asked curiously again. I don't know very well. My distracted mind has no thinking. Although I have attached a ray of spiritual consciousness to it, I have not observed much. I can only tell you that with the study of the laws of space by the ghost ancestors, who died in there, this time, my distracted spirit was able to escape back entirely because of the lack of a physical body. The speed of the divine soul is not comparable to the physical body. Quote, Shentu's face paled. Then what else does he study? He has been trapped for 2,000 years, and of course he wants to leave here, but for us, it is a perfect cultivation holy place. If he can improve his strength to the virtual king realm here, it must be inseparable from the cultivation environment here. Yongkai took a breath and smiled bitterly. You should be glad that he still has something to study. If one day he loses interest in the space magic circle and feels that he can't escape from this place anymore, that's it, a real disaster. Brother, don't scare me. Shentu showed a frightened expression, and immediately shuddered when he imagined that scene in his mind. Once Ghost Ancestor loses interest in the space array and feels hopeless to escape, with his temper and character, then everyone may be better off dead. What are you going to do next? Yongkai looked at him and asked. I don't know, wait for death. Shentu's mouth twitched. How about you? Find a place to retreat and practice. Yongkai replied casually. Shentu was astonished, and some did not understand why Yongkai was so calm, and he was not worried at all. After thinking about it, he said, then I'll find something to do. Hey, it's really sad to be worried all day long. On this continent, only he and Yongkai can talk to each other, and the people of Zhenwu and Zixing are on their own, so they will naturally ignore them. Now that Yongkai is going to retreat and practice, Shentu can't even find the only person who can speak, and suddenly he feels a little uncomfortable. I don't know why, his strength is obviously much higher than Yongkai, but he has a sense of frustration that he is inferior to the opponent everywhere. Yongkai seems to be very calm when he encounters anything. When he can't control it, he will silently observe until he can control it. Shentu couldn't help but admire. The two talked for a while and then separated. Yongkai didn't know what Shentu was going to do. Anyway, he was going to the cave where he used to concoct pills. At any time, strong strength is the guarantee of survival. Yongkai understands this more clearly than anyone else. Because of Lu Gishan's ban, he couldn't improve his strength for 2 months. He really didn't want to waste this rare cultivation environment, so he couldn't wait. Senior, before I go, you find me in the cave to practice alchemy, is it feasible? Just in case, Yongkai spread his message and asked Ghost Ancestor. After a while, Ghost Ancestor's voice rang in his ears. Go, I won't need you for the time being. Thank you. Yongkai nodded, took out the star shuttle, and flew over there. It just flew out not far, and suddenly there was a coquettish shout from the side, Yongkai. Yongkai paused and turned his head to look at the voice. He saw that He Zhao and He Miao were flying towards him not far away. After a while, the two sisters came to him. He Zhao's expression was a bit complicated, and he didn't seem to know how to speak, but He Miao asked bluntly, Brother Wei Wu was really killed by you. What do you think? Yongkai asked without answering. I don't think it's possible. He Miao pouted. Senior Wei Wu has the cultivation of the third layer holy realm, and his strength is the true inheritance of the master. You are so weak, how can you kill him? Am I weak? Yang Kai was stunned. He Miao looked at him seriously, glanced at him with spiritual sense, and giggled. Anyway, it's not strong, I think I can easily defeat you. Is that so? Yang Kai nodded lightly, without defending himself. He asked, do you have anything to do with me? He Zhao said softly, we want to come here to say sorry to you. She bit her red lips lightly and said apologetically, you helped us in the chaotic abyss, and saved our lives. We should have thanked you well, but Master Shi. It's none of your business. Yang Kai smiled and didn't care. Anyway, we are very sorry, and the master was very annoyed by the death of senior brother Wei Wu. She asked us to find a chance to kill you. Yang Kai, if our sisters really draw swords against you in the future, please don't blame us, that was not our intention. Yang Kai grinned. I know. But if you really do this, please be prepared to be killed by me. I won't let you kill and not fight back. You stinky bastard. He Miao snorted. If our sisters really want to kill you, can you resist? Just try it and you'll know. He Miao, don't be so rude. He Zhao scolded lightly. I know. He Miao stuck out her tongue. Are you all right? Yang Kai tilted his head and asked as he looked at them. No, we came here just to tell you this. Then there will be a period. Yang Kai once again envoy Xingxuo, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned. Ask you too, if the two of you die in the chaotic abyss, what good will it be for Wei Wu? What do you mean? He Zhao looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai smiled and said, just asking casually. He Zhao frowned and pondered, and said seriously, Master is a member of the Sword League, and he doesn't have many disciples. Our sisters and senior brother Wei Wu are relatively good among them. If we die, Master will definitely cultivate him with all his strength. Then how did you get lost in the chaotic abyss? Yang Kai asked again. Senior brother Wei Wu sent us a message and asked us to wait outside the chaotic abyss, but we didn't expect to encounter a group of people from Zixing. Our sisters were outnumbered and forced. He Zhao said. The pretty face suddenly changed color, as if thinking of something, the delicate body trembled slightly, and looked at Yang Kai incredulously. Goodbye. Yang Kai didn't say much, his figure was wrapped in the blue rainbow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Leaving He Zhao thoughtful and angry, He Miao looked dazed. After a while, He Miao whispered softly, this person is really strange, he said some mindless words. I think he's smarter than anyone else. He Zhao's beautiful eyes shone with a different kind of light, and you underestimate him, he can kill senior brother Wei Wu, it's definitely not just what it looks like on the surface. Simple, maybe, he doesn't even care about the two of us. No, sister, are you overestimating him? He Miao exclaimed. Do you remember, when we met him in the chaotic abyss, he didn't evade at all. He didn't know who we were and whether he had any ill will to him, but he still waited in place. Even if we have malice towards him, we can't do anything to him with our own strength. He Zhao drank lowly. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1014 Angry Ghost Ancestor. In the cave, the stone milk hangs upside down, and a clear spring full of spiritual energy falls from the stone milk, sputtering on the ground, making a crisp sound of ding-dong. The entire cave was surrounded by clouds and mist, and the rich spiritual energy could hardly be wiped away. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the cave, his billions of cores stretched out, frantically swallowing the mist-like spiritual energy, a little bit, growing his strength at an untraceable speed. Before leaving for the Star Territory, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint Realm. After wandering in the star field for many days, he didn't find a place to stay, and he didn't have time to practice. Afterwards, the people who met Zixing were captured by them into the battleship, and they had no chance to practice. Before he could run away in a hurry, he and Zixing's people fell into difficulty on this floating continent, and his cultivation base was sealed for 2 months. Now that he has gained some freedom, Yang Kai naturally has to use it quickly. Only when the strength is strong can everything be possible. Even in the most desperate adversity, he has no idea of giving up. The terrain of this cave has been artificially transformed by others, so that the spiritual energy can be gathered and poured into this side more quickly, which can be absorbed and utilized by him to the greatest extent. The cultivation of his own realm is slowly growing. When you are tired of practice, you can make a few pills to adjust your mood, or go out for a walk, see the beautiful scenery of this continent, and search for high-grade medicinal materials from the gaps between the mountains and the jungle. Zhenwu is right, the materials contained in this ghost place are really too rich. Almost everywhere there are spiritual herbs and medicines, and each plant is full of years, and the medicinal properties are condensed. Any alchemist who came here would be ecstatic and have a heart attack. The medicinal pills refined by Yongkai were also used to assist in the cultivation, and the holy pills entered his abdomen, which made his cultivation speed almost increase to the limit. His current practice is not just a gathering of strength. When the strength has reached this level, the improvement of each level requires the double enhancement of strength and realm. That power includes both the physical body and the spiritual sense, and the realm includes various factors such as state of mind and perception of the martial arts and heaven. Any lack of it will cause the cultivation base to fail to improve. Yongkai's cultivation is smooth, and there is no bottleneck at all. Days passed by. In this excellent cultivation environment, Yongkai grew at the speed of light, and faintly felt the level of the two-layer saint. He estimated that it had been almost a year since he separated from Zhenwu. I haven't met anyone else for such a long time, and I haven't communicated with anyone, but Yongkai can faintly perceive the changes on this continent. The warriors of Zigen and Zhenwu seem to be missing one every few days. Their life aura suddenly disappeared from this continent, and Yongkai naturally knows what their fate will be. It must have been thrown into the space array by Ghost Ancestor, and there is no return. In the first period of time, he could sense through his spiritual sense that there were scattered warrior activities nearby, but in the past 6 months, no one would come here at all. It seems that he is the only one left in the entire continent, and there is no one else. On this day, Yongkai was practicing in meditation. Suddenly his face changed, and he opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Over there, a gloomy and ghostly aura spread like a big explosion, sweeping over half of the continent in an instant. Even though it was thousands of miles away, Yongkai couldn't help but tremble a little, running true Yang vitality, resisting that gloomy erosion. At the same time, Yongkai was keenly aware that the plants outside the cave where he lived were rapidly withering down, and the earth also became lifeless at this moment, as if it had lost its life. The roar of Ghost Ancestor suddenly resounded through the sky. Why? Why is it not successful? The old man has been studying hard for 1,000 years, why can't he leave this ghost place? His voice was hysterical. When he was angry, the situation of the entire continent changed. Yongkai suddenly realized that after so long, Ghost Ancestor did not seem to have made any progress in the space formation, and all the hopes he saw before turned into despair at this moment. Yongkai held his breath and condensed his voice, motionless. Boy, get over here for this old man. Suddenly, the voice of Ghost Ancestor sounded beside his ears. Yongkai's face turned bitter. Knowing that it was a blessing or a disaster, and that it could not be avoided, he stood up unwillingly, walked out of the cave, and the imperial envoy Xingxuo approached the mountain where Ghost Ancestor was. An hour later, he arrived halfway up the mountain and fell. Glancing over, Yongkai sighed heavily. He found that there were nearly 100 warriors in the team, and there were only less than 10 people left at this moment. The others are long gone. And of these 10 people, more than half of them were acquainted with him. Yuxi, the beautiful woman of the Sword League, and sisters He Zhao and He Miao. Lu Gishan of Purple Star, Bai Ya, and Shen Tu. That Liushan has disappeared, and it is estimated that the evil is more fortunate. Seeing Yongkai's appearance, these people all looked up at him. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped them, so that they did not dare to take a breath. The reunion of the people in distress this time is completely different from the last time. Although the last time everyone was terrified, at least they still held some hope. Everyone's mood is low, his eyes are dim, and he can't see a trace of light. They were like a group of prisoners waiting to die. Shen Tu nodded slightly to Yongkai, saying hello, but he was not in the mood to say anything more. Your boy's life has been very nourishing. Ghost Ancestor stood in the center of the space circle and looked at Yongkai with a sneer. Senior, I have been very honest during this period of time. I have been living in a secluded place, and I have never provoked any right or wrong. Yongkai's mouth twitched. The old man knows. All your whereabouts can't be hidden from the old man's investigation. The old man naturally knows that you are very honest. Gui Zhu He chuckled, but it is because of this that the old man is very upset. Why do I think you are not at all? Don't worry if you can leave this ghost place. Yongkai immediately understood that the problem was there. It was because he was too honest and dutiful that he was targeted. Others are anxious every day, but Yongkai is just like no one else, obviously a little different. The junior is naturally worried, but this kind of thing can be left to the senior to worry about. The junior has low strength and short knowledge, so I really can't think of a good way to get out of here. Stop flattering. Ghost ancestor's expression sullen. If you usually say a few nice words, I'm afraid I'll be happy, but now. HMPH, I don't like this. Yang Kai suddenly stopped talking. Yu Shi, Lu Gishan, and the others all looked in a panic, listening to the conversation between Yang Kai and Ghost Ancestor anxiously, secretly praying that Yang Kai didn't know how to provoke Ghost Ancestor even more. Ghost Ancestor staggered and seemed to be a little out of strength. Those eyes were also deeply sunken in their sockets, and the eye circles were dark. There was a strange look on his face, as if he was talking to himself and telling everyone, "When I was young, I had some adventures, cultivated a body of evil power, and gradually improved my strength to the level of sainthood." Wang Jing, at that time, the old man was only 100 years old. When he was in his prime, he could let go of his hands and feet and let the name of the old man spread to the stars. But he was sought revenge by the enemy family. Not dead, he escaped with serious injuries, and fled all the way into the chaotic abyss, where he lost his way. Soon after, an outbreak of the chaotic field dragged the old man into this continent. There are rich materials and strong spiritual energy. The old man thought it was a gift from God. This opportunity, let me cultivate strength here, and then go out to find the enemy to take revenge. As he said this, his face gradually became hideous. I never thought that the old man has now reached the virtual king realm. This ghost place is still binding the old man like a cage, so that the old man cannot leave. If the old man cannot leave, what's the use of even strength? The old man is going to seek revenge, to kill that person and avenge my wife and children. He roared at the crowd. Senior, 2,000 years have passed, and your enemy may have died long ago. Yang Kai frowned. Then I will slaughter all his descendants and grandchildren, and let his blood disappear in this world. I will also slaughter all those who are related to him, and I will slaughter the star where he is, and let it become a dead place. Star, Ghost Ancestor shouted loudly, as if he was going crazy, and he looked extremely terrifying. The old man's obsession, you may understand. He turned his head vigorously and looked at everyone. Everyone, no one dared to show any disobedience. Okay, you understand. Gui Zhu grinned evilly and shouted, then help this old man one last time. After this time, this old man will not look for you again. Everyone's heart was filled with anxiety. No matter what everyone thought, Ghost Ancestor quickly got busy in the space array, and while modifying the layout of the array, he said, thanks to your presence, this old man has the opportunity to experiment many times. Mystery old man doesn't understand very well, so this void corridor has been unstable, and I don't know exactly where it is sent. This time you will seek more blessings for yourself, whether it is life or death depends on good fortune. While speaking, the large formation had been transformed, and at the gate covered with a thin void spirit crystal, the void corridor appeared again, and he waved to Yang Kai, come here, kid. It's me again. Yang Kai was extremely angry. The last time Ghost Ancestor called everyone, he was the first to be called up. This time the situation was the same as last time. He really didn't know what was wrong with this Ghost Ancestor. What nonsense. Ghost Ancestor couldn't help but say. A big hand like a withered bone approached Yang Kai and directly captured him in front of him. Senior, isn't this unfair to him? You looked for him last time, this time you should look for someone else. A voice suddenly sounded. Ghost Ancestor, who was about to throw Yang Kai into the void corridor, looked to the side, looking at He Zhao's pretty face with a pale face. Yang Kai's expression changed, and some did not expect that at this last moment, she actually said a good word to himself. Yeah, Senior, you're targeting Brother Yang too much. Shen Tu was stunned for a moment, and then he dared to agree. He Miao's beautiful eyes flashed, and she nodded nervously with an expression of approval. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 10-15 Do you still have such means? Gui Zhu held Yang Kai and looked at He Zhao with a strange expression. He Zhao was obviously afraid of dying, his delicate body was trembling, but he still refused to avert his gaze from Ghost Ancestor. Everyone was surprised. The beautiful woman of the Sword League, Yu Shi, covered her mouth and shouted, what are you doing? Sit down for me. He Zhao didn't move, she couldn't sit down anymore. Under the influence of Ghost Ancestor's persecuting momentum, she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. She was dripping with sweat and her face was as pale as paper. Suddenly, the ghost ancestor laughed a few times and asked Yang Kai, "What is your relationship with this girl? Meet by chance. Then she fell in love with you at first sight?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head and looked at He Zhao, who was over there, with a delicate mood. "Then why did she want to help you get ahead?" Gui Zhu laughed even more weirdly. He saved our sister's life." He Zhao's trembling voice sounded, answering Gui Zhu's question. "Well, it's not bad. You girl has a clear grudge. But if the old man lets him go, would you be willing to do it for him?" Gui Zhu looked at He Zhao with a wicked smile. He Zhao's face became paler and paler, his delicate body trembled slightly, and he seemed unable to give an answer for a while. Yang Kai couldn't help but turn his attention to her, wondering how she would answer. Lu Guishan, Bai Ya and the others all stared at He Zhao for a moment, and Yu Shi kept winking at her, signaling her not to be reckless and impulsive. He Zhao took a deep breath, and his bright eyes became firm in an instant, as if he had made a decision. She lightly parted her lips and was about to give her own answer. "No need." Yang Kai frowned. "Senior, you don't need to pay attention to her, just do it." Ghost Ancestor was stunned for a moment, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, and nodded. "I still have some guts. I didn't expect a woman to help you divide the danger. Well everyone, don't worry, this time none of you can escape, everyone has to go in." When this statement came out, everyone was shocked. They thought that this time it was the same as before, that Ghost Ancestor would throw a certain person into the void corridor to investigate the situation. They thought that if Yang Kai died, they could live for a while, and they thought that bad luck would not come to them so soon. On the head, who knows that things are not what they think. Ghost Ancestor is obviously going to break the boat and let it go. After understanding this, everyone looked bitter, and secretly felt that this time they could not escape no matter what. I was afraid that it was the footsteps of those who died before they really wanted to die here. The colorful sky also became hazy at this moment, making people feel heavy. "Brother Yang, go all the way, brother, I will come to accompany you later to ensure that you will not be alone." Shen Tu's death was imminent, and he did not forget to say goodbye to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Boy, let's go in." Ghost Ancestor didn't want to waste any more time. A ray of resentment poured out of his body, wrapped around Yang Kai's body, and threw him into the void corridor with a flick of his hand. While sensing the feedback from the Wraith Soul, he opened his hand and sucked He Zhao who was standing there, and said with a grin, "Don't be in a hurry, girl, this old man will send you to accompany your savior. I hope you all have good luck, unlike those people who died inexplicably before. Old monster, you have done a lot of evil, and one day someone will make you pay the price." He Zhao shouted fiercely. "Don't bother." Gui Zhu didn't care, and also released a ray of resentment to entangle He Zhao. Just when he was about to throw He Zhao into the void corridor, his body froze, his gloomy eyes suddenly looked into the corridor, his excited expression seemed to have made some special discovery. The next moment, he suddenly screamed, "Boy, do you still have such skills?" While talking, he put aside He Zhao, laughed and disappeared. His wild laughter was heard from far away. On the mountainside, He Zhao's face was ashen, he stood there in a daze, motionless, staring at the direction where Ghost Ancestor left, not knowing what happened. He Miao rushed up in a hurry, her eyes filled with tears, and asked worriedly, "Sister, is there anything wrong?" "It's okay." He Zhao shook his head. At this moment, there was nothing wrong with her except that she was covered with a wisp of resentment, which made her feel a little cold. The Ghost Ancestor didn't do anything to her. What happened? Why did this old monster suddenly leave? Yu Shi also rushed up. Lu Guishan, Bai Ya, Shen Tu and the others approached here without falling to the ground, all eyes focused on He Zhao, hoping that she could give an answer. Everyone seems to think that she, who was standing with Gui Zhu at that time, must have found some clues. "I don't know." He Zhao shook his head. "I really don't know," Lu Guishan confirmed distrustfully. "Really do not know. It's weird, why did the senior suddenly leave? Is it related to Yang Kai?" He Miao asked innocently. The words that the old guy said before he left were clearly referring to Yang Kai. After telling her this, everyone suddenly recalled and thought about it carefully, and they all felt that it was very possible. It seems that Yang Kai has some incredible means, which makes Ghost Ancestor very interested. But at that time, Yang Kai had already been thrown into the void tunnel. Why did the Ghost Ancestor chase it out? Isn't this old guy crazy? Shen Tu's mouth twitched, and only in this way can he explain Ghost Ancestor's strange behavior. "I hope he forgets our existence." Lu Guishan prayed deceitfully. Somewhere in the hanging continent, the space was suddenly torn apart, and Yang Kai's figure appeared from there. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai's face was sinking like water, and he couldn't help cursing. He found himself still on this strange continent. Before he could take a sigh of relief, Ghost Ancestor's breath approached here at a thunderous speed, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai saw a pitch-black figure galloping from afar. The wraith had already rushed out of Ghost Ancestor's body, and slaughtered towards this side with open teeth and claws. Yang Kai's expression changed, tearing apart the void again, escaping into the turbulent space. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away. Ghost Ancestor dashed into the air, sensed it a little, accurately found Yang Kai's current position, and continued to pursue with a grinning smile. Boy, you are hiding deep enough, but you can't escape the palm of the old man's palm no matter what. Ghost Ancestor spared no effort in chasing, vowing to capture Yang Kai. Yang Kai kept fleeing, and the bitterness in his heart filled Huang Lian. As early as a year ago, when he was first selected by Ghost Ancestor, he was hiding the means by which he could tear the void, and he did not hesitate to spend 10 years of training the power of distraction without revealing this means. He regarded it as the last way to save his life, and secretly hoped that he would be able to tear apart the space, leave this ghost place, return to the chaotic abyss, and get rid of the control of the Ghost Ancestors. It was not until today that he had to use it as a last resort that he realized that what he thought was too simple. It seems that because Ghost Ancestor built a space magic circle here and kept experimenting, the space field of the entire continent was chaotic, making the space turbulence here more dangerous and strange than ever. Even if Yang Kai has some research on the space, he does not dare to stay in the space for too long. This meant that he didn't even have time to breathe under the pursuit of Ghost Ancestor. If it wasn't for this, he could have been hiding in the turbulent flow of space, and waited until the Ghost Ancestor thought he was dead, and then acted quietly. Now he can only continue to use the magical power to tear apart the space, chasing and fleeing with the Ghost Ancestors, and is in a state of embarrassment. Every time the space is torn apart, it is accompanied by a huge consumption of physical strength and spiritual power. After only 3 or 5 times, Yang Kai is a little out of breath. The power in the flesh is inexhaustible, and even if it is used up, there is still a divine tree that can provide it for oneself, but the replenishment of the power of divine consciousness is not so convenient. Yang Kai gradually became desperate, feeling that he could not escape no matter what. Junior, don't run away, as long as you are still on this continent, you can't escape. Ghost Ancestor's voice clearly came from a faraway place, but it still clearly sounded beside Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai was unmoved and continued to tear apart the space, disappearing hundreds of miles away. Ghost Ancestor's voice kept ringing in his ears. Boy, don't make a toast, don't eat or eat a fine drink. If you dare to escape again, when the old man captures you, you will definitely pay the price. Fuck, you are determined to fight against the old man, I want to see how long you can last. The old man knows that you are already a little powerless. You are just a warrior who has entered the first-level holy realm. After tearing apart the space so many times, how much power do you still have? Okay, you stop, the old man is not chasing, the old man swears to God that he will not touch a single hair on you, the old man's words count. His attitude and words are gradually changing, and it seems that Yang Kai's performance is somewhat unexpected, which makes his confidence begin to shake. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he stopped the pace of escape. Taking this opportunity, he quickly threw a few medicinal pills that supplemented the power of divine consciousness into his mouth, and took some 10,000 medicine spirit milk at the same time, so that the sea of AAAA consciousness that was dried up got it. Quick replenishment. Ghost Ancestor's figure appeared in the next moment. Ling Li stood a few dozen feet away from Yang Kai, looking at him gloomily, his expression hated. He grinned and said, Boy, you are really surprising everywhere. I didn't expect you to have such a means. You can't think of more. Yang Kai tore the space and hid half of his body in the space crack, ready to escape at any time. Don't be so nervous, let's talk about it. Gui Zhu raised his hands to signal, a kind smile appeared on his face, looking harmless to humans and animals. I saw your method, but you think I really can't stop you. Don't forget, the old man has also studied the laws of space, and he has studied it for thousands of years. Since you have this ability, why haven't you started? What are you worried about? Yang Kai looked indifferent. Ghost Ancestor pouted. If the old man really wants to stop you, he can stop him. As for whether he is alive or dead, the old man can't guarantee it, so I let you be presumptuous. Don't be too self-righteous. Unfinished to be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 10:16 Compromise. You have asked me, and naturally you will not attack me. Yang Kai hummed. If it weren't for this, do you think the old man would be merciful to you? Gui Zuxi sneered. Not much nonsense, the old man didn't know that you were proficient in the laws of space before, but it's not too late to know now. You obediently cooperate with the old man and find how about a way out of here. How to cooperate? Yang Kai frowned. The old man gives you freedom. I will give you what you want, and I will make you satisfied. You are looking for a way to leave here, but when you can leave, you have to take the old man with you. Gui Zhu laughed lowly. The old man worked hard to study. The space law array that comes out is afraid that it won't work, but since you also have research on the law of space, there may be some solutions. I don't trust you. Yang Kai shook his head. Dealing with such old monsters, if you are not careful, it will be irreversible. Then how can you trust the old man? You swear. Ghost Ancestor had a strange expression, and said with a wicked smile, do you believe this old man's oath? This old man can go back at any time. I swear in the name of your dead wife and children, I will believe it. Yang Kai said seriously. Boy, don't take an inch. Ghost Ancestor's expression suddenly became violent, as if Yang Kai's words touched his inverse scales. He shouted, it won't do you any good to anger me, I can kill you now to search for your soul. The technique obtains your research on the laws of space. The possibility of success is not high. Maybe you can get my study of the laws of space, maybe you won't get anything, and even if you get it, you won't necessarily understand it. This kind of thing depends on your aptitude. That's why the reason why you have been researching for 1,000 years without any results, your ability to comprehend space is very unbearable. Yang Kai said bluntly, not at all afraid of really angering Ghost Ancestor. He stared at Ghost Ancestor. Would you like to gamble? Ghost Ancestor's expression was uncertain, looking at Yang Kai with a cannibalistic look, as if he wanted to kill him now and search for his memory, but the twinkling eyes were full of hesitation. Yang Kai's words hit the nail on the head, making him indecisive. If you don't swear in the name of your dead wife and children, I will get into the crack of space now, and I will never come out. I would rather die there than cooperate with you. When I die, you will slowly go and fiddle with your space magic circle, expect it to play a role. Saying this, Yang Kai is not going to give Ghost Ancestor any more time to think about it, so he has to drill into the space crack. Wait, Ghost Ancestor shouted fiercely, his face twitched, and his body was full of gloomy aura. Suddenly, he laughed, nodded and said, boy, you are not too timid to negotiate conditions with this old man. Yang Kai shrugged. To cooperate with you is to seek skin with a tiger, I have to be more cautious. Okay, you won. The old man swears in the name of his wife and children that as long as you cooperate obediently, I will not do anything to you. If you violate this oath, the sky will be struck by thunder, and you will not die. Yang Kai shook his head. What else do you want, kid? Gui Zhu shouted fiercely. It's not that you were struck by the sky and thunder, and you can't die. Such an oath is meaningless. How should you swear without me teaching you? Ghost Ancestor looked at him gloomily, and a chill appeared in those deep-set eyes, and the thought of killing was like a tide. He closed his eyes slowly, without using any tricks in his words, and honestly made a vicious oath with his dead wife and children. Yang Kai came out of the space crack and said lightly, would it be better to say this earlier? Boy, I want to kill you right now, smash your bones to ashes, and let you go to pieces to relieve the hatred in my heart. Gui Zhu stared at him coldly. I believe that the seniors are people who care about their wives and children, or else they wouldn't have thought of avenging them after 2,000 years ago. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Senior is also an infatuated person. Ghost Ancestor's violent expression was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, which quickly melted away, and there was a look of memory in his eyes, as if he remembered the figure of his wife and children. The past is over, you go back with me first, let's work together to find a way to get out of here. His tone suddenly calmed down, as if he didn't want to anger him anymore because of that sentence. Saying so, with a wave of his sleeves, he wrapped Yang Kai and returned to the original road. On the mountainside and flat ground, everyone waited anxiously, and the atmosphere was silent. Although Ghost Ancestor had left for an hour, none of them dared to escape from here. This continent is the territory of Ghost Ancestors, and they have nowhere to escape. Everyone was in a panic, secretly expecting that Ghost Ancestor would never return, and it would be best to die somewhere. Just when they were full of unease, Yu Zai's face suddenly changed, and she said softly, he seems to be back. While speaking, he turned his head and looked in one direction. Following her gaze, everyone found that a black cloud was rapidly approaching over there, and the cold aura of Ghost Ancestor came from the black cloud, making people feel cold all over. Despair once again enveloped everyone's hearts. Huh, Shentu said in surprise, and looked at the black cloud in puzzlement. He seemed to see Yang Kai's figure looming in it, and was stunned on the spot for a while. Others also quickly discovered this abnormal phenomenon, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Yang Kai was clearly thrown into the void tunnel by the Ghost Ancestors before, but at this moment he returned with the Ghost Ancestors. They could not find a reason to explain the scene in front of them. After a while, the black cloud fell, and the figures of Ghost Ancestor and Yang Kai appeared in front of everyone. Confirming that what I saw just now was not dizzy, everyone's expressions became strange, and the eyes were flowing on Yang Kai and Ghost Ancestor. Soon, they were horrified to discover that there seemed to be some agreement between Ghost Ancestor and Yang Kai. The old monster's attitude towards Yang Kai was obviously different from before. Just say what you need, and research the method as soon as possible, the old man doesn't want to wait anymore. Gui Zhu indifferently instructed. If you don't want to wait, you have to wait. Yang Kai shook his head. Thanks to you, the space field in this continent is very chaotic now, otherwise I wouldn't be caught by you, I can hide in the space crack and not come out. Quote. What's the matter with this old man? Gui Zhu felt a little wronged. The space array you created. Yang Kai pointed to the other side. Gui Zhu suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't say anything. Although he is not proficient in the mysteries of space, he has studied it for more than 1,000 years. He knows that the chaos of the space field that Yang Kai said is definitely the reason why this magic circle continues to open the void corridor, become distorted. Stop this array first, wait for a while, and when the distorted field stabilizes, I can start researching. Yang Kai said. Ghost Ancestor didn't say a word, waved his hand and flicked his sleeve, the grand formation that was running immediately died down, and the void corridor framed by the gate closed in an instant. How long will it take? Ghost Ancestor asked eagerly. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. It may be half a month, it may be a few months, it may be a few years or a decade, who knows? Boy, you won't use this as an excuse to delay time, will you? Gui Zhu looked at him suspiciously. Don't forget, although I swore an oath, it is only on the premise of your obedient cooperation. Whatever tricks you play, the old man will never show mercy. Quote, what good does procrastination do to me? Even if I procrastinate for 10 years, I will not be your opponent. Yang Kai snorted. Forget about your acquaintance. Gui Zhu was satisfied. Well, that's it for now, you can live here. The old man opened up a cave there, and the spiritual energy of the entire continent is the strongest here. You can practice here for a while to ensure that you will linger, and if you have any other needs, please let me know at any time. A. Ghost Ancestor gave an order, and his figure disappeared in a flash. It doesn't matter what Lu Gishan and Yu Shi think. After he left, Shen Tu walked towards Yang Kai and exclaimed, Yang Kai, what's the situation? Why do you and that senior seem to get along very well? How did you get out of the void tunnel? Escaped. He didn't understand, and there was a lot of doubt on his face. The same is true for the others, with a bunch of eyes focused on Yang Kai, expecting him to give an answer. He asked me, so we reached some consensus and agreement. Yang Kai explained casually. I want to ask you. Shen Tu was astonished. What ability do you have to make someone like him beg you? Yu Shi frowned, with a look of disbelief. Yang Kai glanced at her, ignoring it. Little brother. Lu Gishan coughed lightly, with a smile on his face, and changed his name to Yang Kai. I ask, does this mean that we are temporarily safe? That senior will not let him go. Let's go into that void corridor to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai nodded. You will no longer enter the void corridor. Really? He Miao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but jump with joy, and she couldn't help but burst out with the joy of escaping death. But whether you are safe or not, I don't know. Yang Kai smiled softly and looked at Lu Gishan with bad intentions. Lu Gishan's expression changed, and he suddenly remembered that he and this young man seemed to have some holidays. When he first came here, it was he who issued a restriction in his body, causing him to lose his power. Now that Yang Kai and Ghost Ancestor have reached a consensus and agreement, their status is obviously different from their prisoners. As long as there is the protection of the old monster, Yang Kai can do whatever he wants here. Realizing this, Lu Gishan looked flustered, fearing that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him in the autumn. He hurriedly accompanied his smiling face and clasped his fists. Little brother, Lu has been blind to his eyes before, and I have offended him a lot, please forgive me, little brother. Bai Ya's pretty face was also pale, her watery peach blossom eyes were full of horror, and an embarrassed smile appeared on her face, and she said with a charming expression, "Little brother, I was wrong in the past, you are a lot of shit, don't care about me. I will follow your orders in the future, I will do whatever you ask me to do, okay? I know a lot of things, and I promise not to disappoint you." Her last sentence had a lot of meaning, and I'm afraid any man could hear what she meant. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1017 No one cares if you break your throat. At this moment, the two of Zixing were all humiliated and humiliated. They understood that the current situation was pressing, they understood that the situation was forced, and they understood that Yang Kai was no longer the young man they could ignore before. He should have the ability to control the life and death of all these people, as long as Ghost Ancestor really asks him. On the side, Shen Tu's body was shaken, and he looked at Yang Kai with high spirits. He didn't seem to expect the situation to become so dramatic. He secretly looked forward to what answer Yang Kai would give. Yu Zai's pretty face also changed several times, looking at Yang Kai, deep fear and vigilance poured out of her beautiful eyes. Lu Gishan has a bad relationship with Yang Kai, and her relationship with Yang Kai is not much better. After Wei Wu was killed, she went to Yang Kai and said that one day he would make Yang Kai pay the price. At that time, Yang Kai also rudely greeted her with a few words. The words of the past were still in his ears, and Yushi was bitter. For a while I didn't know what to do. The two powerhouses were all depressed, and they couldn't help but give birth to a subtle feeling of leaving the tiger's den and entering the wolf's den. When facing Yang Kai, it was even more worrying than facing Ghost Ancestor. At the very least, they knew the purpose and means of Ghost Ancestor. They didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai looked at Lu Gishan and Bai Ya with cold eyes, and looked at the smiles they squeezed out that were even uglier than crying, and suddenly felt disgusted. 30 years Hedong, 30 years Hexi. More than a year ago, when he was in trouble, he was subdued by Lu Gishan with one move, and he had no resistance. But now, this strong man who can kill him with one move is begging him in a low voice, to please him, with a flattering expression on his face. Just because there is a number one person like Guizu behind him. Yang Kai originally wanted to use the hands of Ghost Ancestor to kill Lu Gishan in order to avenge the imprisonment of his cultivation base that day, but now, he has no such interest anymore. Because even if Ghost Ancestor killed Lu Gishan, Yang Kai couldn't bring up any happy thoughts. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, "I heard that your Zixing people collected a lot of medicinal materials some time ago." Lu Gishan was stunned, and quickly said, "I have collected a lot, but because there is no storage of secret treasures, it is not well protected, and the efficacy of the medicine is somewhat worn, but it is not harmful." Well, Lu Mo heard that the little brother is an alchemist. It seems that these medicinal materials can only play a big role in the little brother, and the little brother should refine those medicinal materials into pills as soon as possible, so as not to collect the heavenly things. Yang Kai grinned, expressing satisfaction, and said, "Where's your Saint Crystal?" "They are all placed in a hidden place, where the spiritual energy of the world is extremely rich, and we haven't used it all the time. How about giving it to the little brother? Anyway, let's put it there." Very good, you are very good." Yang Kai kept nodding his head, patted Lu Gishan's shoulder lightly, in a happy mood, and gave Shen Tu a wink, "I'll go with him later. Get something back." Understood. Shen Tu's body was shocked, and his waist was like a javelin. "It's not too late, we might as well go now." Lu Gishan smiled shyly, and couldn't wait to escape from this place, so as not to be troubled by Yang Kai again. Saying this, he pleaded guilty to Yang Kai, and led Shen Tu to retreat quickly. Seeing him pretending to be flattering, Yushi couldn't help showing a look of disdain and contempt. She has dealt with Lu Gishan for many years, and she believes that this person is no worse than her in terms of cultivation and means. He was belittled. The bad mood became worse. "As for you," Yang Kai suddenly looked at her, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes were burning like fire, scanning up and down, lingering between Yu Zai's full breast, slender and graceful waist, and slender legs. After a while, there was a strange light in his eyes. Although Yu Shi is the master of He Zhao and He Miao, her real age is definitely not young, but her cultivation is profound, so the years did not leave many traces on her, but made her immersed in a mature charm. She looked like a newly married young woman, sweet and delicious. Yang Kai secretly praised, feeling that the beauty of this beautiful woman is more outstanding than her two apprentices. His gaze was unbridled, extremely aggressive, and made no secret of it. Being stared at by such eyes, Yushi couldn't help but have the illusion that her clothes were stripped naked. The body trembled, and he shouted, "What do you want? We can also give you the medicinal materials and holy crystals, but don't expect me to beg you in a low-lying manner like Lu Gishan. It's very strong, I like it." Yang Kai sneered, "Don't think that you are He Zhao He Miao's master and I won't do anything to you. You and Zizing's people are no different to me. If it weren't for this peace, the mainland has the protection of the ancestors of the ghost ancestors. I am afraid that I have been killed by someone from your side. It's not a pity for someone like you to die." Yushi smiled coldly. "What kind of person am I? Are you familiar with me? What qualifications do you have to judge me? I rescued your 2 apprentices. Not only did you not know how to repay your kindness, but you were always on guard against me, making things difficult for me, and the ring you gave me was you can just take it back. I don't care about it anyway. Wei Wu wanted to kill me but I killed him because he was not strong enough, but you want to avenge him without asking the reason. Ask your 2 apprentices carefully. What kind of person is Wei Wu? What kind of person is Wei Wu?" Yang Kai shouted. "What do you mean?" Yushi frowned and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, feeling that he seemed to have something to say. "Bia," Yang Kai shouted, "is something wrong, little brother?" Baya forced a smile, looking embarrassed. "You are from Zixing, tell me how you found He Zhao and He Miao, and how you forced them into the chaotic abyss." Yang Kai looked at Yushi coldly, but spoke to Baya. Yuexi couldn't help but cast her gaze to Baya, waiting for her answer. How dare Baya hide it? Her red lips wriggled, and she said, "Someone in your Sword Alliance has sent a message, saying that the person who has obtained the Stargate order is on the edge of the chaotic abyss, otherwise, in the vast star field, where can we find their sisters?" Yu Zai's delicate body was shocked, and a look of disbelief burst out in her beautiful eyes. "Master, the reason we stopped there at the time was because we received a message from senior brother Wei Wu, who said you would come to us, let us not run around." He Zhao said beside Yushi. "I didn't make such an instruction." Yushi shook her head, her face pale, as if she couldn't accept the words she heard. "Who is the person who sent the news to you?" He Zhao looked at Baya and asked. Baya slowly shook her head. "I don't know, only Master Lu knows this. When he comes back, you might as well ask him." Yushi lost her soul and murmured, "Impossible, Wei Wu can't be this kind of person. He grew up by my side, how could he do such a thing?" She muttered to herself, and suddenly looked at Yang Kai viciously. "You must have colluded with this cheap servant to slander Wei Wu, right? You can't be saved." Yang Kai shook his head gently, with a stern expression, "Remember what I told you that day." Yushi showed a frantic expression, her pretty face turning white. How could she not remember Yang Kai's words? It was the most embarrassing words she had ever heard, and every time she thought about it, she felt uncomfortable. "I don't like an old woman like you." Yang Kai pouted and said viciously, "You'd better be an old maid for the rest of your life, and no one cares." As soon as these words came out, He Zhao and He Miao all frowned and glared at Yang Kai, but Baya pursed her lips and chuckled, showing a look that I know best about this kind of thing. "If you anger me, I won't take your anger out, and let your 2 apprentices pay the price for you. Well, their skin is fresh and tender, which is just right for my appetite. What do you want to do?" Yushi was furious, she quickly protected He Zhao and He Miao behind her, and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance. "Don't you know what I want to do?" Yang Kai grinned, and while he was talking, he sent a message from spiritual mind and communicated with ghost ancestor. The next moment, a dark energy suddenly appeared beside Yushi, the energy like a ghost, roaring into Yu Zai's delicate body, making her body stiff and unable to move. 2 more jet black energies appeared, like ropes, entwining the He Zhao seedlings. He Miao screamed in fright. Yang Kai ignored the strange gazes of others, walked forward on his own, held He Zhao and He Miao on his shoulders, raised his brows at Yushi in demonstration, and turned his face towards half with pride. "Go to the mountainside. You devil, let go of He Zhao and He Miao. If you dare to move one of their fingers, I will definitely ask you to pay the price." Yushi seemed to be insane, seeing Yang Kai and her 2 apprentices drifting away, hysterical. The ground roared and roared, and the delicate body trembled violently. But in the face of Ghost Ancestor's power, she was completely powerless. "Come on, scream hard, no one will take care of you if you scream." Yang Kai sneered, turning a deaf ear to her threats. "Junior, how can you treat me like this?" Yushi sipped unwillingly, her beautiful eyes bursting with unforgettable hatred. She felt that even if Yang Kai held her on his shoulders and brought her into the mountain for humiliation, he would not be able to do it. She takes anger on 2 apprentices for her fault. In that case, at least she won't feel guilty about her 2 apprentices. This is what provokes me. Yang Kai laughed, his figure finally disappeared and entered the mountainside. Yu's eyes roaring and cursing continued. Zixing and the rest of the Sword Alliance looked at Yang Kai's leaving back, all shuddered, and felt that Yang Kai's approach was too beastly, too inhuman. Even Baiya couldn't help but feel a chill. After seeing Yang Kai's viciousness, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated this young man before. He is simply a cold-blooded, ruthless guy with a cold nature. Maybe he doesn't even have feelings. Compared with what he did, he was completely a good person. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1018 Be a Cow and a Horse. In the belly of the mountain where Ghost Ancestor lived, he opened up huge stone chambers. Each stone chamber occupies a lot of space, and there are some messy things piled up inside. I don't know where Ghost Ancestor got it from. The air is dry, and the stone interior is dotted with strange stones that emit a soft glow, brightening the light here. This mountain seems to be the center of the entire suspended continent. Inside the mountain, the corridors extending in all directions converge into a large formation, which gathers the rich spiritual energy of the continent towards this side. Compared with the methods of the Ghost Ancestors, Yang Kai's arrangement in the cave thousands of miles away is a bit naive and ridiculous. A small stream passes through those stone chambers, and the clear spring water flows slowly. It is not an ordinary stream, but a spiritual water that is purely condensed by aura. Taking a sip is equivalent to absorbing a huge amount of energy from the heavens and the earth. Practice is very beneficial. Yang Kai carried He Zhao and He Miao into the belly of the mountain. After sensing it with his spiritual sense, he couldn't help but move slightly. The cultivation environment here is not very good. No wonder Ghost Ancestor chose this place as his residence. He also saw the strangeness in the stream, and couldn't help but wonder, following the direction of the stream and continuing to walk into the mountainside. Since Yang Kai held her back against her shoulders, He Zhao didn't say a word, but He Miao was shivering with fright. She thought that Yang Kai, a beast in clothes, really wanted to do something shameful to her. Yu's eyes heart-wrenching anger and cursing still echoed in her ears, her voice seemed to be hoarse, and no one paid her any attention. After a while, Yang Kai stopped. He casually found a stone room and walked in, and put down the He Zhao seedlings. He Miao suddenly jumped behind her sister like a rabbit, clenched her clothes tightly with her hands, looked at Yang Kai in fear, and said in a trembling voice, "What are you going to do? You won't do anything to us, right? What do you think?" Yang Kai smiled evilly. He Miao couldn't help fighting a cold war, and became more and more panicked. "Don't play." He Zhao looked at Yang Kai indifferently, her brows condensed into a line. "Is it interesting? Even if you have a holiday with your master, you shouldn't torture her like this. Doing this is too cruel." "Cruel?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Sneer. People like your master should be taught a lesson. You must have been with her for a long time. Don't you know what shortcomings she has?" He Zhao frowned and sighed softly. Master is really stubborn sometimes. He doesn't admit his mistakes. Just like some time ago. She clearly knows that she shouldn't be overly vigilant against you, make things difficult for you, and should tell you. A modest, "Thank you for saving us, but I still can't pull that face down. That's because my strength is low and I am not in her eyes." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Master is not a bad person, needless to say, she once wanted to kill me, and she has to pay the price. I will see her performance to decide her life and death. He Zhao's delicate body was shocked and looked at Yang Kai with a little unease. "You want to kill the master?" Looking at her attitude, "I will not let anyone who is hostile to me live in this world." Yang Kai looked cold. "Even if she is your master. If you want to take revenge on me for this, I will not be merciful. Didn't you embarrass us like this?" He Zhao couldn't help smiling. "That's why I brought you in," Yang Kai said, and communicated with Ghost Ancestor with spiritual mind. After a while, the evil energy that bound He Zhao and He Miao receded, allowing them to regain their freedom. "Find a place to practice by yourself. Don't think about going out for the time being. You can't go out either," Yang Kai ordered and left. After Yang Kai left, He Miao looked out, took a deep breath, and patted her chest with her small hand. "It scared me to death. I thought he really wanted to." He Zhao smiled and said, "What do you think he is going to do?" He Miao's face turned red, and she shyly remained silent. "He is not such a person. He brought us in to punish the master and to give us some benefits." Let us benefit. He Miao was shocked. When Ghost Ancestor wanted to throw him into the void corridor, didn't we say good things to him? He Zhao smiled, and the stone room seemed to be splendid and colorful all of a sudden. He is a person with clear grievances, take us with you. Come here, it must be for us to practice. Eh? Really, I think he is quite scary. He Miao had a lingering expression on his face, and now recalling Yang Kai's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened in his heart, secretly feeling that this person was too cruel. What about the master? He Miao asked. She could still hear Yu Zai's scolding, the hoarse and indignant voice recalled in her ears, making her anxious and worried. He Zhao smiled mysteriously and took out the compass secret treasure used for communication. The two sisters looked at each other with bright eyes. He Zhao poured spiritual thoughts into the secret treasure, and sent a message to the master to inform her about her sister's situation at the moment. In another stone room, Yang Kai found a place to sit cross-legged, thinking about his future plans. Although he and Guizhu have reached an agreement now, he has no idea whether he can leave this continent by tearing the void apart. He was chased by Ghost Ancestor just now. He used the means of tearing space several times, but he could only appear in a certain place in this continent, and he did not leave here to reach the starry sky, which made him very helpless. If this method does not work, Ghost Ancestor will definitely not let him go, and he will die miserably than anyone else. Fortunately, it can be delayed for a while. Yang Kai feels that he must find a solution as soon as possible, at least let Ghost Ancestor see some hope. The shouts of Shen Tu came from outside. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he raised his head and asked, "Senior, can my friend come in?" "Anyone you want can come in. Anyway, there are a lot of stone chambers here." Ghost Ancestor's voice sounded. Yang Kai nodded and released his spiritual sense to inform Shen Tu. After a while, Shen Tu came in, resisting the large and small bags. He walked all the way and watched the flowers. He was amazed, and seemed to be impressed by the cultivation environment in this place. All the way to the stone room where Yang Kai was, he gently put down the things he was holding on his shoulders and said, "The things that Zixing and those people have collected during this period are all here, and Lu Gishan dares nothing. Leave." And Saint Crystal, a beautiful shadow flashed behind Shen Tu, and the beautiful woman Baya appeared in front of Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai stared at her, then looked at Shen Tu. Shen Tu shrugged his shoulders and said, "She has to follow up herself, otherwise I can't carry so many things by myself. Little brother, I came here to say sorry to you." Baya looked pitiful, her beautiful eyes were filled with water, and she was as frightened as a little girl who did something wrong. Biting my tender red lips, I saw you. Lian said, "You are a lot of adults, so don't worry about the past, okay?" Her voice was soft and sweet, and her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. In the depths of those beautiful eyes, there seems to be a strong sense of regret, which makes people feel that she is sincerely admitting her mistake, and suddenly a kind of caring heart is born, and she wants to forgive her previous actions. However, Shen Tu couldn't help but shivered, rubbing his arms with his hands, and said dissatisfiedly, "Damn, I got goosebumps all over. You can't speak well, so you have to be so snarky." Baya glared at him viciously, and smiled at Yang Kai. "I know I'm pretty cheap, but as long as the little brother doesn't dislike it, I will only listen to you in the future, let you drive, and be a bull for you. Horse, no complaints." Shen Tu was surprised. "You also know that you are cheap." Baya's face twitched, with an expression that she wanted to strangle Shen Tu to death immediately, but because she was in front of Yang Kai, she didn't dare to get angry. Her pretty face was ugly. Being a cow and a horse. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. Baya nodded heavily. "People are sincere. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Alive," Baya said concisely. "Okay, for the sake of your honesty, you can follow me in the future." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Baya's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly burst into a moving brilliance, and she was overjoyed. "Thank you, little brother, I will serve you with all my heart and will not disappoint you." "Well, what will I call you in the future?" "Master, okay." A blush appeared on her face. She seemed to be a little shy, some sincere, some touching. Shen Tu couldn't help staring straight, and kept shaking his head. "You woman, you really know how to act. If I don't know your details, I'm afraid I'll be deceived by you." Anyone who sees her like this will probably feel a little pity and relax their vigilance against her. "The two of you, master and servant, play slowly, I won't disturb you." Shen Tu said and asked, "Yang Kai, can I find a place to live here?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Thank you." Shen Tu grinned and was about to leave when he saw Yang Kai throw a jade bottle, and he reached out to catch it. "What is this?" "A bottle of holy pill. It's for cultivation." Shen Tu laughed loudly. Brother, you have the heart, you are free, I will close the consciousness, and promise not to hear any movement. He said with great meaning, and soon disappeared. Master, do you want a slave to help you squeeze your shoulders? I think you look very tired. Bai Ya's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai, her slender and fair neck was full of redness. The light seems to have become much hotter even with breathing. Saying this, regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he walked directly behind him, sat down with his knees crossed, and his tender body took the initiative to stick up, two jade hands resting on Yang Kai's shoulders, gently kneading. Her movements are gentle like water, just like someone who treats her own infatuation. Her strength is just right, an inexplicable force stimulates Yang Kai's body through her fingertips, making Yang Kai feel comfortable and being chased by ghost ancestors. The fatigue disappeared in an instant, and all of a sudden it became fierce and high-spirited. Asterisk. Recommend a friend's book, Dragon Eater, ISBN 2989762. If you are interested, you can go and read it. To be continued. The last day of the double monthly pass, please support. It is the last day for the monthly pass to be doubled. If you still have a monthly pass, please vote as soon as possible, please support. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point N to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go to N to read. Recommended reading. Reckless Age Peerless Tangman Seeking Magic Mortal Shushan Biography Bright Era School Flowers Personal Expert Janye Peerless Tangman Latest Chapter. Chapter 1019 will serve people. The craftsmanship is good. Yang Kai was stunned. Master likes it. Baya exhaled like a blue beside Yang Kai's ear, and said with some self-pity, slave has no other ability, just can serve people. Serving a man. Yang Kai laughed. Baya giggled and didn't care about Yang Kai's teasing. Okay. Don't use Meigong on me, your indiscriminate Meigong is useless to me. Yang Kai snorted impatiently. Bai Ya's movements froze, she quickly restrained her charm, and forced a smile. Slave is used to it, master don't blame it. If I want a woman, there are two unskilled women in the stone room next to me. It's useless for you to seduce me. Master thinks that my body is not clean. Bai Ya smiled bitterly and suddenly said, then do you want me to train those two girls? I am also very good at training women, and I guarantee that they will not be able to resist the charm of the master. Take the initiative to dedicate your body and mind, not only let you do whatever you want, but also take the initiative to ask for it. Yang Kai's face darkened. I regret leaving you here. Bai Ya didn't dare to say a word, she honestly served Yang Kai, consciously or unintentionally pressing her fiery body and amazingly elastic breasts to Yang Kai's back. After a while, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, go back and find a place to live by yourself. If I have something to do, I will call you over. Without my instructions, you are not allowed to enter here. Yes. Bai Ya got up and left with her beautiful butt swaying. In the stone room on the side, He Miao leaned on his side and put his ears on the stone wall, and suddenly said angrily, Sister, Yang Kai actually hooked up with that woman Bai Ya, it's really shameless, I think we will really be careful in the future. Hit him. He Zhao sat cross-legged on the ground and remained silent. Ghost Ancestor did not show up for half a month, and no one knew what he was doing. During this period of time, Yang Kai has been concentrating on his cultivation, with no distractions. In the stone room on the side of the mountain, He Zhao and Miao Shen Tu Bai Ya were all at peace with each other, especially Bai Ya, who had changed her former dissolute character, saying that after she surrendered to Yang Kai, she became more honest than anyone else, and she no longer acted frivolously before. Unless Yang Kai summoned her, she would stay in her stone chamber and stay out of the house. She clearly knew that she couldn't impress a character like Ghost Ancestor. If she wanted to survive, she had to work hard on Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was happy, she would have the possibility of surviving. To this end, she did not hesitate to turn against Lu Gishan, and even handed over the compass artifact used to communicate with the Purple Star Warrior to Yang Kai to show her determination. Yang Kai has summoned her several times, but she has never been rude to her, which makes Bai Ya very puzzled. I don't know if Yang Kai has any problems in that regard, or why is he indifferent to women. He made it clear that Ren Jun picked it up and wouldn't resist, so he wasn't interested at all. The young man is full of vigor and vitality, and his desire in that respect is stronger than anyone else's. There is no real problem with his body, right? Bai Ya was suspicious, becoming more and more suspicious. Her eyes changed when she looked at Yang Kai, and she felt pity for him. On this day, Yang Kai was cultivating, and suddenly noticed that something was not right. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw Ghost Ancestor standing quietly in front of him. Those eyes stared straight at him and his expression changed. Yang Kai's body froze, his heart stunned. His current spiritual sense is also quite outstanding, but he still cannot detect when the Ghost Ancestor came to him. Senior is looking for me for something? Yang Kai asked. Boy, have you forgotten your mission? Guizhu said with some dissatisfaction. I let you in here, not to improve your strength. Of course I won't forget, but the space field of this continent has not been completely stabilized. Even if I use the means of tearing space, I can't detect anything. Yang Kai replied indifferently, pondering, but if Senior is in a hurry, I can go and find out about other things. Other things? Guizhu showed a puzzled expression. That colorful sky. If I'm not mistaken, the colorful sky is the cage that binds this continent, and it is precisely because of it that the seniors can't leave here. That's right. Ghost Ancestor's eyes lit up, and he nodded heavily. The boy has some eyesight. The sky of this continent gathers all kinds of fields of the Chaos Abyss, which are even weirder than the Chaos Abyss itself, making people unable to grasp the direction, so there is no you can see that people can fly away from this continent, and you can see that this is beyond the old man's expectations, so, you might as well investigate. As he said this, he grabbed Yang Kai directly, left the mountainside like lightning, and reached the sky above the mainland. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was surprised to find that he was already standing at the height of the continent. Look carefully, what else can you see? Guizhu stood beside Yang Kai and instructed lightly. Yang Kai nodded, released his spiritual sense, and spread in all directions. After a while, he frowned and said, it's really chaotic here. Spiritual minds can't find the right direction when they travel through it. The layers of the field interfere with normal judgment. How big is the field estimated by the predecessors? Ghost Ancestor pondered for a while and said, this continent is not too big, so the chaotic field will not cover too wide. It is estimated that there are thousands of miles and tens of thousands of miles. I tear the space once, and at most send it for 600 or 700 miles. If the scope of this field is so large, it means that I have to tear the space at least a dozen times before I can escape the coverage of the field, and you can't go wrong any time. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. It's difficult. If you find it difficult, why should I keep you? Ghost Ancestor sneered, it's better to kill you now and use the soul-searching technique to probe your memory, the old man will find a way to go. Yang Kai he smiled. This is the last resort. If it is not a last resort, Senior doesn't want to do it, right? Ghost Ancestor snorted coldly. This kind of thing can't be urgent. Seniors wait another half a month. After half a month, the space domain field of the mainland should be stable. I will think of a way when that time comes. That's the only way. Ghost Ancestor nodded helplessly. Do you still have any orders, Senior? If not, the Junior will leave first. Wait. Ghost Ancestor raised his hand and said, and suddenly reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder. The next moment, an extremely cold force rushed into Yang Kai's body, like a locust crossing the border, swept every inch of Yang Kai's flesh and blood, and checked him inside and out. Yang Kai's color changed suddenly, and he didn't know why Ghost Ancestor suddenly made such a move. The next moment, Ghost Ancestor's expression moved slightly, he moved his hand, and something appeared in his hand. Magic Mystery Book. Yang Kai's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and his eyes flashed with vigilance, staring at Ghost Ancestor. Do you think the old man can't sense the existence of this stored treasure in your body? Ghost Ancestor sneered, the old man just ignores it, but this thing seems a bit strange, where did you get it? The continent where I was born. Yang Kai answered honestly. There seems to be an inheritance inside. Ghost Ancestor continued to ask. Yes. Yang Kai was stunned inwardly, and his face remained calm. No wonder there are two completely different forces in your body, and some inexplicable external forces exist in you. Yang Kai understands that the external force in his mouth refers to the pattern of the dragon, emperor and phoenix on his body. Boy, have you ever thought about combining these two completely different powers? Guizhu suddenly asked. Fused together. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, you have two kinds of powers that you can use, but don't you think it's very inconvenient? They have diametrically opposite properties. You have to give up any one of them for the time being, right? Yes. If you can combine these two powers, then your strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. What to do? Please ask the seniors to guide the maze. Yang Kai immediately sipped, and Guizhu's words made him seem to see a new world, and he couldn't help but cheer up. Unexpectedly, Guizhu rolled his eyes. How do I know? This is your business, you can find a way yourself, But the old man did see someone who perfectly combined the two powers of ice and fire. That person is a geek. Can you? It depends on your own efforts. This kind of thing can't be helped by this old man, and I have no experience. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Then why did the senior tell me this? Because the old man thinks that the higher your strength, the greater our confidence in leaving here. And no matter how strong your strength is, you can't escape the palm of the old man's hand, so the old man is not worried about seeing you become stronger, but is looking forward to it. He chuckled lightly, not taking Yang Kai in his eyes at all. That's true. Yang Kai nodded with a wry smile. A character at the Void King stage Star Master level, how can he care about such a small role as himself? Hey, there is actually a strange tree in your stored secret treasure. It takes thousands of years to grow to this level, right? Ghost Ancestor suddenly exclaimed, and his spiritual sense wandered in Yang Kai's demon mysterious tome. Amazed at the existence of the divine tree. He didn't care about Yang Kai's ugly face, and kept spying on the secrets in the demon mysterious tome. What kind of thing is this spiritual liquid, spiritual milk, and ointment? It seems to be quite good. Ghost Ancestor continued to be startled. This ointment should have the grade of a holy king. Senior, can you return my things to me? Yang Kai's face was dark and he felt deeply powerless. Ghost Ancestor sneered. Are you afraid that the old man will covet your treasure? Don't worry about it. Although these things are very good to you, they are of no use to the old man. Well, I won't rob it. As he spoke, he continued to investigate. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he exclaimed, you actually have such a thing. What? Yang Kai was at a loss, not understanding what Ghost Ancestor found in the Demon Mystery Tome, but he actually had an expression of seeing a ghost. Where did you get this? Ghost Ancestor stretched out his hand, with 3 extra stones in his hand. One of them was blood red, and contained a strong blood energy inside, which was the blood essence stone that Yang Kai had obtained before. The other 2 are the peculiar pitch black cobblestones. There are many lines on the cobblestones like the meridians of the human body. If you listen carefully, there seems to be a rhythmic sound of movement from the cobblestones. Yang Kai looked at Ghost Ancestor whose face changed slightly, and his solemn expression, and suddenly realized that these 2 pitch black round stones should have a lot of background. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1020 Try. Where did you get these things? Ghost Ancestor asked again. Yang Kai answered honestly. The 2 pitch black round stones were obtained from different places by chance, and the blood essence stone was snatched from someone else. Yang Kai already had it in Tongshuan continent. Yang Kai only understands the function and purpose of the blood essence stone, and has used it many times, but he doesn't know what the 2 pitch black round stones are. Quote, Senior, do you recognize these 2 Guai stones? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Ghost Ancestor's eyes flickered with strange light, staring deeply at the 2 dark round stones, looking at the complex patterns on them, listening to the movement inside them, before nodding for a while. It seems that you don't know. What is this thing? I also asked the seniors to clarify the doubts. Yang Kai looked at him sternly. Ghost Ancestor grinned, threw the blood essence stone and the 2 dark round stones into the demon mystic tome, and then threw the demon mysterious tome to Yang Kai, and said mysteriously, take care of it, you will understand it one day. Well, this thing needs a lot of mineral essence. If there are no minerals, the secret treasure is also possible. Leaving this thoughtless word, he disappeared. Yang Kai was left standing blankly in the sky, completely confused. Ghost Ancestor was obviously unwilling to tell Yang Kai what he knew, which made him very depressed. However, Guizou's words are intriguing. He actually let himself take care of these 2 pitch black round stones. What's so good about these 2 stones? They are not living things. I don't understand. Yang Kai is too lazy to bother. Instructing the divine tree to continue to monitor the situation of the pitch black round stone, he put the magic mystery into his body. Returning to the flat on the mountainside again, as soon as you appeared, Yang Kai noticed a look that was about to eat people looking towards him, his eyes coming from Yushi. Her strength has long since recovered, and Ghost Ancestor did not intend to imprison her all the time. She has been staying on this mountainside and flat land these past few days. This woman was in a mess. A pair of beautiful eyes revealed an unforgettable hatred, staring at Yang Kai. It seemed that he could not wait to swallow him. Although he had already learned everything from He Zhao and He Miao, he knew that Yang Kai had not done anything to them, but just left them in the stone room without asking. This is a disguised way to punish yourself for your previous rudeness. But UXE was still a little unacceptable. I feel that this junior Yongkai is too arrogant, too rampant and sinister. She regarded everything she had encountered before as a great humiliation, and secretly held a grudge in her heart. Now people are under the roof. She had to bow her head, she didn't dare to do anything too much, she could only vent her dissatisfaction and anger with hatred. Yongkai didn't seem to see her at all, and walked straight into the mountain belly, disappearing. Yushi closed her beautiful eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed herself down. This kid thinks that he can be safe with the protection of Ghost Ancestor, but he doesn't know that he is about to die. Lu Gishan suddenly appeared beside Yushi and sneered softly, once Ghost Ancestor can leave here, he will definitely not. If you let him go, then it will be his death. Why tell me this? Yushi opened her eyes and glanced at Lu Gishan coldly. Don't you hate him? He killed one of your apprentices and took your 2 female apprentices into the cave. What will happen to them? I think you know better than me, he has humiliated you again, don't you hate him? Don't want to kill him with your own hands. That's my business, nothing to do with you. Yushi hummed. Lu Gishan smiled. Of course it has something to do with me, and I want his life too. Really? Then you shook your head at him a few days ago. Lu Gishan looked embarrassed, pinched his nose and said, forced by the situation, do you think I like to show weakness to people like him? If it wasn't for Guizu's protection, I could kill people like him at will. Lu Gishan, I ask you a question, you answer honestly. Yushi suddenly looked at him seriously. What? My apprentice Wei Wu, is he already on the line of your purple star? What benefits did you promise him, so that he would betray me in the Sword Alliance? Yushi shouted. Lu Gishan's eyes flickered, and he chuckled, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. You know it in your heart. I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Besides, if you want that junior's life, kill him yourself, don't try to provoke me, lend me my hand, I'm not that stupid. Yushi said, turned and walked away, looking ashamed to be in the company of Lu Gishan. Staring at her back, Lu Gishan's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect Yushi to endure this anger. According to common sense, her 2 female disciples were brought into the cave by Yongkai and were humiliated. She would rush in desperately. Lu Gishan didn't understand why Yushi was don't make a move. In the stone room on the side of the mountain, Yang Kaidwan sat beside the Lingxi, watching the stream slowly flow, and fell into contemplation. Ghost Ancestor's remarks today cleared a layer of clouds and mist for him, making him seem to see a new world that he had not seen before. Can the 2 forces in the body really fuse together? What he cultivates himself is the true Yang art, and what exists in his body is the true Yang Saint Yuan, but the energy in the proud golden body is full of evil power. Every time Yongkai uses it, he can only use one of the powers, and the other power has to be temporarily given up. He always thought that the true Yang Shengyuan in his body existed to suppress the evil power in the proud golden body, but now after thinking about it carefully, it is not the case. Because even if he casts the demon god transformation, when he is full of evil energy, he will not lose his sanity and humanity, and he will not become like a demon who does not recognize his 6 relatives. He never really thought about combining these 2 attributes with diametrically opposed, mutually reinforcing strengths. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be like. So he is a little dazed now. But since Ghost Ancestor said so, there must be his reasoning. In this matter, Yongkai chose to believe him. He pondered for a long time, to no avail. He excited Angsha copyright N, ready to try. Calm down, Yongkai controlled the flesh and blood and the true Yang Saint Yuan in the meridians and returned to his dantian. After a while, the power in his flesh and blood was gone, making him feel a little empty and uncomfortable. This feeling of power suddenly disappearing, he has experienced several times before, all of which are due to excessive consumption, and it is the first time that he has taken the initiative to dissipate his power like today. Then he carefully pulled the true Yang Shengyuan in his dantian, and drew a copy of it into his meridians. He drew the proud golden body again, drawing out the same amount of evil energy in the golden body and entering the same position. The energies with diametrically opposite attributes encountered each other. In an instant, Yongkai's body shook, and his face showed a painful look. He felt that there seemed to be a conflict between the positions of these 2 forces, just like 2 warriors with deep hatred in the sea of AA blood. The team encountered, in a desperate struggle, the conflict caused huge pain in the flesh and blood, and the meridians swelled. If you listen carefully, you can even hear a piercing sound coming from there. True Yang Shengyuan and evil energy are colliding and dissolving. Yongkai snorted, his face ugly. In a short period of time, the two kinds of energies have been completely dissolved, leaving nothing behind. The first attempt ended in failure. Yang Kai frowned. This was the first time he let two kinds of power exist in his meridians at the same time. He never expected to bring such uncomfortable memories to himself. The reason why evil power and true Yang Shengyuan can coexist in his body is because they are stored in different places and have never intersected. It is really difficult for me to forcibly integrate them. Yang Kai, are you all right? He Zhao's voice suddenly came from outside. It seemed that she was disturbed by the movement just now. It's okay. Yang Kai looked up and saw the two sisters He Zhao and He Miao standing outside. Looking over here, both of them seemed to be hesitant to speak. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he asked, "You too? Find me. We want to go out to accompany the master. It's been more than half a month. She must be very worried about our situation, and you should calm down, right?" He Zhao pursed his red lips, a little embarrassed. "Didn't you already send her a message?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What is she worried about?" "You know." He Zhao was stunned. "Do you think I don't know?" Yang Kai looked at them amusingly, and pondered for a while. "Go, tell your master my attitude. If she dares to hold grudges against me again and wait for an opportunity to take revenge, I will definitely not let it go past her." He Zhao nodded and frowned. "I will persuade her, but don't be so rude, my master is older after all." Yang Kai had closed his eyes. He Zhao and He Miao looked at each other, shook his head helplessly, and turned to leave. After they left, Baya appeared leisurely, looked at their backs, snorted softly, and looked at Yang Kai with her head probed. "Come in." Yang Kai waved at her. Baya immediately walked in, graceful, with lotus steps, standing in front of Yang Kai, her delicate body exuding invisible ripples, making her look radiant. "What's the master's order? I want to ask you something. Have you ever seen someone who has integrated two completely different forces into one perfectly?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Two completely different powers." Baya was surprised. "Like water and fire, life and death, light and darkness. How is this possible?" The mysteries of every kind of power are extremely complicated. Even if those powerful people spend their whole lives, they may not be able to understand the true meaning of a certain kind of power. It is too unrealistic to want to integrate such power as water and fire. They are inherently mutually exclusive. Baya smiled, not knowing why Yang Kai suddenly asked such a guai question, but if someone can really master the true meaning of water power and fire power at the same time, they may be able to do this. One point, anyway, the slave grows so big, but he has never seen such a strange person. To be continued. P.S. The last double monthly pass, I beg. Chapter 1021 is a blessing or a curse. The true meaning of power. Yang Kai frowned. The mystery of strength is studied to the extreme. Only by understanding the true meaning of strength can this strength be fully exerted. Baya explained with a smile. That's true. Yang Kai was a little disappointed. Although Guizu's previous remarks made him extremely excited, he secretly felt that a new world had opened up in front of him, but Guizu may have said it casually. He couldn't point out a clear path, let alone give Yang Kai any advice. Although I have never seen such a strange person, I have seen two people with different attributes fighting side by side, and those two forces that should have overcome each other enhanced each other's power. Baya added, this way there are a lot of people, I believe you should have seen the master too. Yang Kai's eyes were bright, and he stared at Baya with a burning gaze, and his fiery gaze seemed to swallow her. Baya gave a strong laugh, and said shyly, why is the master looking at people like this? Yang Kai didn't answer, and his heart turned upside down for a while. A word that awakened the dreamer. Baya's unintentional words made Yang Kai think of some keys. Indeed, it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, for two diametrically opposed forces to merge. However, two people who have cultivated completely different strengths fighting side by side can complement each other's strengths and weaknesses and complement each other. This kind of thing often happens. This is the case with myself and Su Yan. Su Yan's icy cold and her own fiery cannot coexist, but once they fight side by side, each other's strength will be greatly improved. That's because of the existence of yin-yang harmony gong. This is especially true when the two are in dual cultivation. The two forces coexist in each other's bodies, and are transmitted from one person's body to the other's body, and then sent back, in this cycle. Both Su Yan's icy cold power and her own true yang power have been baptized and sublimated, making the power of the two of them condensed and pure. Yin-yang harmony gong. Yang Kai's expression changed and he fell into a deeper thought. He recalled the scene when he and Su Yan were both cultivating, and felt the feeling of bone-eroding asterisk, as if Su Yan was right in front of him. I have the same spiritual thoughts as my own, have a heart-to-heart bond, cultivate together, and cannot extricate themselves. Booma A. In the dark, Yang Kai felt that he had torn a barrier that blocked his vision, allowing him to see a more exciting world and a higher realm. His body shook violently. His eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, he thought of a possibility. Ice and fire can merge because they are continuing a cycle, a never-ending cycle, in which they complement each other. Instead of being restrained by the other party, it also enhances each other's power. Ice and fire can be like this, then their true Yang Shengyuan and evil power may not be impossible. Strictly speaking, the evil power in the arrogant golden body is also the power of cold, but it is not the same as Su Yan's cold. An invisible air wave suddenly exploded from Yang Kai's body. In an instant, the feeling of alternating hot and cold was imposed on by Ya, which made her feel the unstoppable heat one moment, and the next moment she trembled, like falling into an ice cellar. What's the matter with you? She snorted, and she found that something was wrong with Yang Kai, and she was at a loss. During this time, she worked hard to please Yang Kai, just to make him feel sympathetic to herself, to get his shelter, and to make herself safe. Yang Kairuo had an accident. Then all her efforts during this period of time were in vain. Bai Ya was naturally nervous. Go away. Ghost Ancestor's stern shout came from the void, and immediately Bai Ya was captured by an invisible force, exclaiming that she was thrown out of the stone room. A breeze came from beside her. Bai Ya turned her head, and was horrified to find that Ghost Ancestor was already standing beside her. There was a strange light in those gloomy eyes, staring at Yang Kai who was sitting in the stone room. Senior, what happened to him? Bai Ya asked boldly. I'm not too sure, but he seems to have gained something. Guizhu frowned. What did you talk to him just now? Bai Ya quickly recounted what happened before. Ghost Ancestor listened, his expression changed, and he laughed a few times. This kid, just because of the old man's jokes, he can delve into this level. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Senior, is he in danger? Bai Ya covered her mouth. He wants to fuse the two powers. Do you think there is any danger? Ghost Ancestor laughed. If one is bad, he will be killed on the spot, and he is courageous enough. Senior, can't you stop him? Bai Ya exclaimed and hurriedly said, don't you want him to help find a way out? If he dies, it's just right when he's dead. I don't think this kid really wants to help. Even if he finds a way out, I'm afraid he will find a way to leave the old man alone. HMPH, he died, and the old man just collected his soul to search for his soul. The technique probes his memory. Ghost Ancestor didn't ask any questions, and stayed on the sidelines, and Bai Ya suddenly understood that it was useless to beg him. You woman, you're not really worried about his safety, why are you so nervous? Guizhu gave Bai Ya a disdainful look. Bai Ya said with a strong smile, Senior is joking. I really don't want him to die now. What happened? On the side, Shen Tu shouted loudly, approached quickly, and when he reached in front of the stone room, he couldn't help but stunned, and hurriedly asked, Brother Yang, what happened? Why do you look like you are going to die alive? Quote. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghost Ancestor suddenly turned pale and shouted, let's go. With that said, he disappeared. Seeing Guizhu being treated with seriousness, how dare Bai Ya and Shen Tu stay there? They showed their movements and rushed out quickly. Just as they left the mountainside and came to the flat ground outside, two diametrically opposed forces suddenly erupted from the mountainside. A scorching hot, an evil cold. The two forces were so huge that it made people feel terrified, and they swept through all the stone chambers and corridors in the belly of the mountain and spread to the outside of the mountain. Lu Gishan, who had been staying on the flat ground on the mountainside, turned his head violently, and his eyes trembled to look at the sky. Yu Shi, who was talking to He Zhao and He Miao, also changed her pretty face and looked in the same direction. At this moment, there was a bizarre scene on the entire mountain, which seemed to be divided into two halves. The left half is shrouded by the hot yang attribute power, showing a golden color, and the right half is covered by pitch-black evil energy. The evil energy contains bloodthirsty, violent and cruel aura, such as the dark night, covering half of the mountain peak. The two attributes are diametrically opposed, and the forces of different colors are violently colliding, causing the entire mountain to tremble, the rocks are rolling down, and a scene of doomsday is coming. What's the situation? Lu Gishan let out a low voice and quickly stepped back. At the same time, everyone on the mountainside hurriedly retreated for more than 10 miles and came to the foot of the mountain. Having the aura of that junior, what is he doing? Yu Zai's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked He Zhao He Miao. I don't know, he didn't seem to be doing anything when we came out. He Miao shook her head. Bai Ya of Zixing must know. He Zhao turned his eyes to the side, where Bai Ya and Shen Tu were looking at the mountain with worried expressions, looking nervous. Lu Guishan had come to their side and was asking. Listening to their conversation, Yu Shi quickly figured out what happened. There was an extremely strange look on the pretty face, and she smiled and nodded. The junior is dead this time, it seems that I don't need to do it myself. This kind of attempt really dislikes my life. Master, is Yang Kai in danger? Life is on the line. Yu Shi had a happy expression on her face. Master, save him, you are just angry that he is disrespectful to you, but you don't really want him to die, right? He Zhao begged. I naturally want him to die, I wish I could cramp and peel him. Yu Shi said bitterly, and no one else can help with this kind of thing, haven't you seen Senior Guizu stay out of it? He Zhao He Miao looked up and saw Ghost Ancestor standing in the sky with a cloudy look. If he is forcibly stopped, he will surely die. Yu Shi frowned and said solemnly, now he still has a chance of survival, it depends on how hard he works. After talking for a while, he suddenly found that He Zhao and He Miao were all looking at him strangely. Yu Shi suddenly stopped talking, and her pretty face changed. He Zhao laughed. Master is really different, you don't hate him that much. Ghost girl, don't comment on being a teacher. Yu Zai's face was ugly, if he doesn't die this time, you will keep me away from him in the future and don't get closer to him. Yes, He Zhao and He Miao nodded in response. Senior, can't you think of a way? Standing at the foot of the mountain, Shen Tu raised his head and shouted at Ghost Ancestor. Gui Zhu grinned. This old man has no choice, he will either die this time or fly into the sky, depending on how his own good fortune is, no matter which outcome, the old man is looking forward to it, so even if there is a way, the old man will stop. He suddenly became very interested in Yang Kai. Although he was surprised when he learned that Yang Kai was proficient in the mysteries of space, he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements these days, but until this moment, he realized that he had been underestimating Yang Kai. With just one word of his own, he can comprehend his own strength to this level in a short period of time, which is not something anyone can do. Ghost Ancestor wanted to see if Yang Kai could succeed. If he succeeded, what would the fusion of the two powers look like and how much improvement it would bring to him? If he does not die, he will definitely have an extremely bright prospect and future in the future, and maybe he will become the brightest new star in the star field. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped and watching that the mountain was covered by two forces, watching the two forces compete. Some people hope that Yang Kai will die early, some people hope that he will survive, some people have an indifferent attitude, just watching a good show, everyone has different moods and different expressions. To be continued. Chapter 1022 Fusion. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped and watched, with different thoughts. Inside the mountain, Yang Kai felt the explosion of his own power, and his face was ugly. The greatest power a martial artist can possess is the limit that the martial artist's body can withstand. But this limit does not have any limiting effect on Yang Kai, because his cultivation technique is special and his body is special. The true Yang formula of cultivation, once the Yang attribute energy in his body is saturated, it will be converted into Yang liquid, stored in the dantian, and can be used when needed. And the speciality of the proud golden body can also accommodate unimaginable terrifying power. These are the two power warehouses in Yang Kai's body, which are incomparable to any martial artist. It can be said that the power he stores has no limit. And now, Yang Kai has opened both warehouses. The unimaginable evil power stored in the proud golden body erupted in an instant. In order to ease the erosion of the evil energy on his own will and body, Yang Kai simultaneously burst into drop after drop of Yang liquid. Fell energy and Yang Yuan collided fiercely from the two warehouses, like a dam bursting, trying to devour the entire mountain. That kind of power is so powerful that even Yang Kai himself feels terrified. This is far beyond the limit that his physical body can bear, and it is 100 times and 1,000 times the capacity of his physical body. The flesh and blood all over his body twitched, and the blood flowed quickly under the skin. The huge force exploded, causing Yang Kai's skin to crack inch by inch. The golden blood flowed out of the body, restoring Yang Kai's wounds over and over again. The wound opened again, and it started again and again, seemingly endlessly. Yang Kai's mood is very stable. He feels the two forces in his body, understands their flow, understands their laws, and spy on their true meaning. Time passed slowly, and more evil energy and Yang Yuan escaped out and melted in the collision. As they melted away, Yang Kai's understanding of these two powers became deeper and deeper. His spiritual sense spread like a tide, and he carefully felt every change. He had never imagined that the two powers he possessed would undergo so many wonderful changes when they encountered them. That force, as if it had its own life, all whispered in Yang Kai's ear to reveal his secrets. He seemed to see the flowers bloom and fade, the tides ebb and flow, one after another. Reincarnation. Yang Kai's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and his heart is getting more and more confident. He didn't care about the collision and dissolution of his own power, and continued this situation. He was in the center of the two powers, and all his consciousness was attached to the evil energy and Yang Yuan. He was like an outsider, watching everything silently from the outside. After a long time, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It seems that until then, I really grasped the key to the power and understand their true meaning. His expression was shocked, and he began to run the yin-yang harmony gong. Based on the harmony gong, he guided the Yang Yuan and evil energy that had escaped from his body to return to his body. Hundreds of millions of pores all over his body opened, and his body turned into a bottomless pit in an instant, and the two powers that escaped were pulled and returned obediently. On the way back, they obeyed Yang Kai's orders, no longer hated each other, but began to merge, and there were some gratifying changes. Feeling these subtle changes, Yang Kai looked happy and guided him more and more diligently. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was discussing whether Yang Kai's ending was life or death. Suddenly, He Miao exclaimed, "There has been a change." Without her reminder, everyone noticed the change in the atmosphere of heaven and earth, and couldn't help but look towards the mountain peak. When they saw it, everyone was stunned on the spot, stunned. Before that, the entire mountain was divided into 2 by 2 forces, one side was shrouded in scorching power, golden light, and the other side was shrouded in evil power, and it was pitch black. But now, everyone can feel that these two forces are slowly moving towards each other. It seems that they have an attraction to each other. Even if they lean against each other and merge together, there will be no conflict. Isn't it true? Ghost Ancestor's expression was strange, and his spiritual sense shot into the mountain. After a while, he couldn't help but pouted and hummed, "This kid. He has obviously found the correct method and understood the mystery of his own power. As long as he continues, he will definitely be able to combine two completely different powers as he said earlier." Ghost Ancestor found that he still underestimated Yang Kai's ability, and he couldn't help but have a look of admiration and envy. What he said before was just an unintentional remark. He felt that Yang Kai could work hard in this direction in the future, spending decades, hundreds, or even hundreds of years to do this. Provided he can live that long. Never thought, Yang Kai did it in no time at all. This kind of thing does not happen overnight. I am afraid that before this, his understanding of his own power has reached a certain height, and his joke has become the key for him to knock on the door of power. With some chances, it might be possible to do what it is today. Realizing this, Guizhu couldn't help laughing and crying. He unexpectedly helped Yang Kai. "Senior, is Yang Kai okay?" Shen Tu raised his head and asked him again. "How does the old man know?" "Humph." Ghost Ancestor looked displeased and left with a flick of his sleeves, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Then it's all right." Shen Tu observed his words and looked at his expression, he smiled, and his heart was settled. After a while, the scenery of the whole mountain changed a little. The golden light and darkness merged together, making the whole mountain look like it was burning, but the fire that was burning was so different. It was a dark flame, a magic flame. That kind of bizarre flame seems to be able to burn everything in the world, and no one can resist the artistic conception contained in the magic flame. Just looking at it makes people feel uncomfortable. It seems that their souls are thrown into the magic flame, suffer the pain of burning, and never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Invasion, there is also a bloodthirsty and brutal atmosphere, people can't help but be affected by the evil thoughts hidden in their hearts. This extremely contradictory mood is the most fatal, and people don't know how to resist, how to defend. Everyone invariably turned their eyes away and did not dare to spy on the mystery. "It looks like he's soaring into the sky." Bai Ya's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, secretly wondering if she should change her attitude towards Yang Kai, and whether she should treat him sincerely. She complied, and did not hesitate to serve Yang Kai as a slave or a maid. The biggest reason was that she was afraid that he would find trouble for her, so she was so humble and humiliated. She never really felt that Yang Kai was so great. She thought that Yang Kai could be unscrupulous on this continent, but only because of the blessing of Ghost Ancestor. Without the protection of Ghost Ancestor, Yang Kai is nothing. This kind of fox fake tiger prestige is the most annoying. Therefore, during this period of time, although she has done her best to respond to Yang Kai's needs, she has never been sincere, and she even looked down on Yang Kai. But now she dared not think so. That young man really has his own unique place, such a person with huge potential. He has always been the target of the major forces in the star field. As long as he is given enough time, he can shine with amazing light. He'll be in a position of power and become the hegemon of a party, and it won't do him any harm to have a good relationship with him. Bai Ya's beautiful eyes swirled with blue waves, and her pretty face was shining, and she secretly looked at others. She found that both Lu Guishan and Yu Shi had extremely solemn expressions, and there was no contempt for Yang Kai before. She knew that the two of them finally realized Yang Kai's ability, and they must be thinking about something in their hearts. Disdainfully pouted, Bai Ya couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of superiority, because she was close to the water tower, because she could serve Yang Kai. This sense of superiority made her a little ashamed, and some inexplicable excitement couldn't help licking. He licked his ruby-like lips, and his delicate body became a little hot. After realizing that Yang Kai was fine, Shen Tu immediately stopped paying attention to the movement in the mountain peak, and instead went busy with his own affairs. On the Sword League side, only the remaining 4 or 5 warriors gathered together. Yu Shi frowned, she hesitated, and after a while, she coughed softly. Take back what you just said for the teacher. You two sisters will later walk around with him more. Well, it is best to ask him if he is willing to join our sword alliance. If he is willing, it is best. If he is not willing, forget it. He Zhao and He Miao looked at each other with bright eyes, and nodded at the same time. Yes, master. He Miao said. Actually, this person is not bad, just hanging out with that slut Bai Ya all day, making people very shameless. Yu Shi glared at her. It's okay to have contact with him, but you must keep a sufficient distance and don't be taken advantage of by him. Got master. He Miao nodded heavily. Inside the mountainside, in the stone room, Yang Kai continued to run the Heihuan Gong, guiding the fusion of two different forces. In the beginning, the process was not very smooth, and the forces guided into the body sometimes clashed, but it was harmless. As time went by, he found that everything became extremely smooth, and there was no longer any sense of blockage. The evil energy gushing from the proud golden body and the energy contained in the yang liquid that exploded in the dantian, except for a part of it was consumed at the beginning, the rest was not wasted at all, and all returned. Yang Kai clearly felt that he was rapidly becoming stronger. The flesh and blood contained incomparable power before, which made him ecstatic and made him happy. Ghost Ancestor is right. After combining these two powers, his own strength has indeed undergone earth-shaking changes. This change is obvious and can be clearly perceived. He eats the marrow and knows the flavor, and runs the Heihuan Gong greedily. The entire mountain suddenly turned into an invisible vortex, and the invisible vortex spun, pulling the spiritual energy of the continent to gather here. The stream where the spiritual water gathered in the stone chamber was also guided by this power, turned into the purest spiritual energy, poured into Yang Kai's body, and was fully accepted by him. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at W Suyan. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets at M. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1023 Entering the Second Layer of the Holy Land. The mountain where Ghost Ancestor originally lived was lush and lush, with beautiful scenery and the fragrance of birds and flowers. But at this moment, the whole mountain seems to have been burned, the top of the mountain is bare, the ground is scorched with dead wood, and there is no more beautiful scene before. Even the formation that was arranged here to gather spiritual energy seems to have been destroyed. In the belly of the mountain, Lingxi was completely gone, and it had completely dried up, and the stream that originally flowed in it had long since disappeared. In a stone room, an invisible vortex is spinning, attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gather here, and then be absorbed. The figure of Ghost Ancestor appeared leisurely, standing in front of Yang Kai, frowning and staring at him, motionless. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it. After a long time, he took a breath and stopped the operation of his profound art. Silently investigating himself, Yang Kai looked excited. The yang liquid in the dantian and the evil energy in the proud golden body all disappeared. They merged with each other to form another kind that combines the characteristics of both, but is stronger and more lethal than the yang yuan and the evil energy, strength. This power is flowing in the meridians, moisturizing every inch of flesh and blood, and stored in the proud golden body. Yang Kai felt that he had a new look from the inside to the outside, as if he had been reborn, and his body was full of unparalleled explosive power. A perception, a practice, let oneself have earth-shaking changes. He even felt that he could fight against the Saint King Realm powerhouse. The realm of cultivation has also improved a little, and he has reached the second level of saints without hindrance. Yang Kai doesn't even know when he broke through. He has been immersed in the process of fusing the two powers for a while, and he is unaware of other things. This unexpected joy makes him even more happy. With a thought, Yang Kai tried to cast the demon god transformation. One after another invisible magic pattern climbed up and hidden into Yang Kai's flesh and blood. In an instant, the power of qi and blood rose wildly, and the fluctuation of life rose wildly. It seems that he can still perform the demon god transformation, and Yang is happy. After all, the power after fusion has all the characteristics of Yang Yuan and evil energy. Not bad, you are really good. Ghost Ancestor's voice suddenly came from in front of him, applauding sincerely. Yang Kai opened his eyes, dispersed the demon god transformation, and clasped his fists in a salute. Senior, thank you for your teaching a few days ago. Ghost Ancestor had a weird expression and snorted coldly, the old man didn't teach you anything, so you don't need to thank the old man. Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior may just say it casually, but if it weren't for what you said, it may take several years or even more time for the junior to reach this stage, so in any case, I would like to thank the senior. Awake. Whatever you think. Ghost Ancestor waved his hand impatiently, as if he didn't want to have anything to do with Yang Kai Duo, and said solemnly, it's been more than a month since you retreated, and the old man has given you so much time. Come to improve your strength, now you have also succeeded, is it time to do some duty? He stared at Yang Kai coldly, and seemed a little unhappy because he waited so long. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Junior can start, but before that, I want to go and see that space magic circle. It's up to you, as long as you can find a way to leave, it doesn't matter how you struggle, but you have to remember that if you can't find a way to leave, the old man will draw out your soul, torture you forever, and let the old man disappoint you. Down. He fiercely threatened, and shot a pitch-black energy into Yang Kai's body and disappeared in an instant. The dark energy shuttled through Yang Kai's body, and after a while, it came to his arm, showing the mark of a terrifying face. There is Ghost Ancestor's spiritual mind in it, and Ghost Ancestor can use this mark to monitor Yang Kai's every move. Yang Kai shook his head with a wry smile, and walked out. After a while, he left the mountainside and came to the flat ground where the space array was arranged. This space magic circle has been idle since the Ghost Ancestor used it for the last time. The light of countless holy crystals in the large circle is dim, and the energy stored inside is almost consumed. The space gate tempered with battleship fragments is still standing. In situ, the door frame was covered with a thin layer of chalky ethereal crystal. Yang Kai has secretly observed this space magic circle more than once, trying to get some inspiration from it and enhance his understanding of the space magic circle. It was not until this moment that he spied on it at close range and unscrupulously, and he realized that although Ghost Ancestor's attainments in the mysteries of space were unbearable, after thousands of years of research, he did have some experience of his own. He could actually think of using the Void Crystal as the key to open the Void Corridor and stabilize the Void Corridor's medium. But unfortunately, the gate used to form the Void Corridor was refined from the fragments of the Holy King-class battleship. The grade is still a bit low, and there are fewer Void Crystals covering the door frame, so the Void Corridor opened by the Ghost Ancestors so chaotic and unstable, it could collapse at any time. If you provide him with enough materials, he may not be able to successfully arrange a stable space magic circle. As for where the space magic circle will send people, I am afraid that Ghost Ancestor does not know. Yang Kai observed this space magic circle, and had insight into Guizu's research on the mysteries of space, turned it into his own understanding, and focused on it. After a while, the sound of footsteps suddenly came. Yang Kai turned his head to look and found that all the people who were still alive on this continent had come over. They seemed to have come here because they saw Yang Kai leaving the customs. Master. Baiya didn't care about the contemptuous gazes from all around, she shouted affectionately, came to Yang Kai's side with a smile, and sincerely said, congratulations to the master's strength, you have gained some insight. This time, she sincerely wanted to submit to Yang Kai, and wanted to follow him. She was no longer like the previous vain and condescending snake, so she smiled brightly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, brother, it's fine, don't bother with such dangerous things in the future. Shen Tu laughed loudly, but a trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. He has never been quite sure where Yang Kai's real bottom line is. Although in the Purple Star battleship, Yang Kai suddenly shot up and killed a Saint 3-layer martial artist, but the sudden attack did not explain anything. Shen Tu has also been guessing what Yang Kai's true strength is. Before Yang Kai retreated, he didn't feel any pressure from Yang Kai, but every time he was with Yang Kai, there was a voice in his heart shouting, if he really fights with Yang Kai, the person who died will be him. This is Shen Tu's intuition as a martial artist, so he always felt that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation and strength. But seeing him now, Shen Tu found that he felt less threatening to him than before, and his previous instincts did not remind him this time. Shen Tu was puzzled and didn't know what Yang Kai meant by making such a big noise in seclusion. Was it a success or a failure? However, it is obvious to all to see that his cultivation realm has improved by 1 level. I'll be careful in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. The He Zhao and He Miao sisters also smiled and nodded at Yang Kai, happy for his safety. Yu Shi stood behind her 2 apprentices unnaturally, with a cold and pretty face. Aside, Lu Gishan squeezed out a slightly reluctant smile, nodded at him, and said, "Little brother, there is one thing we haven't quite understood. If it is convenient, can you tell us, little brother?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "What?" Lu Gishan glanced left and right, then calmed down and said in a low voice, "You said before that Senior Guizu asked you for help. What exactly did he ask you for?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, expecting him to give an answer. They really don't know what kind of virtue and ability Yang Kai is, and a martial artist in the Holy Land has reached an agreement with a powerhouse like Ghost Ancestor. What did Ghost Ancestor see in him? You might as well ask Senior Ghost Ancestor. If he is willing to tell you, he will tell you. Yang Kai smiled softly. Lu Gishan's expression suddenly became silent. It was too late for him to hide when he saw Ghost Ancestor, so how could he ask him about such a thing? If he was unhappy, he would probably pinch himself to death. "Boy, you're wasting your time talking to them, the old man wants you to look good." Guizou's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and he seemed extremely impatient. "Urge the gossip to stop talking." When the words fell, Yang Kai had already sacrificed the star shuttle and disappeared into a blue rainbow. Thousands of miles away from the mountainside and flat ground, Yang Kai stopped. The method of tearing space is now known only to Ghost Ancestor. It is a killer of Yang Kai, so he is not willing to expose it, at least not to someone like Lu Gishan. After watching from left to right for a while, Yang Kai's strength turned, condensed on his fingertips, and ripped it at will. A crack suddenly appeared in the space, and the crack was dark and cold, empty, and waves of strange and inexplicable fluctuations came out from the inside. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to get in, but stared at the crack in a daze. In the past, he tore the space, and the torn place was like a sword cut, and the incision was flat. But now, at the edge of the tearing position, clusters of black magic flames are burning. It seems that it can burn even the space, so that the torn crack cannot be recombined. Yang Kai's expression is weird. He didn't expect that after the fusion of his 2 powers, the newly born magic flame was so strange. It seems that I need to re-examine myself. Without further lingering, Yang Kai dodged into the crack, and when his spiritual sense moved, the magic flame suddenly went out, and the torn space was closed again. In the turbulent space, Yang Kai calmly looked at the face mark on his arm that was beaten by Ghost Ancestor, and sneered. Yang Kai knows better than anyone what Guizou has in mind. The reason why he didn't kill himself and urged him to find the direction to leave was to enhance his understanding of the mysteries of space by monitoring his movements, spying on how he was tearing apart the void, and spying on the movements in the turbulent flow of space. He wanted to steal this trick. How could someone like Ghost Ancestor bet all their hopes on Yang Kai? He has other plans of his own. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1024 The Origin of the Stars. Ghost Ancestor's small calculation, Yang Kai knew well, never broke it. But in this turbulent space, everything has been cut off from the outside world. Ghost Ancestor can't even sense where he is, let alone spy on anything, so Yang Kai has no worries that his means will be stolen by Ghost Ancestor. Learn to go. Although he woke him up with some words, his strength has been greatly improved. Yang Kai is grateful to him for this, but he should be vigilant when he should be vigilant. Yang Kai has never been at ease with Ghost Ancestor. It is common for an old monster like him to go back on his word and be unbelievable. Yang Kai now not only has to find a way to leave here, but also to ensure that after leaving, Ghost Ancestor will not attack him. Hard to do. Yang Kai was troubled and couldn't think of a good way for a while, so he could only take one step at a time. After staying in the turbulent space for a while, Yang Kai left. Just as his figure was revealed, Ghost Ancestor's voice rang in his ears. "Boy, what's the harvest?" He looked impatient and seemed very anxious. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's such an easy thing, senior, don't be impatient, I just checked whether the space field here is stable or not. What was the result? Ghost Ancestor continued to ask. Well, it has stabilized and won't interfere with my judgment. That's good. Senior, how far did I move just now? It's about 1,000 miles. Ghost Ancestor snorted coldly, your method has improved a lot compared to the last time. It seems that your strength has indeed improved a lot. Yongkai couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he was in a good mood. In the past, he tore apart the space and could only move a few hundred miles at a time, but now, it is an instant 1,000 miles. Have to say this is a huge improvement. Don't try to play tricks with me. You and I both know that you can't escape the palm of the old man's hand. Do your best for the old man. As long as you can leave this place, the old man promises that he will not hurt you. The junior knows. Yongkai nodded lightly, if the senior has nothing to do, the junior will continue. Go. Yongkai tore apart the space again, placing himself in the turbulent flow of that space, looking for opportunities and directions in it. After improving his strength and knowledge, he suddenly realized that his understanding of the mysteries of space is still very shallow. Although it is deeper than Guizhou, this understanding alone is obviously not enough to get him out of this strange continent. Therefore, like many years ago, he came to the turbulent flow in this space, comprehended the mysteries of the space, and spied the mystery from the surging and eruption of the turbulent flow. He didn't tell Ghost Ancestor this, because Ghost Ancestor was very impatient, and he wished Yongkai would take him out of this place immediately. Time passed by day, Yongkai has been in the turbulent space, fully comprehend the profoundness of it. Every day, he had to return to the mainland to report the progress to Ghost Ancestor to soothe his restless mood. Yongkai's progress has been remarkable and his gains have been huge, and his understanding of space has become more and more handy. One day, he suddenly had a whimsy and escaped from the turbulent flow of space. He let go of his spiritual thoughts and replaced his physical body with spiritual thoughts to break the barriers of space and achieve the purpose of teleportation. Because if he wants to leave, he must break through the shackles of the colorful sky, and Ghost Ancestor also said that the colorful sky is formed by the intersection of various fields in the chaotic abyss, covering at least several thousands of miles. Even with Yongkai's current method, he still has to connect and unmistakably perform a dozen or so tearing spaces in order to break through the chaotic field. He didn't dare to test with his own body, because any mistake could make him lost in the field. But he can use his divine sense, and even if he is lost, it is no big problem. The most is to damage his consciousness, and the six-colored soul-warming lotus can quickly recover. The tide-like spiritual thoughts spread out in all directions, and Yongkai condensed his spiritual thoughts into bundles, like invisible silk threads, attached to the spatial mysteries he comprehended in his spiritual thoughts, and stabbed them into the void. These syllables imply the subtlety of space in the flying, and the bundles of threads make it impossible to grasp the traces, jumping across the entire continent, disappearing from one place, and suddenly appearing from another place, they break through the space. Bound, showing a bizarre momentary movement. Yongkai's divine sense coverage is getting wider and farther away. Inside the mountain peak, Ghost Ancestor, who had been monitoring Yongkai's movements, suddenly showed a look of shock, and he couldn't help but nodded and said to himself, okay, it seems that there is some progress. He couldn't help grinning. Yongkai's progress showed that he had a better chance of getting out of this cage, so he rarely bothered Yongkai and let him experiment on his own. An hour later, Yongkai showed a tired look, which was a sign that the detection of divine consciousness was too vast and exceeded his current realm. At this moment, Yongkai's wisps of spiritual thoughts cover almost half of the continent, which is not at the level that a two-layer saint-level warrior can achieve. Even people like Yushi and Lu Gishan may not be able to achieve this level. Because Yongkai's spiritual sense is jumping and intermittent, breaking through the shackles of space, rather than being coherent like ordinary people. So he can probe half a continent. He took back his spiritual sense and wanted to recover. However, at this moment, one of the ray of spiritual thoughts he scattered suddenly noticed some unusual movements. Yongkai moved, and first took back the rest of the spiritual sense, condensed the power of the spiritual sense to that place, and continued to explore. After a while, he looked shocked and made an amazing discovery. In the center of this continent, there is a terrifying and surging energy in the place where the ground is 10,000 feet deep. Unable to discover. Moreover, he also discovered that there is a layer of barriers around this energy, and that layer of barriers is incomparably strong, protecting that energy, hiding it perfectly and being unknown. Yongkai's spiritual thoughts that jumped in carelessly, stayed there for a while, and actually got a great nourishment, and the thoughts that were almost disappearing grew again. Yang Kai was shocked and suddenly realized that this group of energy was somewhat unusual. He kept calm, left the strand of chanting in place to determine the position, sat cross-legged, and began to recover. He wanted to figure out what that blob of energy was. Does the ghost ancestor who has lived here for 2,000 years know it? Soon, he faintly felt that ghost ancestor should not be aware of the existence of that energy. Because if he knew it, he would not let it go. The huge energy I believe cannot be ignored by the ancestors. Just why didn't he find it? Ghost ancestor is already a powerhouse at the virtual king level, and he knows the situation of the entire continent in a single thought. Senior, Yang Kai called with his spiritual sense. What's the matter? Ghost ancestor replied immediately. Junior would like to ask, you have lived in this continent for so long, have you found anything special about this continent? A special place? Ghost ancestor snorted coldly and roared angrily, what do you want to ask? In addition to the rich spiritual energy and rich materials, this place is simply a hateful cage. A man who has been sleepy for 2,000 years. Prison cage, this old man will leave here sooner or later. Did you find anything? He suddenly became alert. No, I just want to find out more, so as to determine the direction of departure. Yang Kai replied casually. It's better, if the old man finds out what tricks you're playing, don't blame me for being rude to you. Ghost ancestor snorted. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said again, do you want to use your special spiritual sense to find the origin of the stars in this ghost place? The origin of the stars? What is that? Yang Kai was stunned. You don't understand. Ghost ancestor was also stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Junior was born in a low-level continent, and the people there have not even penetrated into the starry sky, so they are not very clear about everything in the star field. Barbarian. Ghost ancestor was disdainful. The source of stars is the source of stars. Any cultivation star has it. It can be said to be the essence of that cultivation star. For example, if a star is a martial artist, that the source of stars is equivalent to the dantian of a martial artist, and it is equivalent to the C of AA knowledge of a martial artist. If there is any martial artist who can engrave his soul imprint on the star source of a cultivation star, then he is the master of this cultivation star. He can clearly understand everything about this star of cultivation. If he is willing, he can cause natural disasters to break out anywhere on this star of cultivation. With a single thought, he can turn the mountains on this star into a vast ocean, and fill the abyss into the ocean, flat. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved and said in awe, isn't that equal to controlling a cultivation star? Exactly. In the star field, each star master controls the origin of the star of cultivation where they are located, and they can absorb the energy of the entire star to supplement themselves at will. On this star of cultivation, their power will never cease to exist. It will be exhausted, inexhaustible, inexhaustible. Boy, do you understand the power of the Star Master now? Understood. Yang Kai's face turned pale, then here. HMPH, saying you are a barbarian is really a barbarian. This is just a strange continent, not a star at all. Where is the source of the stars? The old man was looking for it more than 1,500 years ago. If there is, where would it be your turn to pick up the bargain? Yang Kai sneered. Senior said, I just asked casually, not looking for the origin of the stars, I have never heard of it before. Well, if you know it, hurry up and try to find a way out. Don't think about some things, it's too unrealistic, and it won't do you any good. Guizhu reprimanded and cut off the connection with Yang Kai, just ignore him. Yang Kai continued to recover and fell into contemplation. As Guizhu said, this place does not look like a star, but a strange continent. But, Yang Kai has seen a star shaped like an ancient tree in the chaotic abyss. It is like a huge incomparable towering tree, spreading its branches and leaves, growing in the chaotic abyss, exuding a strong wood attribute energy. Looking at it this way, it is not an exaggeration to say that this continent is a star. After all, its size is not small, far beyond the scope of meteorites. Unfinished to be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency StarTerra cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1025 Time is short. An inadvertent discovery made Yang Kai's mood worry about gains and losses. In the end, whether that mass of energy was the source of the stars, Yang Kai didn't know. Under the strict surveillance of Ghost Ancestor, he did not dare to investigate further, so he could only leave it alone. But he also has his own guesses. If it is really the origin of the stars, it must have been formed in the last 1,500 years, or it can deceive the ghost ancestor's investigation, or it will never be safe and ignored by the ghost ancestor. Yang Kai's ray of spiritual sense has not been withdrawn, it has been staying there, nourished and strengthened by the inexplicable energy. He is going to wait for the opportunity in the future to come over to see the situation. A ray of spiritual thought left there can provide him with an accurate location. This matter Yang Kai did without trace, quietly, and did not attract too much attention from Ghost Ancestor. With the passage of time, Yang Kai's knowledge of the mysteries of space has become deeper and deeper, and his spiritual sense has spread, and he can easily cover half of the continent. The spiritual sense that implies the subtlety of space jumps and shuttles in the void, and can easily reach any place he wants. The location of the snoop. He checked the colorful sky many times, and kept experimenting. After countless strands of consciousness were lost in the chaotic field, he finally had some confidence to leave here. He kept his head down, kept silent, and continued to investigate and experiment, striving for perfection without making any mistakes. Every day, Yang Kai would report the situation to Ghost Ancestor, but he did not explain the truth, so Ghost Ancestor knew nothing about it. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the colorful sky, and when he just arrived at the mountainside flat, he smelled a bloody smell in the air. His face changed slightly, his spiritual sense spread, and he quickly discovered something was wrong. The people who are still alive on this continent are gathering in one place at the moment, the atmosphere is heavy, and it seems that they are discussing something. What's wrong? Yang Kai walked over and asked. Someone died. Shen Tu's face was ugly. Yang Kai was amazed and looked in front of him. He saw a martial artist fell to the ground, his vitality disappeared, his whole body seemed to be under great pressure, and it burst open in an instant, making his corpse look terrible. Which side? Yang Kai asked. Our people, He Zhao replied sadly. He Miao and Yuexi looked sad and angry, and even Lu Gishan couldn't help showing a trace of sadness of the death of a rabbit and a fox. At the beginning, more than 100 of them, Zixing and Zhanmeng, were in trouble for the warriors, but after more than a year, only a dozen people are still alive, and they have been in peace for several months, under their noses. Everyone didn't even know how he died. Who killed it? Yang Kai looked up and asked. No one dared to answer, they all laughed bitterly. Yang Kai suddenly understood that here, except for Ghost Ancestor who dared to kill, no one else had the guts. That old monster seemed to be in a bad mood, or else he wouldn't have murdered a junior for no reason. Yang Kai, can you speak to Senior Ghost Ancestor? We have no intention of resisting him, so can we ask him to stop killing people? He Zhao pursed his red lips and looked at Yang Kai. The one who died this time was a warrior from the Sword Alliance. Next time, if the Ghost Ancestor wanted to kill someone, who would suffer? Maybe it's someone else, maybe it's me. Except for Yang Kai, who can sit back and relax, everyone else in the room has to worry about it. And once Ghost Ancestor kills all the people here and sees no hope of leaving, he probably won't leave Yang Kai's life any longer. He will use the soul search technique to strip Yang Kai's memory, devour his understanding of the mystery of space, break the cauldron and sink the boat, and study the method of leaving by himself. Yeah, Yang Kai, Shen Tu also said, there is only one of you who can talk to Senior Ghost Ancestor. I don't want to die. The others looked at him earnestly, seeing him as a life-saving straw. Yang Kai nodded gently. I told him, but I don't know if he can listen. It's fine if you can. Shen Tu smiled helplessly. He Zhao and He Miao, bury him with me. Yu Shi said softly. Yes. The only 3 remaining members of the Sword Alliance joined forces to carry away the dead warrior's body and find a place to bury it. Yang Kai turned around and walked into the belly of the mountain, turned a few corners in the corridor, and found the stone room where Ghost Ancestor lived. Yang Kai has never been to this stone room before, and he only knows that Ghost Ancestor lives here, and this is the first time he has come here. The whole stone room is very different from the place next to it. It seems to be plunged into endless darkness, without a trace of light. In the stone room, there are phantoms shuttled, and ghost-like energy swims in it. Once here, Yang Kai he felt a chill all over his body, and the terrifying sound of howling ghosts and wolf howls sounded beside his ears, which shook his heart, and strange scenes appeared in front of him in an instant. In that scene, a ghost with a green face and fangs rushed towards him, wanting to devour his flesh and soul, pulling him into the 9 secluded purgatory, never to be reincarnated. He was stiff and unable to move. Clusters of demonic flames suddenly emerged from his flesh and blood, connecting into one piece, making him look like it was burning. He broke free from the illusion. The strange laughter of the ghost ancestor Jia sounded in his ears, and he whispered, "Boy, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai frowned, letting the demon flame continue to burn, dispelling the influence of the ghost on him, and after a while, he said, "Senior killed someone today." Ghost ancestor smiled and said, "What's the fuss about killing someone? You wouldn't come to the old man just because of such a trivial matter, would you? They are very nervous, afraid that it will be their turn next." Yang Kai said solemnly. "Well, it's okay to be nervous." Ghost ancestor seemed very happy. This boring continent, this old man is tired of the boring days, he just wants to have some fun. The old man likes to watch people look worried and anxious and make them get nervous. Just because you're bored, you kill people. So what? Ghost ancestor snorted. The dark stone room suddenly brightened, and the strange stones originally embellished on the stone wall glowed, and Ghost ancestor sat in the center of the stone room, with a pair of gloomy eyes staring at Yang Kai, with a low smile. "You came to intercede for them. You are not such a person, are you? Even if the old man kills them all, you will not show any compassion." Senior is joking. The junior is also a human being. There are a few friends of the junior. I naturally don't want you to continue to kill. Friend. Guizhu was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "You can deceive others, but you can't deceive this old man. Well, you do have some friendship with some of those people, but it's far from the point where you disobeyed me for them. To put it simply, if you are good, you will take them with you, but if you are facing a crisis, you will not give your life for them. You are not stupid, you know what will happen if you disobey me." Yang Kai was silent. Ghost ancestor seemed to have said what he had in mind. "You are afraid that if the old man kills all those people, he will attack you?" Guizhu shouted in a low voice. Yang Kai nodded calmly. "That's right, the senior is looking at the fire, and the junior has such worries." Ghost ancestor nodded gently. "If you really have such concerns, you might as well try harder and find a way to leave as soon as possible, before this old man kills all those people and starts to attack you. I believe in your ability, and I believe even more in your ability." "Not doing my best. Junior already has some clues." Yang Kai frowned. Ghost ancestor's body trembled, and a pair of eyes shone with light, and shouted, Okay, it's good to have a clue. Your news makes the old man very happy. The old man's mood will probably last for a while. You continue to work hard, don't let the old man down." "Junior, farewell." Yang Kai clasped his fists and quickly retreated. The moment he turned around, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. He suddenly understood that Ghost Ancestor killed someone not because he was in a bad mood, but because he was warning himself and putting pressure on himself. He should have been alert to his concealment, otherwise he would not have suddenly killed people. It's just that he didn't know what he was hiding, and he couldn't find it out, so he used this method. He wanted to tell himself that his patience was limited, and if he could no longer satisfy him, the person who died would be his future fate. Yang was happy, so he finally had to appease Ghost Ancestor. But it won't be long to appease him. Next time, if Ghost Ancestor gets impatient, he may really do something to himself. Yang Kai's face was ugly, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness. He has always planned to leave secretly after finding a way out. Ignore Ghost Ancestor, let him continue to be trapped here, let him die of old age here. But the difference in strength between them is huge, making Yang Kai passive everywhere. He realized that his thoughts were a little unrealistic. Even if he really succeeded in finding a way out, he would probably be stopped by Ghost Ancestor before he could leave safely. Yang Kai pondered, thinking whether he should believe the oath made by the Ghost Ancestor and leave here with him, and then everyone is happy. This is undoubtedly very risky. Yang Kai is not sure if he can really keep his promise. All kinds of thoughts swept through Yang Kai's mind like lightning, and his expression became more and more serious. Returning to his stone room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, while recovering the strength he had consumed, while thinking hard. There was a slight sound of footsteps outside. Baya came uninvited, and came to Yang Kai's back lightly, her tender body pressed up, rubbing Yang Kai's back with her plump and fiery body, two small hands gently lightly kneading Yang Kai's shoulders. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Master, when you can really leave, can you take the slave with you?" "Naturally," Yang Kai said casually. Baya smiled bitterly, her hands kept moving, and said softly, "You don't have to perfunctory me, I know you never planned to take me away. After all, I have been rude and disrespectful to you before, and I am not what a nice guy." She suddenly felt self-pity, and Yang Kai was at a loss, not knowing which song she was singing. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Number 1026 can leave. Inside the stone room, Baya had a desolate expression and a sour tone. During this period of time, she served Yongkai around. Although she was very docile and well-behaved, Yongkai said that 1 is 1, and 2 is 2, she did not dare to resist at all. But she is not stupid, on the contrary, this woman is shrewd. She has already seen Yongkai's plan. Even if he can really leave here, Yongkai will not take her with him. That's why Baya made it clear in advance. She wants to impress Yongkai with her sincerity and change Yongkai's mind. If I can leave here, I will obey you obediently in the future. You can do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to be left here. I promise that I will only be loyal to you in the future. Baya prayed, and even the ghost people like Zhu have been trapped here for 2000 years and can't find a way out. If she is left behind, she will only die of old age alone. That ending was just horrific. Yongkai turned his head away and stared at her deeply. Baya looked at Yongkai calmly, and there was no panic in her beautiful eyes. After a while, Yongkai nodded gently, I will tell you when that day comes. Baya was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, thank you. Well, I want something, you go out. Yongkai waved his hand. Baya Yingying bowed and left. Her expression became more and more bitter, because she knew that Yongkai's last words were still perfunctory, and he had no plans to change his mind. Time flies. About 10 days later. Another person died tragically for no reason. This time, the one who died was Lu Gishan's subordinate, a strong man on the first floor of the Holy King realm. He meditated on the mountainside and flat ground, and suddenly his body burst into blood mist. The death of the second person made the surviving people even more nervous. They found Yongkai once again and asked him to think of a way. Even Yu Shi, who had always been arrogant and refused to bow his head easily, had to put down his noble head in order to request. The tone of voice asked him to persuade Ghost Ancestor. Yongkai agreed casually, but he knew that no matter how much he persuaded, it would be useless. The most urgent task was to quickly show Guizhu a clear hope. Only in this way would he be happy. Once he was happy, he would not kill anyone again. Yongkai put aside the crowd, and the envoy Xingxuo came to the colorful sky. He sat cross-legged on the star shuttle, and the spiritual thoughts that implied the mysteries of space converged into a thread of thought, spied into the sky. The strands of powerful thoughts showed a leap forward, breaking through the blockade of space and jumping out of the constraints of distance. Yongkai's life is 1,000 miles away. Soon, Yongkai's brows furrowed. He released thousands of thoughts, but these thoughts were all lost in the chaotic field. Many thoughts were completely disconnected from Yongkai, and even Yongkai could no longer find them. An hour later, Yongkai took back 80% of his thoughts, and the remaining 20% AA disappeared. His face was pale and his consciousness was slightly damaged. He hurriedly put a holy pill that replenished the power of divine consciousness into his mouth, urging the power of the six-colored soul-warming lotus to repair the divine consciousness. Another hour later, he let go of his divine sense again. Inside the mountain, in the dark and cold stone room with no light at all, Ghost Ancestor grinned and chuckled, boy, I really don't know what the hell you're up to. If you don't put some pressure on you, you really don't want to pay attention. I hope this time you will be more honest, otherwise, don't blame the old man for killing again. The first 2 times this old man was merciful, but this time I'm going to kill someone who has some friendship with you. I want to see if you are really hard-hearted. In his eyes, Shen Tu and He Zhao He Miao suddenly reflected. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 people in different positions changed. For some reason, their whole bodies became cold. There was an aura of death around them, and they couldn't help shaking their bodies. In the colorful sky, Yongkai sat cross-legged on the star shuttle to stabilize his body. His spiritual sense was erratic back and forth, erratic, shuttled in the chaotic field. He doesn't notice the passage of time, but he has been probing the void with the thread of thought. After trying more than 20 times and losing the power of divine consciousness more than 20 times, he still had no substantial gain. No one else can find a way to leave in such a crazy way, no matter how powerful they are. Once the consciousness is damaged too frequently and too seriously, it is irreparable damage, which will make a person become confused and make people dementia. The 6-colored soul-warming lotus can repair Yongkai's damaged consciousness very well, freeing him from this worry. At a certain moment, Yongkai once again felt the drying up of his divine consciousness, and he couldn't help showing a hint of disappointment. Because this time, he still failed. Just when he was about to take back his spiritual sense, he suddenly noticed a subtle change in the field in a certain direction, and couldn't help but gather all the spiritual senses and stab them there. Contrary to his expectations, the spying was so easy this time, as if he had pierced a barrier. His spiritual sense instantly broke away from the package of the colorful sky and jumped out of this cage-like existence. Then, he saw countless beautiful and majestic stars. Each of those stars exudes surging energy like tides. Some are extremely cold, some are hot as fire, some are filled with wind and dragons, and one after another huge tornadoes swept the entire star, and one star was like a huge star. The ancient tree grows vigorously in the starry sky. Abyss of chaos. Yang Kai snorted involuntarily, his eyes brightened. This is the first time he has left this continent with his spiritual sense and reached the chaotic abyss. He couldn't help but be ecstatic. Being trapped here, not only is Guizhu anxious, but he is also impatient. With people like Guizhu every day, there is always a sense of crisis on the line. Now he saw the abyss of chaos and the hope of life. He was genuinely excited. After calming down his own mood, Yang Kai made sure once again that the place where his spiritual sense arrived was the chaotic abyss, so he carefully retracted his spiritual sense and did not dare to be too hasty. In the process of retracting, he left strands of thoughts with his own breath along the road as a marker to guide the direction. These thoughts will not exist for too long. Yang Kai estimates that they will disappear completely within a day at most, but as long as there is the guidance of these thoughts, he will not worry about the colorful sky intertwined in this species field. Lost in the middle of the road, he was confident enough to get out of here. Soon, Yang Kai took back the remaining spiritual mind, his expression uncertain and hesitant. He wants to follow the direction marked by Nianzi and leave here directly. But he knew that once he left, everyone on the continent would die because of him. This was second, and the most important thing was that Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully leave before Ghost Ancestor intercepted him. Looking at the face mark planted by Ghost Ancestor on his arm, Yang Kai sighed softly. He stood up, gave up the eagerness in his heart, and made Xingshuo fly towards the mountain peak. After a while, Yang Kai returned and walked straight to the stone room where Ghost Ancestor lived. Still dark and cold as always, Yang Kai stood in front of the stone room. "Boy, how's the progress?" Aware of his arrival, Ghost Ancestor asked in a deep voice. In the darkness, those eyes stared at Yang Kai, unwilling to let go of the slightest change in his expression. "You can leave," Yang Kai replied. Unexpectedly, Ghost Ancestor did not respond. He seemed to be stunned on the spot because of this huge surprise, unable to speak. After a while, he whispered, "Really?" Ghost Ancestor's voice trembled slightly, showing the excitement in his heart. "Boy, you have to know what will happen if you dare to fool the old man. The old man has waited too long for this day." He roared again in a low voice. "I didn't fool you, you can really leave." Yang Kai looked indifferent. "Ha ha ha." Guizhu suddenly burst into laughter, the laughter rolling like thunder, ear-shattering. The rocks rolled down, and the mountain peaks trembled. On the flat side of the mountain, Lu Gishan, Yushi and the others all looked here in horror and inexplicable. They didn't know what was going on in the Ghost Ancestors. They all seemed to be facing a big enemy. Some sense of security. "Okay, I know that you kid will not let the old man down." Ghost Ancestor's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. One hand grabbed Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop, and couldn't wait to say, let's go here. Let's go, let's get out of here." Because of his excitement, the strength in his hand was so great that Yang Kai's bones were almost crushed by him. "Don't worry." Yang Kai struggled and broke free from his big hand. "Not in a hurry. The old man is in a hurry." Guizhu squinted at him, his eyes full of unkindness. "Are you still thinking about something?" "Senior thinks too much, but before I leave, I think there are some things I need to say clearly," Yang Kai said lightly. Ghost Ancestor's eyes flickered with strange light, his excited expression suddenly calmed down, and he nodded lightly. "Tell me, old man, listen." Yang Kai thought about it and said, "Although this junior is very willing to believe in the character and commitment of the senior, but to be on the safe side, this junior would like to confirm that you will not attack me after you leave here." Ghost Ancestor smiled wickedly. "Don't worry, if you can satisfy the old man's wish to leave, the old man will never hurt you. This is the old man's lifelong wish. I am grateful to you that it is too late. How can I attack you?" Yang Kai's brows wrinkled, and he said solemnly, "I hope so, and I hope that senior can remember the oath made before." "Well, the old man remembers." Guizhu pointed to his head. "I remember it clearly." "That's it, can we leave?" Yang Kai shook his head. Ghost Ancestor's face sank, and he said impatiently, "What else are you doing?" "I want to take a few people with me, it's a matter of the way." Ghost Ancestor immediately understood who he wanted to take with him, and said indifferently, as long as it doesn't interfere with the old man, it doesn't matter if you take them all away. It won't interfere with you. I have to trouble the seniors to call in the people I mentioned. Ghost Ancestor looked at him with interest. Who is it? Yang Kai immediately reported several names. Ghost Ancestor nodded and called with his spiritual sense. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1027 I Want to Control Your Life and Death. On the flat side of the mountain, Yuxi, He Zhao, He Miao, Shen Tu and the others, who were nervous because of the crazy laughter of Ghost Ancestor, suddenly stiffened and their faces were as pale as paper. The voice of Ghost Ancestor sounded beside their ears. What's wrong? Lu Gishan asked hurriedly. The Ghost Ancestor summons. Yuxi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Lu Gishan was stunned for a moment, and his eyes looking at Yuxi immediately changed. I've been summoned too. Shen Tu's face was ashen, and a deep sense of powerlessness poured out of his heart. Me, too. Baya stirred her hands together, her delicate body trembling. What should I do, master? He Zhao looked at Yuxi nervously. Yuxi is also in a mess, and she doesn't know what to do for a while. There are more than 100 people who have learned from the past and the future. They are the only ones who died because of the Ghost Ancestor. Today, the Ghost Ancestor has summoned so many people again and again. God knows what he wants to do. It's a blessing, not a disaster. Yuxi smiled bitterly and gave up her plan to run away, because in front of the powerful virtual kings, she had no way to escape. Come in with me, if it's true, if you really want to die today now, stay by your master's side. She looked at He Zhao He Miao lovingly, and secretly decided to swear to protect her two apprentices. Even if it is a man's arm as a car, it will not hesitate. The three of them took the lead in walking towards the inside of the mountain. Shen Tu and Baya looked at each other and could only helplessly follow. Looking at the back of their departure, a warrior from Zixing came to Lu Gishan and said, Sir, they have probably gone and never returned. Lu Gishan sighed softly and smiled bitterly. I don't know whether to be happy or sad for them, but we've managed to escape for a while. Next time I'm afraid. The 3 or 4 subordinates gathered around him all looked sad. They all thought that the person who was summoned this time was dead. Yang Kai waited for a while in the mountainside corridor, and saw Shen Tu and others coming together, lightly nodded and greeted, and immediately showed a suspicious look. What's wrong with you? All of them are frowning. The corner of Shen Tu's mouth twitched, and he said unwillingly, I was summoned by Ghost Ancestor. He said this, patted Yang Kai's shoulder lightly, and said in a low voice, Brother, I'm afraid I'm doomed this time. If you have a chance to escape here in the future, give it to the people of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce for me. If you pass on a word, you say that I let my father down. If I had known this, I would not be so stubborn. He had the appearance of explaining his last words, and his expression was solemn. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Yuxi looked at him thoughtfully, a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Remember, you must take the words of course. If you can't do without here, forget it. Shen Tu patted Yang Kai's shoulder, said earnestly, and sighed. Yang Kai's expression is weird. After thinking about it for a while, I immediately understood why these people were all downcast and looked like a catastrophe was imminent. I couldn't help laughing in surprise. What do you think Senior Ghost Ancestor summoned you for? I don't know, it's not a good thing anyway. Shen Tu was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Do you know something? Tell me, what will he do to us later? Everyone could not help but cast their eyes on him. I asked Senior Ghost Ancestor to call you here. Yang Kai told him bluntly. The expressions of everyone became puzzled. I'll take you out of here. Yang Kai continued. Shen Tu was shocked. Yuxi, He Zhao He Miao, Bai Ya's beautiful eyes also burst out with strange rays of light. All of them looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. I found the way to leave. I told the Senior Guizu and he agreed to let you follow. Quote, isn't it? I heard it right. Can we leave this place? Shen Tu was absent-minded, shouting in an unbelievable way. The two sisters He Zhao and He Miao showed an uplifting look on their pretty faces, and there was a feeling of gratitude in their eyes. He Miao asked eagerly, Yang Kai, are you telling the truth? Aren't you lying to us? Yang Kai shook his head. She suddenly became happy, covering her mouth, and a layer of watery light appeared in her beautiful eyes. It's great, it's great. She was so excited that she couldn't cry. On the one hand, she thought that being summoned by Ghost Ancestor this time, she would definitely die, but now things are not what she worried about. On the other hand, she learned that she could get out of this cage, so she couldn't help it. He Zhao took her by the shoulders, the two sisters looked at each other and burst into laughter. Baya also seemed to be shocked by this news. She stood there stupidly, unable to return to her senses for a while, looking at Yang Kai. No matter what, she couldn't understand why he suddenly changed his mind. Not long ago, Baya had also approached Yang Kai and asked him aside. Yang Kai was clearly in a perfunctory attitude at the time, but now he wants to bring her along. No matter how she thinks about it, Baya feels a little uncomfortable. The reality made her feel like she was in a dream. Among them, the one who felt the most incomprehensible was Yushi. She looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and a changing expression. No one knew what she was thinking. She wanted to say thank you, but she couldn't say those words, and her heart was tangled to death. You wait for a while, Baya, come with me. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to Yushi, but waved to Baya and walked to the side. Oh, Baya responded quickly and followed behind Yang Kai. The two stood not far away. Yang Kai looked at her, frowned slightly, pondered for a while and said, to be honest, I don't actually want to take you with me, and I don't want to care about you, whether you live or die, I have nothing to do with you, no matter what. Baya smiled bitterly. I understand, after all, I have done a lot of bad things to you before. There is a saying that it is difficult to change the nature of the country. You are a debauched and treacherous woman, and a man is just a plaything for you, and it is the source of your own strength. Now you have to ask me to be so docile. Who is it? I know if you will recover your originality once you leave here, keep a grudge in your heart, and seek revenge from me. No, I won't do this. Baya waved her hand quickly. I don't trust you. Yang Kai shook his head. Baya's face turned pale, and she seemed to feel that the hope of leaving here was getting farther and farther away from her. But you have served me well during this time. Well, no matter if you are hypocritical or sincere, you have always served me for so many days, and it seems that I am too cold-blooded to leave you alone. What do you want me to do to be willing to trust me? Baya heard the meaning of his words, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. You said, I will do whatever you say, I will definitely not. Disappointing you. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Let go of the defense of your consciousness. See, I want your soul imprint, and I want to be able to control your life and death. Baya was stunned for a moment, a hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded heavily and took the initiative to release the defense of the sea of Aaa knowledge. The next moment, Yang Kai's spiritual sense pierced into Baya's sea of Aa consciousness, where he shuttled and searched. After a short while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and took away her divine soul brand. Baya's face was slightly pale, and her red lips squirmed. Is this all right? Yang Kai looked at her strangely, nodded and said, it's all right. After a pause, he asked again, how many men have you harmed? Baya pursed her lips and chuckled, you peeping at other people's memories. Yang Kai shrugged, it's inevitable. In Baya's sea of Aa consciousness, the memories are obscene, and Yang Kai is a man who has seen the world, and she can't help but feel a little shocked. This woman is simply a disaster, and any man who is targeted by her cannot escape her poisonous hands, and they will be sucked out of blood and will die. But those men looked very happy when they died, and they didn't know what their fate would be like. Yang Kai was secretly afraid, if there were not so many twists and turns on the Purple Star battleship, maybe he would end up like this, spend a time with her in the spring night, and then die on her belly. People will be yours in the future. Baya bit her thin red lips, full of coquettishness, invisible ripples in her delicate body, impacting Yang Kai's mind. I will serve you more attentively in the future. Quote. Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you. After leaving here, you and I parted ways. Yang Kai snorted. You shouldn't really. Baya covered her mouth and looked up and down Yang Kai. Really, what? Is there a problem with that? Baya asked the doubts she had always had in her heart, and her eyes stayed between Yang Kai's legs with a look of sadness and pity. Yang Kai's face darkened. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will leave you here. Saying this, she didn't bother to pay attention to this crazy woman anymore. She turned and left. Baya giggled wildly behind her. She didn't seem to care about Yang Kai's threat at all. When Yang Kai came to the place where everyone gathered, Ghost Ancestor appeared leisurely. The few people who were whispering quickly fell silent and did not dare to speak anymore. Have you dealt with it? Ghost Ancestor looked at Yang Kai. Kindness. Quote. Then let's go. Ghost Ancestor laughed. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Yang Kai looked at the crowd with awe. I have to let you know that I took you out of here with a method of tearing space. Tear the space? Yushi uttered aloud, looking at Yang Kai strangely. Do you also know the secrets of space? Nodding, Yang Kai said, so. Yu's beautiful eyes were extremely bright, and she looked at the ghost ancestors with a sudden realization. No wonder the senior ghost ancestors will reach an agreement with you, so it is. They have been guessing, what is it about a character like Guizhu, who wants to protect his safety and provide him with a good cultivation environment. His attitude towards him is different from that of others, and it will not be considered until this time, understand. Being able to tear apart the space will give him a chance to jump out of this cage. This is exactly the direction that Ghost Ancestor has been researching for 1,000 years, and it is also a field that he cannot understand, and it is his hope of leaving. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1028 Leave. No one would have imagined that people like Yang Kai also dabble in the mysteries of space. The power of space has always existed in its sect. Not only is it difficult to comprehend, but it is also extremely difficult to break through. Martial artists who understand the mysteries of space are very rare. Even if you look at the entire star field, there are very few warriors who are proficient in the mysteries of space. Powerhouses like Ghost Ancestors have studied for thousands of years, but haven't come up with anything. Brother, Shen Tu pursed his dry lips and murmured, you really came from a low-level continent. Are you pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger all the time? He asked what the people were waiting for, and almost everyone came up with this idea, thinking that Yang Kai had an extraordinary background, and these days acting was fooling everyone. Yang Kai smiled. If I didn't come from a low-level continent, I wouldn't know anything about the common sense of the star field. Shen Tu thought about it carefully, and nodded slightly, that's true. Since he met Yang Kai has been constantly asking him about common sense questions. If these are all acting, it would be too much. But you are really surprising. Shen Tu smiled bitterly, why are you telling us this now? Because I take you away, I also need your cooperation. Yang Kai looked solemn, I can tear out the space, I can let you enter the turbulent flow of that space, and let you to find a way out, but the space I torn out is not related to. The void corridor that has been formed for a long time is different. The void corridor is stable. It connects 2 points in space, allowing people to travel freely between these 2 points, while the space I torn out is unstable. Quote. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they suddenly realized that things were not as simple as they thought, and the road to leaving seemed to be full of thorns. I need you to assure me that no power can be used in it. Yang Kai glanced at everyone seriously, and finally his eyes fell on Ghost Ancestor. Senior, you are too, because once you use your power, it may disturb the turbulent flow in that space makes it even more chaotic. We are very likely to be exiled into an unknown space. Once we can't confirm the location, even me, don't even think about leaving. Quote. Oh, Ghost Ancestor grinned, nodded and said, okay, the old man doesn't use his strength. You all remember it. Yang Kai looked at the others. Everyone, the rest is nothing, as long as you follow me, it will be fine. Yang Kai thought about it carefully, and felt that he had told all the instructions, and then said, if you are ready, let's go. Saying this, he stretched out his hand and tore it, and a crack was suddenly torn out in the void. The crack was pulled by an invisible big hand and opened several meters. It was dark inside, and there was no light at all. The violent force of the void collided in it, pulling, forming a terrifying zone like a quagmire. It is extremely strange. Ghost Ancestor's expression couldn't help but become solemn, his eyes looked deep into the space crack, and the others were more nervous than each other. Yang Kai held a luminous strange stone buckled from the stone wall in his hand and drilled into it without saying a word. Ghost Ancestor's eyes flashed, and he didn't rush to keep up with Yang Kai's pace, but threw Shen Tu into it casually. Baya followed Shen Tu, and Ghost Ancestor entered without haste, and squeezed Yu's master and apprentice at the back. After all the 7 people in the group entered, the torn crack quickly closed and disappeared. The surrounding is cold and dark, and the only light is the strange stone in Yang Kai's hand, which guides everyone in the direction of progress. They didn't dare to take the next step, and they all walked on thin ice in the turbulent flow of this space, quietly watching from side to side, and everyone looked horrified. They have never had such a peculiar experience, and they have never imagined that one day they will be able to walk in the cracks of space. The turbulent flow in the surrounding space is chaotic, like the most terrifying beasts opening their big mouths, trying to swallow them all, and the turbulent flow in the space looks like the most sinister swamp, with muddy traps everywhere. A little careless, it will be pulled into it and exiled to the end of the world. A violent heartbeat came from everyone's chest. They looked around in amazement, and were apprehensive. What made them feel at ease was that where Yang Kai walked, the power of the chaotic space seemed to be smoothed out, and the muddy turbulent flow became firm as flat ground, so there would not be too many people walking on it. Danger. Everyone is keenly aware that Yang Kai's whole body seems to have a wonderful resonance with the turbulent flow here, and he understands their laws, so he can find a way out here. They held their breaths, and the descendants stepped in the footsteps of their predecessors and moved forward one by one. Suddenly, a short exclamation came out, and Yang Kai couldn't help but stop his steps and turned his head to look back. What's wrong? It's okay. He Miao patted her chest and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I thought I fell. Next to her feet, the space exploded inch by inch, disintegrating like a broken mirror, giving people the illusion of falling into an abyss. Yang Kai nodded, didn't say much, and continued to lead the way. Girl, don't be surprised, the old man was scared to death by you too. Ghost Ancestor turned back and smiled at He Miao. That gloomy smile made He Miao's bad face even more ugly. Yang Kai, who was walking in front, once again stopped his pace and stretched out his hand to tear it apart. In the space barrier, another crack was torn open. He ran out. The crowd followed. Clear air poured into the nose, and everyone seemed to have walked through the gate of hell, sweating profusely. Looking around for a while, Shen Tu suddenly looked weird and said, Yang Kai, we don't seem to be far away. As he spoke, he looked down. At the foot of the crowd, there was a burned mountain. The mountain was completely bare. There seemed to be a few people moving around on the flat side of the mountain. Those people were clearly Lu Gishan and Zixing's warriors. They have also discovered the situation here, and are pointing at this side, not understanding the situation. Well, it's really not that far, it's just 1,000 miles away. Yang Kai nodded and explained. This time I just let you get familiar with the feeling of moving in the turbulent space, and the next thing is the highlight. He pointed to the colorful sky. We want to penetrate this sky and break through the blockade of the chaotic field. Understood. Shen Tu nodded. Go ahead. Yang Kai smiled slightly, I can still use it a few times. He slightly sensed the fluctuations of the thoughts he had left before, confirmed the position of the thoughts, and tore the space again. Everyone filed in. He Miao suddenly turned her head and glanced down, and said softly, Master, Lu Gishan and the others seem to be heading here. Don't pay attention to them, keep up. Yu Shi urged. Oh, Lu Gishan, just wait here to die. Yu Shi sneered softly, glanced down casually, and was the last to enter. After a while, Lu Gishan, who was envoy Xingsuo to this place, looked around in despair, but couldn't see anyone. He suddenly realized that he had been abandoned, and his face was pale and colorless in an instant. The few people that Ghost Ancestor summoned before were clearly related to Yang Kai, but the ones who were not summoned were only a few of them from Purple Star. He also gloated a little, feeling that Yu Shi and others were dying, but he didn't know that it was a way to survive. On the contrary, he and the 3 or 4 subordinates were abandoned here forever. His face changed, and he roared angrily. In the colorful sky, all kinds of fields from the stars in the chaotic abyss converge, making the range of thousands of miles even more mysterious and inexplicable than the situation in the gaps in space. Somewhere, a gap suddenly opened in the space, and Yang Kai walked out of it, closed his eyes and sensed it, and his heart was settled. The Nianzi left before is not far away. Although there are some errors, it is not harmful. As long as he follows the trajectory of Nianzi, he will be sure to reach the abyss of chaos. When you reach the chaotic abyss, you are truly free. One after another figure appeared behind him, and when everyone saw the scenery in front of them, they were all amazed, because all around were colorful, splendid and beautiful. However, everyone quickly discovered that here, their spiritual sense cannot be extended at all, because it will be affected by the chaotic domain, and then lost, and there is no possibility of retracting it. Ghost Ancestor nodded gently. Very good, you really have the ability to leave, the old man did not believe you wrong. He could see at a glance that this was somewhere above the hanging continent, a location he had never been to before, and he couldn't help but be full of confidence in Yang Kai, as if his long-cherished wish for 2,000 years was about to be fulfilled, and his expression was no longer there. As gloomy and terrifying as before, there was a smile on his face, full of anticipation. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled lightly. The face marks on the arms sent out more gloomy fluctuations than before. He knew that Ghost Ancestor was watching out for him, beware that he suddenly left himself alone. If it was really thrown here, Ghost Ancestor might not be able to return to the hanging continent with certainty. Yang Kai does have this heart, but he does not dare to act rashly. He is not sure what to do under the eyes of Ghost Ancestor, so he is very honest. Once again, he sensed the position of the thought silk in front of him, tearing apart the space. A move is thousands of miles away. Yang Kai led the other 6 people to shuttle in the turbulent space, everything went smoothly, and the distance to the chaotic abyss was getting closer and closer. After tearing the space 5 times, and walking out of the turbulent space, Yang Kai immediately sat down cross-legged, panting and instructed, "You wait for a while, I will recover for a while." Every time he uses this method, it is a huge consumption. Yang Kai can't continue like this endlessly. The power in his sea of AA consciousness has been consumed by more than half. He must replenish it to avoid any unexpected situation. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1029 Don't Confuse Me. An hour later, Yang Kai recovered completely and led the crowd to continue tearing the void forward. Every time before using this method, he has to determine the direction through the position of the Nian silk left before, otherwise, there is no way to advance in this colorful field. Things went smoothly, unexpectedly, and none of the things that Yang Kai was worried about before happened. The 6 people who followed him also kept in mind Yang Kai's advice and did not dare to use any power. Even Ghost Ancestor behaved very calmly and cooperated quite well. It seems that if this continues, everyone can really quickly reach the chaotic abyss. Hope is in sight, and everyone's expressions are uplifted. Somewhere in the colorful sky, Yang Kai appeared again, and when the other 6 appeared, the torn space crack slowly closed. He smiled and looked at everyone. This is the last part of the road, as long as we pass through the space crack again, we can reach the chaotic abyss. Hearing him say this, everyone's eyes are bright and their eyes are full of anticipation. Boy, hurry up, this old man can't wait to see the outside world. Guizhu grinned and urged. I have to recover again. Yang Kai said lightly. Well, hurry up. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He didn't lie to everyone. There is indeed only the last part of the journey ahead. As long as the space is torn apart again, he will be sure to reach the chaotic abyss, but when it comes to the end, he's still somewhat disturbed. Anxiety comes from Ghost Ancestors. There is no good way for him to stop this old monster who has lived for more than 2,000 years from being able to promise after safety. He can only passively choose to believe him and pray that he will not backtrack. This feeling made Yang Kai very uncomfortable. Senior, can you take this thing back from my handwriting? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said to Ghost Ancestor, you will be free now, so there is no need to monitor me anymore, right? Ghost Ancestor smiled softly, and didn't say much. While nodding, a ray of resentment suddenly sprang from the face mark on Yang Kai's arm, rushing into Ghost Ancestor's body, and that mark was just there. Disappear. Yang Kai's body and mind lightened, and there was an illusion that the bondage was untied. Boy, act honestly, this old man won't do anything to you. Ghost Ancestor snorted softly. Senior Haihan, Yang Kai chuckled, stood up, took a deep breath, and ripped apart the space under the gazes of everyone. He was the first to get in, leading the way. As soon as you stepped into the turbulent flow of this space, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn, standing in the same place and did not move forward, but quietly sensed the surroundings. What are you doing? You don't want to play any tricks at this last moment, right? Guizhu, who followed up, saw that he was acting strangely, and couldn't help but drank. Yang Kai did not answer and continued to perceive. Suddenly, his face changed, and he shouted, come on, don't stop, the spatial turbulence here is more chaotic than anywhere else, it should be because it is close to the chaotic abyss. He looked like he was on the verge of an enemy, and the expressions of the other 6 people changed, and they quickly followed his pace and moved forward quickly. Where Yang Kai passed, the spatial turbulence was temporarily smoothed, so that they would not be dragged into the chaotic space, but now, everyone faintly felt that the area that should be stable has become smooth wherever they pass by. It is a little sticky, pulling people's bodies, and the surrounding space barriers are even more creepy. Clack clack, the dense crackling sounds penetrated deep into the soul, and the space barriers in all directions seemed to be cracked at this moment, and space cracks suddenly formed one after another. From the crack in that space, there is an unparalleled attraction that wants to devour everyone. Although everyone is not proficient in the mysteries of space, everyone knows the horror of space cracks. There is no trace of that crack, and no one knows where it exists in the star field. Once it is swallowed into it, I am afraid it will be no one can find them anymore. Therefore, they all exerted their strength to follow behind Yang Kai, daring not to fall behind. Yang Kai's face was solemn. No matter what, his figure moved quickly, and he came to a certain place in front of him and stretched out his hand to tear it apart. The space barrier was torn apart, and from the torn crack, familiar scenes came into view. The huge and energetic stars are scattered in every corner of the chaotic abyss, as charming as ever. Chaos Abyss. Yang Kai's face was overjoyed and he was ready to go out. At this moment, Shen Tu and Bai Ya suddenly exclaimed, and it seemed that something unexpected happened behind them. Hearing their shouts, Yang Kai turned his head to look and saw Ghost Ancestor's desperate appearance, shaking his body, ready to get out of danger one step ahead of everyone. But as soon as his power was running, the turbulent flow in the entire space crack was stimulated, and it all erupted. Yang Kai's painstakingly suppressed stability was broken in an instant. Before Ghost Ancestor could escape, he was swallowed up by a crack, and he was instantly stunned on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape from the crack in the space. The three Master Yushi who followed behind him also suffered, and were swallowed by the crack together. When Yang Kai turned his head, he saw the help they cast towards him, their desire for life, and their confusion. Until this time, they still followed Yang Kai's previous instructions and did not dare to use any power. Ghost Ancestor also found that something was wrong, and a gloomy ghost burst out, trying to break through the cracks and devour himself with violence. But the gap was like a quagmire. The stronger Guiza's strength revealed, the faster he fell into it, and an old face suddenly changed color. My grass. Shen Tu couldn't help cursing, Brother Yang, let's go. Yang Kai's expression changed, and his eyes were full of hesitation and struggle. He looked at the Ghost Ancestor who was swallowed by the space and only had one head left, and looked at He Zhao and He Miao. All kinds of thoughts flashed in his heart like lightning. His body froze in place, and deep in his heart, heaven and man were at war. Further, he will be able to reach the chaotic abyss, escape the threat from the Ghost Ancestors, and be swallowed by the space gap. Even the Ghost Ancestors will not be able to find a way out. He will taste a life that is more bitter and sad than being trapped in the floating continent. Orphaned for life in the cracks. Yang Kai is very happy to see this scene. But He Zhao and He Miao are also bound to die. He still remembered that when Ghost Ancestor wanted to throw him into the space array to test the practicality of the Void Corridor, He Zhao was the first to bravely stand up and say a good word for him. Brother Yang. Shen Tu's roar sounded again. Yang Kai blocked the way forward, blocking his and Bai Ya's way. Shen Tu was embarrassed to go over Yang Kai and jumped in a hurry. Bai Ya was also in a turmoil. Mei Mei looked at Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. The hesitation were only for a moment. The next moment, Yang Kai's eyes became firm. He flicked his hand, and the edge of the space crack torn by him suddenly ignited clusters of pitch-black magic flames, and the magic flames burned, letting the space crack cannot be closed for the time being. Let's go, Yang Kai said, grabbing Shen Tu in one hand and Bai Ya in the other, throwing the two of them out. Then with a gloomy face, he flew towards the back. Brother Yang. Shen Tu's expression changed as he watched Yang Kai pass him by, and when he returned to his senses, he was already in the chaotic abyss. In the turbulent space, Yang Kai quickly came to the gap that engulfed a group of 4 people, staring at the Ghost Ancestor and said quickly, if you want to survive, you must restrain your strength, don't cause me trouble. Ghost Ancestor's face was blue and white, and he honestly restrained his strength and stopped fighting. I'll save you all, don't panic, and don't do anything. Yang Kai said to He Zhao He Miao again, and then he sat directly in front of the 4 of them, letting go of his divine sense like a flood, letting his Saint Yuan, divine the power of consciousness is all condensed into one point and poured into the crack. He integrated his own understanding of the mysteries of space into this gap, allowing himself to resonate with it, and let it obey his control for the time being. Soon, the 4 people who were gradually sinking down were pleasantly surprised to find that the pulling force became weak and faded, and then disappeared. Not only that, but there was also a reverse force that was pushing the 4 of them upwards. Free them from the shackles of the cracks. The 4 of them all looked uplifted. The 2 sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, had tears in their beautiful eyes, staring at Yang Kai who was close at hand, with joy in their hearts. They thought that they would definitely die this time and could not escape the catastrophe. They didn't expect Yang Kai to return to rescue at the last moment. They all knew that Yang Kai's move must have taken a great risk. This made their mood suddenly settle, and an inexplicable feeling flowed in their hearts, making their delicate bodies warm. This feeling dissipated the panic in their hearts and made them radiant, as if they were no longer afraid of any danger. Even Yushi changed her opinion of Yang Kai at this moment, and her pretty face was full of gratitude. Ah, he meow suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a place under Yang Kai. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, and their faces changed again. At the location where Yang Kai was, there was another crack, letting his figure slowly sink into it. At the same time, more and more cracks were born, and those cracks seemed to engulf this already chaotic space. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Come out!" Hearing his cry, the 4 people dared to make a move, and they escaped from the gap and rushed out. Yushi landed at the back, and she didn't know if she was nervous or what. She stumbled under her feet and almost fell to the ground. Yang Kai picked her up and grabbed her waist, where countless cracks expanded. Before, it passed by like lightning. Yu's body instantly stiffened, and she felt the strength and heat from the big hand on her waist. She felt as if she was under a spell, and she couldn't get a trace of strength. She turned her head and looked at the junior beside her. Inexplicably gave birth to a rather safe feeling, like a ship in a quiet harbor, which made her mood complicated. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1030. Do you want to follow the old man? In the chaotic abyss, Shentu and Baiya anxiously looked into the open space crack, hoping to see Yang Kai's figure. But they couldn't see the situation inside at all. The cracks burned by the magic flame had begun to close, and there was still no sign of anyone escaping. Yang Kai and others seemed to be left in it forever. Nothing will happen, right? Shentu said. Brother Yang's understanding of the mysteries of space has reached a very high level, shouldn't something happen? What do you think? He turned his head to look at Baiya, expecting her to confirm his statement. I don't know. Baiya shook her head. Her mood was also very complicated, but I hope he doesn't have an accident. If Yang Kai never returns and is swallowed up by the space, then the imprint of her soul controlled by Yang Kai will die. Once the imprint disappears, she will surely die. She naturally didn't want anything to happen to Yang Kai. Come out. Shentu suddenly let out a low voice and moved forward to meet him. He saw a figure flickering in the crack that was about to close, and rushed out. That's a ghost. Seeing his face clearly, Shentu shouted dissatisfiedly, "Why is it you, Brother Yang?" Behind, Ghost Ancestor turned his head to look back, and immediately behind him, He Zhao and He Miao and sisters escaped from the predicament, followed by Yang Kai and Yushi. Yang Kai left with his front feet, and the back foot of the space crack burned by the magic flame closed again and disappeared without a trace. Haha, I knew Brother Yang, you are blessed with great fortune, and nothing will happen. Shentu laughed, sincerely happy for Yang Kai. Saying this, his expression suddenly became strange. Looking at him with interest, he chuckled, as if he found something ambiguous. The eyes of others also gathered, and their expressions became weird. Yang Kai is holding Yu Zai's waist at this moment. Yu Zai's neck and neck are flushed with no resistance, and her pretty face has an unnatural look. He Miao couldn't help covering her mouth, widened her beautiful eyes, and stared at this incredible scene. She didn't know what happened to Master and Yang Kai after she and her sister left, and they suddenly became so close. The most incredible thing for her was that the Master didn't mean to resist. She has never let any man come within 3 feet of her, let alone being held by others. This is the first time that she has suffered such a scene. I have to find Yang Kai desperately. He Zhao couldn't help coughing lightly, not knowing what to say to remind the Master. The expression of staring at Yushi by those beams of eyes is even more unnatural, and I can't wait to drill back into the space crack and never come out again. Yang Kai didn't say a word, let go of him without a trace, and then his body swayed, suddenly escaping 100 meters away, staring coldly and vigilantly at Ghost Ancestor. His strength was hidden, ready to tear the space and escape. The ambiguous atmosphere was broken in an instant, and everyone's expressions became solemn, and everyone's eyes turned to Guizhou, as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that everyone has left the hanging continent and successfully reached the chaotic abyss, Ghost Ancestor has also fulfilled his long-cherished wish for 2,000 years. If he suddenly attacked everyone at this time, the people present except Yang Kai had a chance to survive. Opportunity. The vast star field is full of stars and quiet, but the atmosphere surrounding everyone is quite depressing and tense. Ghost Ancestor smiled softly, staring at Yang Kai who was 100 feet away. No one knew what he was thinking. A violent heartbeat came from everyone's chest, as powerful and dense as a drum beat. Boy, what are you afraid of? Guizhou asked. Yang Kai twitched the corners of his mouth and said bluntly, I'm afraid that the predecessors will not believe what they say and go back on their promises. Is this old man so untrustworthy? Ghost ancestor snorted coldly. On your words alone, this old man can let you die a dozen times. Don't think that you can escape the palm of your hand by tearing space apart. Your strength is too weak. I can stop you before you start. I believe that the senior has this strength, but if you really do it, the junior will not sit still. Yang Kai looked solemn. Senior Guizhu, for the sake of brother Yang fulfilling his promise and bringing you out of there, you. Shen Tu persuaded him nicely, but before he finished speaking, Guizhu gave him a cold look. Shen Tu's expression was painful in an instant, and he covered his head and howled miserably. Yang Kai slightly changed color. Senior, Yu Shi snorted softly. Ghost ancestor looked at her again. Yu Zai's face was suddenly pale, and she screamed in pain like Shen Tu. The old man is a ghost ancestor, and the old man has never believed in people. It is the biggest mistake that you believe in me. Ghost ancestor snorted. His body suddenly became blurred, and Yang Kai's head was alert, and he quickly turned his strength, but before he could tear the space, a gloomy aura penetrated into his body, making him unable to move. The disappearing ghost ancestor appeared before his eyes, despising him. Well, this old man really intends to kill you after you take me out of that continent, and you know the reason, because your kid never really wanted to cooperate with me. Guizhu grinned. You think this old man doesn't know anything about you? Planning. If the strength of the old man is not higher than you, I am afraid that you will be killed by any warrior who is in the Holy King realm or even the Void Return realm. Yang Kai kept silent, because what Ghost Ancestor said was the truth. It is because his strength is too high that Yang Kai's various ideas cannot be realized. Before half a cup of tea, this old man still planned to do this. Guizhu's expression suddenly changed and became strange, but now, this old man has changed his mind. No matter what, you have sacrificed your life to save me, even though that was not the case. Your original intention is that you go and rescue those girl dolls. But if the old man really killed you, it would be too ungrateful, and it would be a joke to spread it out. Quote. The old man doesn't like to owe others favors. You brought me out, saved me, and gave the old man a chance to take revenge, so the old man saved your life. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he stared at Ghost Ancestor in amazement. Surprising. Do you think the old man should be inhuman? Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Junior didn't think so. Senior can always miss the hatred 2,000 years ago, presumably human nature has not died, maybe 2,000 years ago, Senior was still a good person. Ha ha ha, Ghost Ancestor burst out laughing, a good person. Well, this old man was indeed a good person at the time, but after 2,000 years of loneliness, what kind of good person's temperament will change? Boy, do you want to follow the old man? Ghost Ancestor sighed, looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. The old man sees you as pleasing to the eye, you follow the old man will keep you walking sideways in the entire star field, and no one dares to embarrass you. The old man can also teach you to cultivate, so that you can reach the level of void return in the shortest time. With your aptitude, I am afraid it will take less than 100 years. Yang Kai didn't even think about it, he shook his head and said, Senior is kind, and this junior doesn't want to live such a life. You reject the old man. Ghost Ancestor looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You dare to reject the old man? You look down on the old man. His expression suddenly turned violent, and Yang Kai's answer made him dissatisfied with the stance that he was about to kill immediately. Yang Kai was calm and smiled and said, Senior is joking, you are a powerhouse at the level of the Void King Stage Star Master, presumably anyone will hope to rely on your wings, it is too late for the junior to admire you, how can you look down on you? Then why did you refuse? Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Junior does not want to be a flower growing in the greenhouse, it is too delicate and can't stand the wind and rain. I believe in the words of the predecessors, with your teaching, within 100 years, I will be able to return to the virtual world. I want to pursue a higher realm, such as Senior Realm, that requires tempering and fighting. Ghost Ancestor's originally displeased expression changed leisurely, looked at Yang Kai approvingly, and nodded lightly. You have some truth in what you said, then the old man will not force you. If one day you are connected, you can come to me at any time. The name of the old man will soon be resounding in the star field, and it will not be too difficult for you to find it. The junior wished the senior avenge the great revenge and settle the 1,000-year-old grudge. Yang Kai clasped his fists. This sentence went to the heart of Ghost Ancestor, his expression was happy, and he smiled softly. The boy can talk, the old man sees you more and more pleasing to the eye, forget it, you can take this thing, the old man wants this. It's useless, just treat it as a thank you gift for saving my life. Saying so, he flicked the bullet, and a pitch-black object suddenly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and took a closer look, and found that it was actually a token-like thing, and the token was engraved with a big character, the Emperor of the Emperor. There was an extremely oppressive aura in the big characters, making Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. Stargate Order, Yang Kai exclaimed. He still remembered that this token was found by Ghost Ancestor from Uxie's space ring. When this token appeared, Yu Shi, Lu Gishan and others all changed their faces. He also realized that this Stargate Order was an excellent thing, coveted by everyone. Senior, this thing, you don't know its purpose? Ghost Ancestor asked. Yang Kai shook his head. Well, from the low-level continent, you really don't know. The Stargate Order, also known as the Star Emperor Order, is the token of the Star Territory Great Emperor. Star Territory Great Emperor, Yang Kai revealed a strange light. He is just a legend. It is said that the entire Star Territory was controlled by one person for a period of time. This person is the Great Emperor of the Star Territory. His cultivation is penetrating the sky and the earth, and even the old man may not be as good as him. When he was in control of the Star Territory, he once made 10 Star Emperor tokens, and each Star Emperor token was sealed with his magical power, which is the magical power that can destroy a star. Yang Kai's color changed suddenly, and his eyes were about to bulge out. Only then did he realize why Lu Gishan, Yu Shi and the others were all vying for this Star Emperor token, and also thoroughly understood the preciousness of this Star Emperor token. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1031 Star Emperor Order. The Star Emperor token is sealed with the supernatural power of the Star Territory Great Emperor. Once it is revealed, it can kill the powerhouse of the Void King realm. Yang Kai was shocked, unable to speak. In the old man's time, someone used the Star Emperor's token to kill the powerhouse in the Void King stage. Can it really kill the powerhouses of the Void King stage? The rumor is so, the old man has not seen it with his own eyes. I don't know how powerful it is. It may be a bit exaggerated, but it is definitely powerful. Now that so many years have passed, I am afraid that there are not many left of the 10 Star Emperor orders. You keep it carefully. If you really encounter any unsolvable catastrophe, you can use it, but remember, the Star Emperor order can only be used once. Gui Zhu warned. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this Star Emperor token was a little hot, and looked at Ghost Ancestor hesitantly. Senior, since this token is so precious, why did you give it to me? Ghost Ancestor grinned. This old man has no children, no daughters, no worries, and his own strength has reached the level that no one can threaten me. What's the use of this? If you don't want it, just lose it. A few people would definitely be happy to take over. He pointed to Shen Tu and the others who were looking over at Beizong. Yang Kai decisively put the Star Emperor token into the Demon Mystery Tome, and put it in the most hidden corner to hide it. Seeing his actions, Gui Zhu nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Do you want this old man to take you out of here together? No, I can find the direction to leave. Yang Kai politely refused. Ghost Ancestor didn't say much, grinned and said, that's fine, just live well, the old man is gone. Saying so, he didn't stop much, and his body turned into a black cloud and quickly left. Looking at the direction he left, Yang Kai stood there for a while with a strange expression, shook his head and smiled, turned and approached the direction of Shen Tu and the others. Several people stood there quietly. Shen Tu and Yu Shi were only targeted by the Ghost Ancestors. At this moment, there were still some lingering fears. When they thought of the magical methods of the Ghost Ancestors, both of them shuddered. Brother Yang, is he gone? Shen Tu asked nervously. Well, let's go. Yang Kai nodded. Really just left? Shen Tu was amazed. Just now, Ghost Ancestor suddenly approached Yang Kai. They all thought that Yang Kai might be doomed. This was so unexpected. Really gone? Yang Kai repeated. You don't have to be nervous, in fact, he is quite good, but he has a temper. Quote. Hearing what Yang Kai said, everyone gasped involuntarily, and their bodies and minds relaxed. That's what the strong are like. Yu Shi smiled bitterly, they won't put people like us in their eyes. Brother Yang, what did he say to you just now? It seems that you are very pleasant to communicate with. Shen Tu asked curiously. I didn't say anything, I just thanked me and reprimanded me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said nonsense. He believed that what he said and did with Ghost Ancestor just now, these people don't know anything about it. It is impossible for him to tell others that the Star Emperor decree is now in his hands. The value of this token is too great. Once the news is leaked, there will be many unnecessary disturbances. After looking around, Yang Kai said, "Let's go, let's leave here too." Everyone looked at him bitterly, but no one moved. How to leave? This is no other place, this is the chaotic abyss. Neither the map master of our sword league nor the map master of Zixing are here. Yushi smiled bitterly. Baya checked the star shuttle under her feet and shook her head. My star map has been impacted by the chaotic field here. Without the guidance of the star map, we can't find a way out. The joy of freedom just now was replaced by despair again in an instant, and everyone's faces became more ugly. Oh, Senior Ghost Ancestor gave me directions just now, just follow me. Yang Kai said lightly. Bunch of surprise eyes instantly cast towards him. Shen Tu said incredulously, Brother Yang, you mean that Ghost Ancestor not only didn't kill you, but kept his previous promise and kindly gave us directions? Yang Kai nodded. No, how did he suddenly become so good? Shen Tu still couldn't believe it, it doesn't make sense. That's the truth, let's go. Yang Kai took out the star shuttle, and Shen Tu stood up unceremoniously, with a smile on his face. Brother Yang, I rely on you, I have no secret treasures on me. Fine, a group of 6 people, 4 star shuttles, you chase after me, and shuttle through the chaotic abyss at a rapid pace. While leading the way, Yang Kai immersed himself in the sea of AA consciousness, and went to spy on the vast star map that dotted the sky above his sea of AA consciousness to confirm his position. He quickly realized the preciousness of this star map. Because in this star map, he can easily see where he is, so he can accurately determine the direction to leave the chaotic abyss, and will not be disturbed by the various fields here. Yang Kai didn't know where the purple star map artist named Wu Suo got the adventure, but this adventure now belongs to him. He was vaguely grateful to this USO, because if he hadn't died by his side, he wouldn't have been able to get such a star map and gain insight into the movements and dangers of many stars in the entire star field. With such a star map, Yang Kai can go anywhere he wants to go. Time passed, and in the group of 6 people, except for Shen Tu, who kept muttering and talking nonsense, everyone else remained silent. Baya occasionally chatted with Shen Tu, but after realizing this guy's broken thoughts after talking a lot, he also started to ignore him on purpose. After going through this series of hardships, the other 5 have regarded Yang Kai as hope, unconditionally choosing to believe him, and have no objection to any instructions he made. Following behind Yang Kai, they flew for 2 months in the chaotic abyss. On this day, a scene that had never been seen before suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a dense sea of AA meteorites. Countless meteorites, large and small, were scattered in the starry sky. They were flying rapidly under an inexplicable force. The star field is wrapped. Seeing this sea of AA meteorites, everyone couldn't help but light up. I'm leaving, Shen Tu shouted, haha, I'm finally leaving here. How did you know? Yang Kai asked stunned. The periphery of the chaos abyss is covered by such a meteorite zone, everyone knows. Shen Tu replied. Yang Kai looked at the others, and everyone nodded. I am ignorant. Yang Kai pinched his nose. Shen Tu laughed loudly, patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, after all, where you came from, well, small, I don't know if it's normal, I'll understand it later. Damn, I won't do it in my life. I will go to the abyss of chaos, which is really a disaster. You are the young master of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, how could you be captured by Lu Gishan and the others? Where is your guard? Yu Shi asked suddenly. The young master of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Baya covered her red lips and exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light and looked at Shen Tu. Shen Tu glanced at Yu Shi and chuckled, when did you find out who I am? I didn't see it, I just guessed. When you were in the Hanging Continent, you told Yang Kai to send a letter to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and your appearance, a bit like a big man I saw many years ago, well, that big man is called I. Oh, Yu Shi said solemnly. Io, president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Baya kept exclaiming, and her eyes looking at Shen Tu became a little different. Even He Zhao and He Miao couldn't help but tremble, as if he didn't expect this guy from Shen Tu to have such a background. Yang Kai listened to their conversation without saying a word, and suddenly understood that Shen Tu's background seemed to be a little big. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, he has learned from Shen Tu, is a star field power that is not inferior to Zixing and Zhanmeng, but different from Zixing and Zhanmeng. They are mainly business, and the industry and business of the Chamber of Commerce are all over the whole. The star territory has contacts with all the forces in the star territory. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce occupies the most abundant cultivation stars in the entire star field, and they can provide those forces with a lot of scarce cultivation materials. You are the son of President Io. Baya looked at Shen Tu in astonishment. Why have I never heard of you before? The illegitimate child has never been disclosed to the public. Shen Tu smiled. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Shi couldn't help coughing dryly, and said with an unnatural expression, there are rumors that President Io is romantic and has caused a lot of love debts outside. Baya smiled bitterly. Since you have such an identity, it's enough to say no to Master Lu at that time. It's too late for him to treat you politely, so how could he throw you into the power room of the battleship? As soon as Lu Gishan was mentioned, Shen Tu gritted his teeth and said, he doesn't believe it. If Brother Yang hadn't helped me, I'd probably have died in your Purple Star's battleship. Everyone's face darkened, and after thinking about it carefully, they felt that there was some truth in Lu Gishan's disbelief in Shen Tu's words. Io is a big man. He has several sons. It is not a secret what the names of those sons are. Suddenly, a kid who has never heard of it said that he is the illegitimate son of President Ao. I am afraid no one will believe it. Anyone would think that he was rhetoric and deceive the audience. You are really unlucky. Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically. Who said it wasn't? Shen Tu said angrily, if I die this time, how wrong it would be. Seeing his aggrieved appearance, He Miao couldn't help giggling. A group of people were talking, and their figures were flying in the boundless sea of AA meteorites. After a few days, the six finally rushed out of the sea of AA meteorites. The scene in front of me changed suddenly, and what I saw was dotted with stars. There were sun stars that had been exuding huge heat energy since ancient times, moon stars that were cold, and many cultivation stars exuding vitality in all shapes and sizes. Most of them are a dead star with no grass and no life. There is nothing there, not even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the desolation is boundless. Come out, Shen Tu shouted lowly. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1032, Station 1. 4 green rainbows stopped outside the chaotic abyss, looking at the familiar starfield scene, except for Yang Kai. Everyone else's body trembled with excitement, and Shen Tu let out a long whistle, venting the excitement in his heart. After a while, everyone's mood slowly calmed down. Where is this? Baya turned her head and looked around. Although she knew that this place was the periphery of the chaotic abyss, she was unable to determine the location more precisely. I recognize this place. I was arrested not far from here. This place is not far from Shuiyuexing, the main continent of our Chamber of Commerce. Well, if the Imperial Envoy Xingxuo, it only takes a month to arrive. Tu explained. Shuiyuexing, Shi thought thoughtfully, if you say that, I can recognize the direction clearly. The Sword Star, the main continent of the Sword League, is probably at that position. She pointed to a certain place in the starry sky. Would you like to go to Shuiyuexing for a few days? Shen Tu looked at everyone and issued an invitation. After experiencing such an escape, everyone in the group felt a lot closer to each other, and they also cast aside their previous grievances. Shi glanced at Yang Kai, and seemed to want to agree, but she soon turned bitter and shook her head. No, I lost a Saint King class high-grade battleship and hundreds of elites this time. I have to hurry back to the Sword Alliance and report the matter. Shen Tu looked at her and said with some sympathy, if one day you can't stay in the Sword League, welcome to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Although I have no more status than my brothers in the Chamber of Commerce, it is still better to recommend someone to join. Okay. Yang Kai's eyes rolled, and he immediately understood that Shi might be punished by the Sword Alliance when she went back this time. After all, her loss this time was too great, and she also lost a piece of the Star Emperor token she had in hand. Let's talk about that day. Shi smiled bitterly. She looked at Yang Kai again with a complicated expression, and it took a long while for her red lips to wriggle. Yang Kai, thank you for taking the three of us master and apprentice out of the cage, thank you for saving our lives in the space crack. Quote. She hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, also. I'm sorry. Saying this, he bowed and apologized sincerely for the various unhappiness that happened with Yang Kai in the past. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and accepted her apology. Everyone, our master and apprentice will leave first. Shi said, turning around and galloping towards the direction of the Sword Star. Yang Kai, you have to take care, I hope we will meet again one day. He Miao waved goodbye to Yang Kai constantly, a little reluctant to part. Take care, He Zhao nodded. You too. Yang Kai smiled and waved, watching their figures gradually drift away, gradually disappearing into the vast star field. You won't refuse them if they don't go to Brother Yang, right? Shen-tu looked at Yang Kai and asked. I don't care, I just came to the star territory anyway. I haven't decided where to go, and I don't have a place to stay. Yang Kai grinned, it's okay to send you back to Shui Yuexing. Then I am very grateful to Brother Yang. If you really want me to fly back to Shui Yuexing alone, I will probably die on the way. Shen-tu was overjoyed, then let's go. Wait a minute, Yang Kai said, turned to look at Bai Ya, and said lightly, you should go too. Where am I going? Bai Ya looked stunned. I don't know, you can go wherever you want to go anyway, just don't follow me. Bai Ya's beautiful eyes were bright, and she looked at Yang Kai with some surprise and surprise. You mean? I'm free. I told you on that continent that after you left, you and I parted ways, and I never planned to bind you. Then why? Bai Ya looked at Yang Kai in confusion, wondering why he had to charge his soul imprint to control his own life and death since he had such a plan. That is your punishment. You are different from others. We had a lot of grievances with Lu Gishan before. I can leave it alone and let him die. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. I will keep the brand all the time, make sure you won't reveal my secrets, make sure you won't hold grudges, be my enemy, after dozens or hundreds of years, I may return it to you. Bai Yifeng felt bitter, looked at Yang Kai faintly, bit her red lips and said, then what if you die accidentally? You pray for my longevity and Tianqi. Yang Kai looked at her solemnly. Bai Ya couldn't help but burst into a smile, your appetite is too big. Forget it, I should be lucky to be alive anyway, you can keep the imprint if you want. But I don't have any good places to go now, Zixing, I dare not go back. So many people are gone, if I go back alone, I will definitely be questioned. Well, Master Shen-tu, can you introduce me to your Chamber of Commerce? The strength is not bad. Hey, there are also people who have entered the Holy Three-Layer Realm. After living on that continent for so long, I feel that I am about to be promoted to the Holy King Realm after living on that continent for so long. Quote. Shen-tu thought for a while, nodded and said, if there is a Holy King Realm, our Chamber of Commerce will be happy to accept it. That's great, I will also go to Shui Yuexing with you, within a month, I will definitely be able to be promoted. Bai Ya cheered, while talking, she gave Yang Kai a wink, you don't know how to cherish it yourself. This servant, don't regret it in the future. Can your Chamber of Commerce accept such a woman? Yang Kai looked at Shen-tu in amazement. What's the problem? Shen-tu was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't say anything more. Bai Ya's cultivation method obviously harvests yang and replenishes yin, which is extremely evil. If such a woman is placed on Tongshuan continent, she will definitely be a character that everyone is calling for. I am afraid she will not wait for her to grow up, will be killed. There should not be too many guards and people who claim to be righteous on Tongshuan continent. They were the least likely to see someone like Bai Ya. But looking at Shen-tu, it seems that she doesn't care about this at all, and actually has the heart to introduce her to the Chamber of Commerce. Star territory is a little different from Tongshuan continent. They don't seem to care about evil or not, as long as they have strength. Hey, what kind of woman am I? Bai Ya was suddenly unhappy. After confirming that Yang Kai was no longer restraining her as before, she immediately let go of her body and mind, and no longer tied her hands and feet. Don't you know what kind of woman you are? Yang Kai cast a glance at her. Isn't it just flirtatious, it's more romantic, you men are not all like this, why can men do it, but women can't? Bai Ya shouted in dissatisfaction. Okay, let's go, I can't wait to go back to Shui Yuexing to rest. Shen-tu interrupted the quarrel between the two and pointed the direction to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai immediately ordered Xingsuo to go there. Fly away. There was nothing to say, only Bai Ya's unbridled giggling. She was like a yellow warbler escaping from a bird cage, smiling and laughing all the way. Yang Kai quickly discovered that the star shuttle under her feet seemed to be galloping faster than her own. This is not only because she brought a Shen-tu, but because her star shuttle is of a higher grade. This made Yang Kai secretly make up his mind. After Shui Yuexing, he must change to a high-grade star shuttle, because he may have a lot of time to travel in the stars in the future. A good star shuttle can save him a lot of money, time. Shen-tu knew the terrain near Shui Yuexing very well. Under his guidance, the three of them avoided many dangers along the way. On this day, a huge and colorful star suddenly appeared in front of the three of them, and the star exuded a strong vitality and overflowing energy of heaven and earth. Standing on the star shuttle, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood that this was the main continent of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, the water moon star in the mouth of Shen-tu. The entire star is covered with a layer of cloud cotton. From the star field, the continental plates and oceans on the star can be vaguely seen, as well as some dense buildings, standing in different positions. In those buildings, there are many small black spots are active. That's life. Yang Kai's spirit was shocked, knowing that he had not successfully set foot in the real star field until this time. He left Tongshuan continent, wandered all the way, and explored deeply, but he didn't really see the many wonderful things in the star field, and he didn't really come to the cultivation star where the living beings gather. Water Moon Star was the first stop he arrived at. He was a little excited. Over there, Shen Tu pointed to the left, let's go over there, my palace is in that direction. Yang Kai followed his guidance and changed his direction. Not long after, a group of 3 people passed through the thick cloud cotton and fell towards Shuiyuexing. There was an attraction from the star, which caused the star shuttle to fall down, but this attraction was not too strong, and Yang Kai could easily run the power to resist. After penetrating the clouds, the sky and the earth suddenly opened up, and everything on the Water Moon Star came into view in an instant. Yang Kai is like a country bumpkin who has just entered the city, look here, look there, it is very fresh. Seeing his novel appearance, Baiya and Shen Tu looked at each other and couldn't help but snicker. They all know that Yang Kai is from a low-level continent, and probably has never experienced such a thing before. In the sky, one after another blue light galloping, that is, the warriors are on their way to the imperial envoy Xingxuo. Unlike on Tongshuan continent, where only Yang Kai owns the secret treasure of the star shuttle, on Shuiyuexing, this kind of galloping scene is very common. Shen Tu continued to guide the direction, without letting Yang Kai fall. Along the way, there are many majestic cities, where all kinds of creatures coexist peacefully. Yang Kai saw the demon clan in shape, the Horn clan in the memory of the great demon god, and more other races that he could not name. They live together and have no concept of race. How can a power be in charge of a few cultivation stars, and how can it be in charge? Yang Kai looked puzzled. Back then, as the Holy Master of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, he was very busy, and a 9 Heavens Holy Land would restrain him. He spent a lot of energy, and it was difficult for him to imagine what kind of scene would be if the entire Tongshuan continent was in his hands. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1033 is disrespectful. Yang Kai can't imagine how the helm of a force manages a few cultivation stars or even more. I am afraid there is no time to cultivate, just dealing with all kinds of things can make this helm's schedule full. Management layer by layer. Shen Tu explained with a smile, the top management and the middle management is the lower level, one layer is responsible for the first layer. When he explained this, Yang Kai immediately understood that he had asked a stupid question, and immediately scolded him. Not in his position, not in his political affairs, he did not reach such a height, so he felt a little unbelievable, but when people go to high places, the water flows to low places, but there is no one who does not climb up hard. There are beast kings in the herd, and there are monarchs in the empire. They stand on the top, enjoy the unique scenery, and have the ability to govern their own clan and empire. This is not something he needs to worry about. An hour later, a building complex appeared not far ahead, covering a large area, and Shen Tu instructed Yang Kai to fall there. The shapes of these buildings are all kinds of strange, and they are shapes that Yang Kai has never seen before. Some are like spires, some are like high-rise buildings, and they are hundreds of feet tall and clustered together. Here, with this as the center, 3,000 miles in radius, it's my territory. Shen Tu jumped off the star shuttle, spread his arms, exaggeratedly breathing the air, and returned home with a happy expression on his face. Yang Kai and Baiya also received the star shuttle, and left behind him to watch. Yang Kai released his spiritual sense, and after a slight perception, he found that there were almost hundreds of warriors gathered here. The cultivation levels of these warriors are not uniform. There is even the existence of the true Yuan realm, but there are a few of them whose auras are quite powerful, and they are not weaker than Yuxi and Lu Gishan. That is the powerhouse of the Holy King realm. Yang Kai is very clear and knows that although there are a lot of strong people in the star field, there are countless, but these strong people have grown up step by step. Yuanjing, Divine Travel Realm. Cultivating one footprint after another, it broke the confinement and restraint of layers of realms, and achieved a proud and tyrannical cultivation base. However, the warriors who can break away from the shackles of the star of cultivation and go deep into the starry sky are at least at the level of entering the holy realm, so everyone Yang Kai sees in the starry sky is not weak. The warriors who have not entered the Holy Realm, even if they have the protection of Xingqiu, do not dare to expose their bodies to the starry sky. The ruthless power of the stars will strangle them. They must hide inside the battleship to ensure their safety. It seems that the arrival of the 3 people alerted the warriors here. There was a middle-aged man in a black suit that was erratic, and suddenly flashed out from the inside. After seeing Shen Tu, he couldn't help but look overjoyed and shouted, "Master Shen Tu, are you back?" "I'm back." Shen Tu nodded and grinned at him. "When I wasn't there, nothing happened here, right?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "It's nothing, but President Io looked for you half a year ago, because you suddenly disappeared, young master, and you were furious for a while." Shen Tu couldn't help but change color slightly, and shrank his neck. "Dad came to me." "Did you say anything?" The middle-aged man said. "I didn't say it, I just said that I will see him soon after you come back, master." Shen Tu's expression was bitter, and he murmured, it's over, it's definitely indispensable to have a meal of flesh and blood." When the 2 of them were talking, Yang Kai observed his words and knew that this middle-aged man and the powerhouses hidden in it were all sent by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce to protect Shen Tu, and they were his subordinates. The middle-aged man also looked at Yang Kai and Bai Ya intentionally or unintentionally. When he looked at Yang Kai, he didn't have too many emotional fluctuations, but when he looked at Bai Ya, he was obviously a little disgusted. He seemed to see at a glance that Bai Ya was a dissolute woman, thinking that Shen Tu was seduced by her and bewitched for her. "Master, these 2 are." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai and Bai Ya and asked. "Oh, this brother's name is Yang Kai." Shen Tu pulled Yang Kai to his side, hugged his shoulders affectionately, and solemnly introduced, "It's the life and death brother I made friends with this trip, Uncle Zhelong. Just treat him as my benefactor." "Young master's benefactor." The middle-aged man named Jia Long looked solemn and didn't ask any further questions. He clasped his fists and saluted Yang Kai. "Thank you little brother for taking care of my young master. The young master is stubborn by nature. After a lot of trouble, I also invite little brother Haihan. Senior is polite, I and brother Shen Tu are just helping each other." Yang Kai smiled humbly. Garen nodded lightly, with a satisfied look in his eyes. "This woman," Shen Tu pointed at Bai Ya again, "well, she was originally from Zixing, and now she wants to join our Chamber of Commerce to find a job. Uncle Zhelong, please arrange for her." "People from Zixing." Zhelong frowned, "The strength is a little lower. As long as I can retreat for a while, I can break through to the Holy King realm within half a month." Bai Ya said in a hurry. She seemed impatient to find a place to stay. "Half a month to break through the Holy King's realm?" Zhelong's bushy eyebrows raised. "If there is a Holy King's realm, the Chamber of Commerce can accept it. Well, you can retreat and practice here for the time being." He said this, clapped his hands lightly, and immediately a guard who was standing beside him came over. "Take this girl to the secret room and provide her with some holy crystals and medicinal pills." Garen ordered. "Yes, thank you, Master Shen Tu, and Lord Zhelong." Bai Ya's pretty face was happy, she saluted Shen Tu Yingying, and looked at Yang Kai again. "There will be a future." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After Bai Ya was taken away, Shen Tu enthusiastically brought Yang Kai into the palace. The middle-aged warrior named Zhelong followed closely behind. The guards and maids who met along the way bowed their knees and greeted respectfully. "Brother, I'll take a shower and change clothes first, and you can take care of it. We'll talk about it later." After entering the palace, Shen Tu said casually, "Don't treat yourself as an outsider here." "Okay." Yang Kai did as the master did. Shen Tu laughed, stretched out his arms to hug the 2 young girls beside him, and walked inward while smiling lewdly. "This young master, please come here." Another woman who looked like a maid walked up, with her beautiful eyes looking bright and graceful. She gave Yang Kai the direction with a smile and led the way. Following her, Yang Kai shuttled in the palace. Although Shen Tu keeps saying that he is the illegitimate son of President Io, and has not disclosed it to the public, but judging from the staffing here in the area of AA territory he occupies, Shen Tu is not too important in the heart of President Io. Otherwise, he would not have equipped him with a few warriors of the Holy King realm as bodyguards, and would not have given him a territory of 3,000 miles. Yang Kai didn't bother to inquire about other people's family affairs. In the wing room, a big bed shrouded in pink drapes exuded a warm atmosphere. The room was filled with the fragrance of flowers. In the center of the wing room, there was a huge bathtub carved out of white jade. The bath was filled with colorful petals, and beside the bath, there were a few women wearing hot and sultry tulle standing. A gift. The fog enveloped them, giving them a hazy beauty. The mist wet the tool, clinging to their seductive carcasses, the kind of beauty looming, making people bloody. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect this scene to be waiting for him, and his breath suddenly became heavy, and his eyes couldn't stop moving around the young girls. They all look young, all of them are watery, white skin with attractive ruddy luster, outstanding appearance, different temperament, with charming smiles and enchanting figures that can make any man intoxicated. Yang Kai cast his gaze, some of them responded boldly, their eyes were hot, and some were ashamed, covering up the beauty of their lower body and chest, wanting to welcome but also ashamed. The life of this guy Shen-tu is so lewd and indulgent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. This young master, do you need a slave to help you change your clothes? The maid who led him in had an intoxicating smile on her face. Seeing Yang Kai froze in place, she couldn't help asking softly. Yang Kai then retracted his gaze, shook his head, and asked, "Is this arranged by your young master?" "It was arranged by the slave," the maid replied, "but it was also instructed by the young master a long time ago. You are the honored guest he brought back, so the slave will accept you with the highest standard." "Well, you are the second to enjoy this distinguished guest." "Oh, was there one before?" "Yes." The maid nodded, "But don't worry, these sisters are all perfect, flawless, and have never been defiled by anyone. They are happy to serve the distinguished guests of young Master Shen-tu." "Why are you happy?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Because young Master Shen-tu is kind to them, they all came here voluntarily to be handmaids, and no one forced them to do anything. The slave also consulted their opinions before arranging this." Yang Kai once again met the eyes of the young girls and found that they did not have much confusion and reluctance, knowing that the maid who led him was telling the truth. "Are you dissatisfied? If you are dissatisfied, the servant can call some more people over, and you will definitely be able to find a suitable one." "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then you." Yang Kai thought for a while, then grinned. "Forget it, Shen-tu is kind, but I'll be disrespectful." Saying so, calmly undressed, and jumped into the bath. The women standing by the pool all smiled and jumped into the water, like mermaids, swimming gracefully to Yang Kai's side, and took the initiative to lean up the sultry body, clinging to Yang Kai's skin, while holding himself. The beauty of it was revealed to the fullest, while serving Yang Kai's bath attentively. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1034 I will tell you if you need it. These girls in the bath are all unmanned women. Although they have been trained in this area before, they are inevitably a little clumsy and unfamiliar in their first battle, but for Yang Kai, it is just right. He relies on the pool wall, closed his eyes and rested his mind, letting the girls rub every part of his body. The maid who led Yang Kai in carried a flower basket, and the jade hand squeezed the petals and dispersed them into the pond water, lightly opened her red lips and said, "This is the flower of rejuvenation. The fragrance can nourish the soul, and if you use it for bathing, you can strengthen your body. Well, it can also enhance the ability of men." As she spoke, her face flushed as if she was about to bleed. Yang Kai grabbed her and pulled her into the bath with her screams. The pool water wet her clothes. She straightened up and wiped the water stains on her cheeks, a little embarrassed. Looking at Yang Kai. The wet clothes were clinging to her body, and the pair of jade peaks were towering and straight, much more predictable than those of the young girls, and there was a mature and plump charm all over her body. "Aren't you all so perfect?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. The maid's face turned even redder, and she nodded shyly. "The slave is no longer there, so the slave is not qualified to serve a distinguished guest like you. Whether you are qualified or not, I have the final say." Her beautiful eyes brightened. She took the initiative to remove her clothes, and then plunged her head into the water and disappeared. Soon, Yang Kai showed an ecstatic and weird expression. In the hall, the wind instruments were playing, and the beautiful girls sang and danced below, and their movements were extremely elegant. The long table was filled with rare ingredients and fine wine. Shen-tu and Yang Kai sat side by side, drinking and having fun. More and more delicacies of mountains and seas were brought up by the maids in the palace. Yang Kai can hardly recognize what these things are, but each of them exudes a good energy fluctuation. When these foods are eaten, it seems that they can not only wrap the abdomen, but also enhance the strength of the warrior. Yang Kai was not polite or restrained, and ate and drank naturally. The middle-aged warrior named Jia Long stood not far away, watching Shen-tu receive Yang Kai with this specification, watching him and Yang Kai chatting happily, and suddenly realized that this young man is only a Saint 2 layer. The status in Shen-tu's heart is very high. I can't help but wonder in my heart, I don't know what is so good about this young man, and he can be treated so solemnly by Master Shen too. The maid who served Yang Kai before came up, leaned over and whispered a few words in Shen Tu's ear, and then gave Yang Kai a blushing look, and retreated. Shen Tu couldn't help but burst into laughter, a strange look appeared on his face, and he didn't bother to point out what just happened. He approached Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, where do you want to go in the future, do you have any considerations?" "Not yet." Yang Kai shook his head. Shen Tu knew that he had just arrived in the star territory, and I am afraid he has no destination, let alone where to go. He couldn't help but think of recruiting Yang Kai. Shui Yuexing was Yang Kai's first stop in the star region. He had a good relationship with Yang Kai. He believed that as long as he persuaded him properly, Yang Kai should stay in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and stay in his palace. After going through a series of things, Shen Tu discovered Yang Kai's potential and ability, knowing that such a person can grow to a terrifying level as long as he has enough time. "I don't want to think about it, don't be in a hurry. Anyway, you are staying with your brother for the time being. When you think about it, you can talk about it." Shen Tu did not bluntly want him to stay. This kind of thing depends on Yang Kai's own meaning. You can't treat Yang Kai with the same attitude you would treat those subordinates. "Well, I'll tell you when I think about it." Yang Kai smiled slightly, and continued to cast his eyes on the group of girls below, admiring their elegant posture. 2 hours later, full of food and wine, Shen Tu returned to his room drunkenly to rest, and Yang Kai was also led to a wing room under the guidance of a maid. The room was quite large, and the location was very high. It was at the top of a building as high as 300 meters. He came to the window and looked out through the transparent window, watching the lights of thousands of houses below, watching the crowds. Chung suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. When he came to Tongshuan continent from Zhongdu many years ago, he never felt that way. Because Zhongdu and Tongshuan continent are on the same star. But now, he is in a certain place in the vast star field, and Tongshuan continent does not know where it is, which direction, and how far it is from here. He had a feeling of being alone. "My heart is full of thoughts and worries." Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes shone with surprise, and he came to the bed with a flick of his body and sat down with his knees crossed. He immersed his mind in the sea of AAAA knowledge, and transformed into a spiritual body. Then he looked up at the huge star map that dotted the sky above his sea of AA consciousness, guided by his spiritual sense, and searched through the star map, trying to find the location of Tongshuan continent. This star map is extremely complicated, and it depicts the stars of all sizes in the entire star field. Moreover, it is not static. It has always been in an inexplicable law. Driven by unknown forces, subtle changes are taking place all the time. These changes are the real changes in the star field. It projected the situation in the entire star field. If it is detailed enough, there should be the existence of Tongshuan continent, Yang Kai thought. Spiritual mind jumped forward in the stars, and Yang Kai followed it and calculated the direction of Tongshuan continent. An hour later, he couldn't help showing a tired look, and the power in the sea of AAAA consciousness was exhausted. He had to stop to add. Repeating this action over and over again, Yang Kai failed to find Tongshuan continent, but he had some understanding of the arrangement of the stars in the star field, and also knew the existence of some dangerous areas. He found that he still underestimated the mystery of this star map. He couldn't spy out too much range at all. The range covered by the star map seemed to be endless. A small area, such a small area is not worth mentioning compared to the entire star field. He realized that his strength was not enough. If the strength is strong enough, the speed of his investigation will become faster and easier. The sky was bright, Yang Kai looked sluggish, gave up the research and exploration of the star map, and prepared to grow up in the future and then find the exact location of Tongshuan continent. There was a knock on the door outside, and Yang Kai responded casually. The door was pushed open, and the familiar maid stood at the door and saluted Yingying, smiled sweetly and said, "Young Master Yang, young Master Shintu, let me tell you, he was summoned by the president, and it may take some days to come back. He let you live here with peace of mind, and everything will be discussed after he returns." Understood. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The maid did not leave in a hurry, her red lips wriggled, and she asked shyly and expectantly, "Does young Master Yang have any other needs?" She meant something. "I will tell you if there is a need." Yang Kai smiled at her. The handmaiden blushed slightly, nodded lightly, closed the door, and left. After she left, Yang Kai sat on the bed and frowned. Shen Tu was not here, and he didn't know what to do for a while, and he was very unhappy with this dazed feeling. He threw an elixir into his mouth and pondered while recovering. After a while, he suddenly remembered what he should do urgently: change a star shuttle. His star shuttle was discovered a long time ago with Li Rong, the leader of the ancient demon clan, in the starry sky. On Tongshuan continent, his star shuttle still has an absolute advantage, but here, his star shuttle has fallen behind. Bai Yan's star shuttles used by women are better than his. In addition, buy some precious ores. Ghost Ancestor said that the 2 pitch-black round stones in his demonic mystery book should be kept well, and they will finally bring him a surprise one day. To raise those 2 pitch-black cobblestones, what you need is the essence of the ore. What made Yang Kai regret was that when Ghost Ancestor was leaving, he forgot to ask what the pitch-black round stone was. At the end, his relationship with Ghost Ancestor had eased, and it was estimated that if he asked, Ghost Ancestor would solve his puzzles for him, but at that time, he was shocked by the Star Emperor Ling, and completely forgot about it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai stood up and strode out. All the way down to the bottom, Yang Kai was about to leave Shintu's palace, and the middle-aged warrior named Jia Long suddenly appeared like a ghost. He asked with a smile, "Little brother, want to go out?" "Well, I want to buy something." Yang Kai nodded and replied. "Buying something?" Garen suddenly grinned. "What do you want to buy, little brother? Can you tell me if it's convenient? I want to buy a better star shuttle, and some ore." Xingshuo and ore. Zhelong didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted the ore for, but said, "Little brother is new to this place, I'm not familiar with this place, you wait a moment, I will ask someone to accompany you." Yang Kai looked overjoyed. That's work. His proposal was right in the heart of Yang Kai. "You're welcome, little brother. Before leaving, young Master Shen Tu told us that we must meet all your requirements. I would not dare to neglect a distinguished guest like you. Pour into it." After a while, he took back the compass and smiled at Yang Kai. "Please wait a moment, someone will come over later." Yang Kai stayed silent with him. Not long after, someone came running from afar, stopped in front of Yang Kai and Jia Long, raised his eyebrows and said, "Is something wrong?" He is burly and wild, with a palpitating aura all over his body like a beast, and there are thick hairs on his cheeks, making him look like a mad lion. Monster race. Yang Kai was very clear and deduced the race of this person from the energy fluctuations emanating from the body. He must be a part of the demon clan, because he has demon energy in his body. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1035 Leftovers. Outside Shen Tu's palace, Jia Long pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang wants to buy something, you can follow him to protect his safety." Master Shen Tu's guest. The demon clan powerhouse turned his head to look at Yang Kai, and nodded lightly, "No problem." He obviously also heard about Yang Kai's existence. After all, Shen Tu seldom brought people to the palace as guests, but all the people he brought back were of special importance to him. "Please come with me," he greeted Yang Kai. "It's work." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Following behind this monster powerhouse, galloping all the way, he seems to be a little taciturn and doesn't like to talk much. Yang Kai had to take the initiative to ask, "What's your friend's name?" This monster race powerhouse is definitely a master of the Holy King stage, because when Yang Kai is facing him, there is always an inexplicable pressure, and only the Holy King stage can cause such pressure to Yang Kai. But since he is Shen Tu's subordinate, it is not an exaggeration for Yang Kai to call him a friend. "Don't dare, you can just call me Shitong." "Shitong." Yang Kai raised his brows. "Which one of the monster race are you?" "Blood Eye's main master," Shui Tong explained casually. Only then did Yang Kai notice that the color of his eyes is indeed a little different, showing a faint red, but this is only the color of his normal state. Once he really fights, his eyes will probably become crimson color, he will become violent, and his combat power will soar. "You are a human race, why did I feel the existence of Yao Yuan from you?" Shui Tong frowned and looked at Yang Kai, "And the bloodline seems to be very pure, nobler than my bloodline, that is the breath of the demon emperor. Have you ever had any adventures related to the demon clan before?" "Well, there are some." Yang Kai smiled slightly. The golden dragon and ice phoenix patterns on his body do have traces of the demon clan, and it is normal for him to perceive them. The golden dragon and the ice phoenix are all kings of demons, even if they look at the star field. Shui Tong didn't say much more, but it seemed that because of the Yao Yuan aura on Yang Kai's body, he felt a little closer to him and his expression became more kind. After a while, the two came to a city, and the sky above the city was a flash of blue rainbows, and many warriors swaggered forward to make the star shuttle forward. Shui Tong led Yang Kai forward and asked, "What do you want to buy?" "A better star shuttle, and rare ores." Yang Kai replied. "It's not difficult to get it." Shui Tong pondered for a while, "Then do you want to buy it here or go elsewhere?" "Is there any difference?" Yang Kai asked. "This city is not too prosperous on Shuiyuexing, and the grades of the things in it are not too high-end. If you want a star shuttle, I suggest you get a high-grade star shuttle with the speed of a Holy King-level star shuttle. Barely able to play out, and can be used for a long time without replacement. Then the Saint King-level high-grade star shuttle." Yang Kai nodded. "Then you have to go to another city, about 30,000 miles away from here, where you can buy good stuff." "It's a bit far." Yang Kai frowned. For 30,000 miles, even the imperial envoy Xingxuo would have to work hard for a while. Shui Tong smiled mysteriously. "It's not too far, we can get there immediately." Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions, and continued to shuttle through the city with him. After a while, the two came to a building, and before they entered it, Yang Kai noticed a strange wave, which was quite strange. He carefully felt it and immediately understood what the wave was. It is the power of the void. He didn't understand why the power of the void appeared here. Outside the building, there are many guards from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce who are closely guarding their hands. When they see Shitong coming, they all salute. They seem to recognize Shitong and know that he is the guard of Shintu. Shui Tong walked straight inward. The fluctuation of the power of the void that passes through several gates is getting stronger and stronger. When he got to the innermost part, Yang Kai watched and couldn't help but shrink his eyes, and exclaimed, "Space magic array." In front of him, there is a large array. The arrangement of the large array is almost the same as the arrangement of Ghost Ancestor on the Hanging Continent. The only difference is that there are many differences in subtleties. The arrangement of Ghost Ancestor in the space array, the heat is not enough, and many places are not in place. The space array in front of him is extremely rigorous, and there is no mistake. In the middle of the large array, there is a mirror-like existence, and the mirror is covered with a thick layer of ethereal crystal. The base of the mirror has several grooves, which are obviously used to place the holy crystal. "Can this thing be used?" Yang Kai stared at Shui Tong in amazement. "Naturally, we can reach that prosperous city through this space magic circle." "Didn't you say that this thing has been lost?" Yang Kai revealed a strange light. "It is indeed lost, but there are still space circles on many cultivation stars. No one knows who and when these space circles were arranged. You can only use it now, and you can't understand the mystery. A few strong people may be able to parse the secrets, but that is not something we can expect." After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood that this space formation should belong to the relic from a long time ago. With this kind of thing, can't it be easy to go back and forth between the stars of cultivation? Yang Kai exclaimed. He knew how far the distance between the stars of cultivation was, and a back and forth would cost a warrior a lot of time, but it is different when there is a space array, and the back and forth is only a moment. Shitong gave a rare smile, shook his head and said, "That's impossible, all the space magic circles can transmit at most 100,000 miles away, and the magic circles on each cultivation star can only be on this star. If you use it, you cannot connect to other cultivation stars." As he spoke, he took out a few high-quality saint crystals from his space ring, carefully placed them on the grooves of the base, and waved to Yang Kai, "Please come with me." Yang Kai walked over and stood side by side with him. The blood pupils turned their power, and the space magic array immediately moved. The mirror in front of the two seemed to be like a calm lake, with layers of ripples swaying, and the energy of the holy crystal embedded in the base passed rapidly. After a while, the mirror surface shattered, revealing a dark hole. "Go." Shui Tong drank lowly, and got in first. Yang Kai did not hesitate and followed behind him. Different from tearing the void by himself, and teleporting through the space magic circle, Yang Kai didn't feel much, so he rushed through the mirror and came to another place. Looking back, there is also a space magic circle here, but it is definitely not the one before. Yang Kai knew clearly and knew that through some special connections, the space magic circle between the two places temporarily opened a smooth void corridor between the two places, allowing people to teleport tens of thousands of miles in an instant. These space arrays are all the property of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Shui Tong smiled and said, "Although the space magic circle is convenient, no martial artist will use it often." "Why is this?" "The power of space is too mysterious. If you use the space magic circle too frequently, and shuttle back and forth between the two places, it may cause some unnecessary harm. Therefore, if you are not proficient in the mysteries of space, we usually use it only once a few months, and even more so. Most of the time, I use the star shuttle to hurry. Understood. Yang Kai smiled. That means we have to fly back later, right? Not bad. Shui Tong nodded. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. The star shuttles refined by the masters there are the best in the entire Water Moon Star. You should be able to find a star shuttle that suits you. Yang Kai immediately looked forward to it. This city is indeed much more prosperous than the previous one. There are all kinds of shops on the streets. The countless warriors are like crucian carp crossing the river. They belong to different forces. Yang Kai saw the sword here. The warriors of the Alliance and Zixing have seen more warriors from other unknown forces. Because this is the main star of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, this is the most frequent place for transactions in the entire star field. The major forces scattered in the star field will send people to station here. If there is any need for materials, they will negotiate with the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce to buy them, and the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce will send them over. A battleship loaded with supplies set sail from a certain place in this city, and the huge figure flew to the starry sky and gradually disappeared. Yang Kai completely understood the prosperity of this place, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Following behind Shitong, the two quickly came to a shop with several floors. As soon as you entered, someone immediately greeted him, clasped his fists and smiled. Lord Shitong, I haven't seen you here for a long time. Does young Master Shen Tu need anything for a trip? Shui Tong shook his head. It's the young master's guest who wants a star shuttle, take us to the 3rd floor. The man glanced at Yang Kai, nodded immediately, and bowed to signal, this way, please. Yang Kai looked left and right, and found that all the things sold in this shop were star shuttles, and there were no other things at all. The refined star shuttles were placed on the counter. Many warriors stayed here and bargained with the shop clerks. Every now and then someone leaves satisfied. This is also the industry of our Chamber of Commerce. The high-grade star shuttles you want are sold on the 3rd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors are not good enough. Shui Tong explained to Yang Kai while leading the way. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and he also discovered that the star shuttles in this building are only of spiritual quality, and the strength of the warriors who came here to buy is not too high. Territory. Spirit-level quality star shuttles are at the bottom in terms of movement speed and performance. Such star shuttles can't even escape the shackles of stars, and they can't go to the star field. It also cannot withstand the power of heaven and earth in the star field. Seeing that the clerk enthusiastically led Yang Kai and Shui Tong to the top, they all cast a surprised look, guessing which big man came over. On the 2nd floor are the star shuttles of the holy grade. The energy fluctuations emitted from those star shuttles are obviously a grade stronger than those on the 1st floor, and they are much better than those owned by Yang Kai himself. Many warriors are buying on this floor, and the clerks in the store are so busy that they have no time to spare. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1036 Make plans early. The group of 3 did not stop on the 2nd floor. When he came to the 3rd place, the clerk stopped and said with a smile, you can choose whatever you like, just let me know which one you like. Yang Kai nodded and began to circulate at the counters on the 3rd floor. These refined star shuttles are of different lengths and sizes, and even their shapes are no longer static. It seems to meet the different needs of different guests. The craftsmen here specially refined the star shuttles into different shapes, but this does not affect the performance of the star shuttle. The strength of the warriors who came to buy the star shuttle on the 3rd floor is obviously a little different. The warriors who linger in front of the counter have the cultivation of the Holy Realm and the Holy King Realm, and they all have a certain status and strength. But no matter how strong they are very honest. In any store of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, no one dares to make mistakes at will, because this is the main star of the Chamber of Commerce, this is the foundation of the Chamber of Commerce, and the Chamber of Commerce does not allow anyone to interfere with their own business. Yang Kai walked around to have a look, only looking for a high-grade Saint King level star shuttle, and when he was satisfied, he asked the clerk to take it out and let him try it out. Shui Tong followed behind him. Seeing that he couldn't find a suitable one after searching for a long time, he couldn't help but said, if you are willing to wait, you can ask the crafter here to customize one for you. How long will it take? Yang Kai turned back and asked. Even if there is a relationship with young Master Shen Tu, it will always take a month or 2 to wait. Yang Kai frowned, shook his head and said, Forget it, don't be so troublesome. Anyway, this thing will need to be replaced when its strength is high in the future, and now you can get a general. Saying so, his eyes suddenly looked at a smooth-looking star shuttle in the counter, like a swimming fish, and said to the clerk, "Take that out and see." The clerk responded and took it out. Yang Kai held the star shuttle and tried to run the power, and his eyes lit up. His own Saint Yuan circulates in this star shuttle, and the unimpeded effect is better than the previous tests. Because when refining the star shuttle, the materials added by the refiner may not be the same, and the spirit formations depicted may not be the same, so each star shuttle has its own characteristics. The perfect fusion of a martial artist's power has become an indicator to verify its practicality. This piece in Yang Kai's hand is undoubtedly quite suitable for the strength in his body. Not going to continue looking for it, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Just this one, how much does this cost?" The clerk heard the words and glanced at Shui Tong. Shui Tong said, "Just report it at the normal price." "Yes." The clerk nodded and said, "Saint King level high-grade star shuttles are generally worth 10,000 high-grade holy crystals, and the price fluctuates slightly. The one you have in your hand is the best one on the third floor. It is worth 12,000 high-grade holy crystals." 12,000 yuan. Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly realized that he didn't know much about the value of the holy crystal here. He didn't know what kind of wealth this 12,000 yuan high-grade holy crystal was. He turned his eyes to the blood pupil. Shui Tong smiled and said to the clerk, "The account is on the head of Master Shen Tu, and it's enough to go to the palace to ask the young master to ask for it." "Yes, no need, I have Saint Crystal in my hand." Yang Kai said, "I will pay for it myself." Yang Kai does have quite a few Saint Crystals in his hands. Those Saint Crystals were originally from Purple Star and Sword Alliance warriors. On the Hanging Continent, they were searched by him, and the amount was quite large, which was enough to pay for this star shuttle. So he didn't want to accept Shintu's favor. The clerk couldn't help but look at Shitong with some embarrassment. Shitong's eyes flashed, and he didn't say much, just nodded lightly. The clerk breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "Then please come with me." Following him to the first floor, Yang Kai kept taking out the holy crystals from the demon mystic tome. After a long while, the account was settled, and the clerk respectfully sent him and Shui Tong to the door. After leaving the store, Shui Tong led Yang Kai to several other stores to purchase rare ores. On Mercury, you can buy anything you want, as long as you have enough money. Even a super large treasure like a battleship can have it. The battleships built by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce are the best quality and fastest in the entire star field, so many forces are willing to order battleships from Shuiyuexing. Yang Kai has no idea about this kind of thing for the time being, and he also knows that he can't afford the price of a battleship at all. He didn't know the value of the holy crystal, nor did he have the concept of high or low. He just followed Shitong to collect ores. The selected ores were all of the Holy King grade, and only a few hundred pieces were left of the holy crystal in his hand. Willing to give up. In the Magic Mystery Book, there are a lot of minerals that are rarely seen outside, and they are placed next to the two dark round stones, allowing them to absorb the essence of the minerals. It seems that it was because Yang Kai didn't cost Shen Tu because of his status as a guest, and Shui Tong looked at him with a more sympathetic expression. He felt that this young man was very principled, not because of the identity of the young master Shen Tu, and made friends with him. Climb high branches. After purchasing, Shui Tong was the host and asked Yang Kai to have a drink in the most luxurious restaurant in the city. It was not until the next day that the two set off for their return. Shui Tong's speed is extremely fast, and his star shuttle grade is not low. About 2 hours later, the two returned to Shintu's palace. Shitong pleaded guilty and turned away. Yang Kai walked into the palace alone. Jia Long stood at the door, saw Yang Kai coming back, and asked with a smile, "Have you ever bought what you want, little brother?" Well, the city of Shuiyuexing is rich in materials and has everything, and it did not disappoint. Zhelong laughed. In the entire star field, if there is anything that cannot be purchased in the Water Moon Star, don't even think about buying it in the place next to it. There was pride in his words. Is Shen Tu back? Yang Kai asked. No, Zhelong shook his head. Don't worry, little brother. Although the president is a little strict, he is very kind to the young master Shen Tu. This time I called him over to give him a little reprimand. Before leaving, let the little brother stay calm and stay here, and you can tell us to do anything. Understood. I'm going to retreat for a while. Don't let people disturb me for the time being. I'll tell you when I go out. Okay. Garen nodded lightly. Yang Kai returned to his residence, closed the door, took out the star shuttle worth 12,000 pieces of high-grade Saint Crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and started refining it with the power in his body. Any secret treasure has to be refined by a martial artist and fit with itself before it can exert its power. Yang Kai was on Tongshuan continent at that time, and it took a few months to refine the star shuttle, but at that time his strength was not high, and the star shuttle's grade was full of saint-level high grade, so it took so long. But it is different now. This new star shuttle was carefully selected by Yang Kai, which is quite consistent with his own Saint Yuan attribute, and Yang Kai himself has reached the level of the two-layer saint. If you want to completely refine it, you will probably use soon. As soon as his power turned, a layer of dark magic flame burned on the star shuttle. The magic flame was cold and hot, exuding two characteristics that were diametrically opposite but strangely coexisting. Terrifyingly terrifying. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the star shuttle had reached an indistinct connection with himself, and his spiritual sense began to circulate in the star shuttle, to spy on its internal structure and the star map imprinted on the star shuttle. He temporarily forgot the passage of time, and devoted himself to refining the star shuttle. The whole process was unexpectedly smooth, refining into the body, engraving his own soul imprint on the star shuttle, leaving his own life breath, making it fit more perfectly with himself. Everything is unobstructed. After Yang Kai has completely refined the star shuttle, he estimates that it will take him no more than a month. He couldn't help being a little excited. He knew that this was the most powerful evidence of his own realm improvement and strength improvement. He did not choose to go out, but continued to stay in the room, while letting his Saint Yuan warm and nourish the star shuttle, while going to spy on the star map in his sea of AAAA knowledge. Time passed, the sun and the moon rose. It has been a while since Yang Kai came here. These days, he has been staying in the palace behind closed doors. Except for the purchase of things with Shui Tong, he has never left the door, nor has he communicated with outsiders. Quietly thinking about it, he suddenly wanted to go out and have a look, to see the whole picture of Shuiyuexing, to see the difference between this prosperous star and Tongshuan continent, and by the way, he could also get acquainted with the new star shuttle performance. It is best to have a deeper understanding of the various conditions of the star field through observation, so that you can make plans for yourself as soon as possible. He has not yet had a clear goal. After thinking for a lifetime, he left the room. Looking for Jia Long outside, after learning that Shen Tu still did not come back, Yang Kai made his plan with him. Jia Long didn't stop him, just handed him a token and told him that it was the token of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, which could enjoy some privileges in many places and save a lot of trouble. Yang Kai put the token in the magic mystery tome, and the imperial envoy Xingxuo flew out. He didn't have a specific destination, he just flew on a whim. The high-grade star shuttle of the Saint King class is indeed different. It is several times better than the previous one. The speed after full exertion alone cannot be compared between the two. He flew all the way, stopped and walked, and gradually gained a comprehensive understanding of Mercury Moon Star. This is a star and a continent at the same time. It is not much different from Tongshuan continent. There are mountains, water, land, and ocean. Various races live together. The difference is that any cultivation star in the star field has a stronger reserve of energy from heaven and earth than Tongshuan continent. As the main star of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, this is even more the case here. Although the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth here is not as good as that of the hanging continent, it is also a relatively high-ranking existence in the star field. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1037 What are you chasing after me? It is precisely because of the lack of energy in heaven and earth that on Tongshuan continent, the level of entering the Holy Realm is the peak of the cultivation of warriors. From ancient times to the present, only the great demon god has broken through this layer of barrier, but unfortunately before he had time to explore the star territory, he fell into the world, leaving behind only some popular legends. The lack of cultivation base and the lack of materials make the warriors on Tongshuan continent have no qualifications or ability to explore the star territory and integrate into the star territory. They can only be trapped there and cannot see the many wonderful things in the star territory. But this also exempted Tongshuan continent from being enslaved. The overall strength of the warriors on the Tongshuan continent is not enough for it to occupy a seat in the star field. If it is truly integrated into the star field, it will only be contained and enslaved by powerful forces. Yang Kai was in a calm mood, speeding on Shuiyuexing, crossing the lofty mountains, oceans and deserts, dozens or hundreds of miles in an instant. He found many cities and places where living beings gathered. These cities are large and small, and they are basically very prosperous. Only in some extremely remote locations, the number of living creatures in the cities will be less. Like the situation on Tongshuan continent, each city has a city lord, and depending on the prosperity of the city, the cultivation of these cities is also high and low. Many city lord level characters are cultivations of the Holy King realm, and even in some small places, the city lord only has the realm of entering the Holy Realm. This made Yang Kai realize that there are not too many powerhouses in the Void Return realm in any force, and they are the mainstay of each force. The energy of heaven and earth is also very different in each place. Some places are rich in spiritual energy, and some places are relatively thin. These cities all belong to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and they contribute their own strength to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce within their own jurisdiction. They accumulate wealth little by little, and gather sand into a tower, which has created the behemoth of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai watched the flowers all the way, and no one cared that he didn't cause any trouble. He said a lot of interesting things by hearsay. For example, the romantic nature of President I.O., such as the talent selection that the Chamber of Commerce is about to start, and like several children of I.O. However, no one has ever heard of Shen Tu appearing to be on Shui Yuxing, and the identity of Shen Tu, the illegitimate child, is not disclosed to the public. It is not difficult to explain why Lu Guishan doesn't even know about Shen Tu's existence. Yang Hua took a month or two to walk the entire Shui Yuxing. He had a good understanding of this star of cultivation in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. The new star shuttle was also perfect for him during this time. Fit, like an arm making a finger. Yang Kai still has a little bit of expectation in his heart. He expects that Su Yan will be somewhere in this star of cultivation, so he will spare no effort to fly like this. But Su Yan is obviously not here. As long as he and Su Yan are not too far apart, they can sense each other's existence. Without being disappointed, he didn't expect to find Su Yan so easily. About 2 months later, Yang Kai returned this time. He did not stop anywhere, and flew directly in the direction of Shen Tu's palace. On this day, he passed through a valley, and the outgoing spiritual sense suddenly noticed that a lot of life fluctuations were coming from there. He didn't pay much attention to it, and in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, he deliberately changed the direction of progress and prepared to avoid it from the side. All this time he has acted cautiously just because he didn't want to have a grudge against anyone. In midair, he casually glanced over there, and found that on the flat ground of the valley over there was a warship that was not too big. Next to the battleship, a lot of materials are stacked, and the warriors seem to be carrying these materials into the battleship. After this period of study, Yang Kai also learned some common sense things. For example, some materials cannot be put into the space ring. These materials either have extremely harsh requirements on the storage environment. Once put into the space ring, the materials will be damaged, performance, or it is too bulky and heavy to fit into the space ring. At this time, you need to use warships to transport. Therefore, warships are an indispensable existence in any major force. The transportation speed of warships is fast, the carrying capacity is large, and they are relatively safe. The battleship moored in the valley was about 30 feet long, only half the size that Yang Kai had seen before. Beside the battleship, there was a young man in a brocade suit standing there, looking polite, chatting and laughing with the people next to him. This young man looks very distinctive, with thin skin and tender flesh, with a face that is more enchanting than a woman, and his long hair is loosely draped over his shoulders. Beside him, many female warriors secretly looked at him obsessively, each with hidden love in their beautiful eyes. It seemed that as long as he said a word, everyone was willing to take the initiative to dedicate their body and mind and let him play. Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at him. The gaze that was cast over made this person suddenly alert. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai from a distance of several thousand meters. Immediately, Zheng Shou's face sank, and he waved his finger to the position where Yang Kai was in the sky, and said a few words softly. The next moment, there were several star shuttle lights flashing, and they all flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, wondering why he was staring at him. The speed did not decrease. Yang Kai quickly escaped, and the streamers followed closely behind him, chasing after him relentlessly. This place is very remote. Within the scope of Yang Kai's spiritual sense exploration, there is no living person at all. Even the spiritual energy of the world is extremely thin. It seems that no one settles here at all. There are many such places on the Water Moon Star, and this is just one of them. There were 3 people chasing after them. Judging from the energy fluctuations they radiated, 2 of the 3 were warriors in the 3rd level holy state, and 1 was in the Holy King level. The cultivation base of this Holy King's stage should not be too high. Yang Kai did not feel too strong oppression from him. It is estimated that it is only the first level of the Holy King stage. After gaining insight into their cultivation base, Yang was very happy. Not only did he not want to run away, but he also wanted to stop and deal with them to see what his current strength was. Since he has transformed the Saint Yuan attributes in his body, he has never fought against the warriors of the Saint King realm. He really wants to know if his current combat power can match that of the Saint King realm. After thinking for a lifetime, Yang Kai paused and turned to look behind. Seeing Yang Kai stop, the three of them were overjoyed, and rushed over quickly, in a three-faced situation, surrounded Yang Kai in the middle, and all looked at him with a bad expression. "Several, why are you chasing me? We have no grudges and no grudges." Yang Kai asked indifferently. "Of course we don't have any grudges." The Saint King stage strongman nodded, "But boy, if you see something you shouldn't see, you can only blame you for being unlucky, and you passed by at this time." Yang Kai raised his brows and suddenly understood what was going on. It's probably not a good thing to carry supplies into the battleship over there, so they chose to do it in such an inaccessible and remote place. Who knows that there is an idler who passed by unintentionally and saw everything there. Judging from the other party's demeanor and tone, it was obvious that this matter could not be better. "If you have any last words, you can explain. If it is convenient, I will convey it to your relatives for you," the Saint King stage strong man said lightly, with a look of Yang Kai's approval. Just as he was speaking, the third-layer saint-level warrior standing behind Yang Kai suddenly started, and an agile and erratic energy overflowed from his body, and a huge and unparalleled wind blade silently formed, quickly cut towards Yang Kai's back, wanting to cut him in half. The wind blade was extremely fast, and it rushed to 3 inches from Yang Kai's body in an instant. There was a disdainful smile on the face of the warrior, as if he saw the scene where Yang Kai was killed. With his cultivation of the third level of the Holy Spirit, there is no possibility of sneaking a sneak attack on a young man who entered the second level of the Holy Spirit. The wind blade smoothly cut through the young man's body and pierced it directly. But strangely, there was no blood flowing out. Instead, the young man's figure gradually faded and disappeared. The man who started the operation shrank his eyes, and his heart was full of warning signs. Without thinking about it, he quickly backed away. "Be careful," the exclamation came from the mouth of the Saint King stage martial artist. His eyes widened, as if he had seen an incredible scene, and loudly reminded his companions. This person's reaction is also very fast. After all, he can cultivate to the level of the third-layer holy state. He has experienced countless battles of life and death, and his adaptability is quite outstanding. At the moment of hearing the reminder, the retreating figure turned in a direction and rushed upwards. Immediately, he saw the horrified expressions of his two companions, as if he had swallowed his tongue in his stomach. There was a wave of panic and palpitating energy above the head. The energy was hot and cold, and it was constantly changing, making it impossible to defend. Looking up, he saw a huge palm print attacking him. The palm print covered the world in the light in front of his eyes, so that he could no longer see other things in his eyes. Only this palm devoured him. Mind. It was a palm burning with pitch-black flames, and he had never seen such strange energy in his life. Cover the sky. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to escape. The huge palm seal blocked all his escape routes. Boom-a. A muffled sound came out. The warrior was engulfed by the palm print. Violent power swept his body. Screams came out. He fell like a meteor. His bones were broken, his body was damaged, and clusters of flames were like magic flames. The flame burned on him, and no matter how he used his power, he could not extinguish the burning demonic flame. Yang Kai succeeded with a single strike, and without stopping, he condensed a heaven-punishing spear, and while the remaining two were horrified, he threw it fiercely at another Saint three-layer martial artist. The other party hurriedly turned his power to resist, and he sacrificed a shield-like artifact. The shield artifact was not low-grade, exuding the energy fluctuations of high-grade saints, and it spun around in front of him. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency first release a cent to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.